Chapter 521 Mother-in-Law. Amitabha! The old monk shouted the Buddha's name as he watched concubine Ji break the snow on the training ground. A bit helpless, but also a bit relaxed. Even with the help of the refined Buddhist rhyme, he was only half sure that he could draw out the chaotic Buddhist power in Ji Feishua's body. It would be good if he succeeded, but if he failed, he would somehow end up asking Taizu. It is difficult for outsiders to know the status of Taizu in Huangqiu Temple. In a word, the real ancestor of Huangqiu Temple can actually be said to be Taizu? Without Taizu, there would be no Huangqiu Temple. Seriously speaking, except for Guangshan and Gujingzai, the rest of the top 10 immortal sects have more or less the shadow of the four spirit beasts. It's just that Taizu never paid attention to these little things. As the longest living dragon turtle, he didn't even have a real family member, not to mention followers. How good! If the fairy has a way to solve the problem, that would be the best. If the fairy has anything to ask for, you can speak freely to our temple, and our temple will do its best. Ji Feishua nodded slightly. Thank you very much. Then he looked back at Suhi and said softly, Let's go! Suhi was dragged out of the training ground by her in such a dazed manner, and flew out of the desert. Ji Feishua's voice echoed uncontrollably in her ears. I have a husband and cannot enter Buddhism. Ji Feishua was not joking. The moment she said these words, Suhi could no longer sense the specific time she would stay in this era. 10 years? 30 years? Unknown to everyone. The banishment of him in this era was almost wiped out in that moment. Anchored, Ji Feishua was serious. But he didn't do anything. Flying in the air in confusion, Suhi looked at the beautiful woman and asked softly, Where are you going? Ji Feishua shook her head and did not answer. She only whispered, Turtle body! My true energy is scattered, and I cannot use the escape method. She offered to sit on Suhi for the first time. Suhi was stunned for a moment, then smiled evilly, turned around, picked her up, and held her in his arms. He looked down at Irin. Ji Feishua's breath tightened, and she saw Suhi bowing his head. Just as he was about to speak, the man suddenly came over, and then his lips were captured. The breaths hit each other's faces, and Ji Feishua trembled instantly. She grabbed his clothes with both hands and was at a loss for a moment. Behind him, Toad straddled the fox's back like a general, curled his lips, and reached out to cover the fox's eyes. Not long after, Suhi let go of Ji Feishua, looked down at the beautiful woman in his arms, and laughed. Ji Feishua broke away from his arms. The blush on her face receded, as if nothing had happened. She was still cold, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her psychology. No matter how high your Tao practice is, no matter how stable your Tao mind is, you will inevitably be panicked when you experience it for the first time. Suhi laughed. Ji Feishua snorted coldly and pointed at it. Eyes condensed between her fingers. But before it touched Suhi, the condensed true energy dispersed. All the forces in the body are just in a delicate balance, not in peace. Changes in true energy can easily cause many forces to riot. After accumulating for a long time, you can use even a trace of it. As soon as her true energy rushed forward, her body went limp and fell backwards. Suhi caught her from behind, put his arms around her waist, and let her lean into his arms. His feet were slightly a little closer, and the water clouds condensed, and he just held her and sat among the clouds. As the water flew south, Suhi circled Ji Feishua's hand, held Ji Feishua in her lower abdomen, and asked softly, Return to Yunming's? Okay. Ji Feishua's body trembled slightly, and then she forced herself to calm down. The sound is like a crisp spring, with a cool and refreshing feeling, and there is no pretense even when it is seriously injured. The direction of the water cloud shifted slightly, all the way to the south. Ji Feishua huddled in his arms. She was a little stiff at first, but gradually softened, as soft as if she were boneless. The more I hug you, the tighter I want to hold you. The two of them were silent. Neither of them said a word. The sun was about to set on the horizon, dyeing the sea of clouds into gold, and the clouds rolled and relaxed, making it dazzling. Looking at the clouds in the clouds, the scenery is very different. The toad rides on the fox. Its smoke stick is like a spear, walking on the clouds, traveling far away. Suhi held the beautiful woman in his arms, smelled the fragrance on her body, and finally couldn't help it. So he pulled her back and moved closer to her. Ji Feishua's hands trembled. She did not greet him, but did not avoid him either. She just closed her beautiful eyes. Her red lips were like water, cold and soft, intoxicating. Suhi's tongue was like a spear, snapping in and catching the timid spirit to prevent it from escaping and getting entangled. The fox and the toad dived into the golden clouds and did not appear for a long time. Sure enough, some things are addictive. From the desert to Yunming's, it would take more than half a month even if Suhi didn't use the peacock body blackbird escape technique. Ji Feishua slept more and woke less along the way, and spent most of the time in a sleep state. The words left by her father-in-law had a very strong effect, and only with the comfort of the golden words could Ji Feishua regain a little strength in her sleep. He wakes up for only 1 or 2 hours a day, and even sleeps for 1 or 2 days. When she fell asleep, Suhi revealed his turtle body and flew quietly with her. Suhi could see that Ji Feishua didn't want to cross the space and go back quickly. She seemed to be afraid of going back. But when she woke up, she frequently looked at the south with a trace of expectation, and her emotions were extremely complicated. When she woke up, Suhi appeared in person, holding hands or holding her in his arms. Of course, most of the time, it was to taste the taste of rouge on her lips. Although Ji Feishua was naturally beautiful, she had never used rouge. But that kind of frost fairy has a temperament that is difficult to cooperate with. But she never does. Don't want to say no. If Suhi didn't come, she would just enjoy the scenery indifferently. Although she didn't welcome Suhi, she didn't lock the door. She was affectionate but cold, which made people want to stop. In the starry sky, I don't know what happened. The battle between Xian Huang and Emperor Feng failed to break out, and even the atmosphere of war calmed down. Half a month later, Suhi took Ji Feishua and flew all the way to the outside of Dong'an Mountain, already near the Changyu Mansion in later generations. But this one is fashionable, and does not have the gate tower of Changyu Mansion. Suhi looked at Ji Feishua beside him. So, Changyu Mansion was built under Ji Feishua's nose? I wonder who the first generation owner of Changyu Mansion was? When I get back, I'll ask my wife about it. Ji Feishua in this world deserves to be spanked. She knows a lot of secrets, but never tells him. Daughter-in-law, how can you treat your injury? Suhi finally asked. This was what he was most worried about. But along the way, Ji Feishua deliberately avoided the question. So Suhi did not press the question. At this moment, Suhi had returned. He couldn't suppress the worry in his heart. He could sense that Ji Feishua's condition had not worsened, and she still had time to find Master Ma. At worst, he would wait until the confrontation in the starry sky was over, and put a huge reward on her head. Ji Feishua shook her head. Don't ask. Just follow me somewhere. As she spoke, she pulled Suhi down, and the cloud head was already on Yunming's. She couldn't even walk on water without holding Suhi. She only guided the direction. Suhi was the one who really performed the escape technique. The speed was not slow. The waves slid by, and soon passed over the former temporary cave and landed on a small island. Looking at the island from the outside, it is just an ordinary island in the big swamp. When it is placed on a small island, the island shows its true appearance. The island is not big and has lush trees. There is a wooden house under the big tree. It is just an ordinary wooden house, the kind you can see everywhere. In Suhi's eyes, it looked a bit unusual. This wooden house is at least 3,000 to 4,000 years old, but there is no sign of decay at all, as if it is frozen in a certain time period. There were 2 towering trees opposite the wooden house. There were still indelible marks on the trees. Suhi was very familiar with these marks. They were dragons coiled around the trees all year round, leaving indelible marks here. Take this tree out, and it will be the best material for forging weapons. It is much better than the tree struck by lightning for 10,000 years, if it is full of dragon power. Once here, Ji Feishua's expression became even more quiet and cold. Standing on the edge of the small island, his eyes were slightly lowered, and his gaze was very focused. He had not gone in for a long time. Suhi stood beside her, and stayed with her quietly, looking at her rising and falling chest. He took her hand, and squeezed it gently. After a long while, Ji Feishua let out a long sigh and lightly opened her red lips. This is the place where my parents lived in seclusion. Her eyes fell on the hut. My father built it with his own hands, but he was just an ordinary scholar at the time, and his construction skills were poor. But my mother liked it very much and secretly set up a formation under the wooden house to ensure that the wooden house would not fall destroyed by the passage of time. Suhi also looked at the wooden house and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. My father-in-law's craftsmanship is really bad. They are all not as good as Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan also likes to build his own house. Wherever he travels, he always builds his own house, and then sets up a protective formation. He has never used a portable cave. Ji Feishue glanced over and saw Su He smiling slyly. But it's very warm. The star ring on his body shone faintly, encircling him and Ji Feishue. In future generations, we will also have a courtyard. Not in Yunming's, but next to it, on the north side of Dongyun Mountain. There are houses, lakes, and coiled dragon pillars. There are 40 miles of bamboo sea in the courtyard. And even the grass is different from the ones outside. Su He looked around, as if afraid of being heard. I'll tell you quietly. I tasted it secretly. Our grass is sweet. There was a hint of smile in Ji Feishue's cold and deep eyes. It is clear that a trace can reveal the scene. But Su He danced and danced while describing it, laughing when he talked about his favorite places. Ji Feishue listened quietly, her eyes moving. It seems that he is imagining in his mind what the cave will look like 730,000 years from now. With a gleam in her eyes, she listened to the plants and trees in Changyu Mansion, the rippling autumn lake, and the snow-capped mountains in the distance. There were even puppets of the barbarian king running around the courtyard. It took too long, and Su He transformed from a human body to an animal body. The sky above his head was filled with stars, and starlight sprinkled all over the ground. He gradually stopped. He turned around and looked at Ji Feishue blankly. She had probably slept all the way. But Ji Feishue didn't feel like sleeping at all today. As she listened to Su He's words, the corners of her mouth curved slightly, walking forward slowly. This is where I broke out of my SHL. Ji Feishue pointed to the remnants of the formation on the edge of the island. Ji Feishue is over 1,000 years old. But the formation in the SHL breaking land has not been dismantled. There were even messy footprints outside the formation that were preserved by special means. They were the footprints of a man. Looking at the footprints, Su He could even think of the time when concubine Ji's snow dragon egg was here, and her father-in-law walked back and forth around the egg, reflecting the joy and uneasiness he felt when he became a father for the first time. After walking through the formation and stopping under the big tree, Ji Feishue raised her hand to touch the remaining traces on the tree trunk, and said softly, My mother used to be coiled on this tree trunk. She was ill, and this is a place specially used for healing. Longmu. She has been coiled here since I broke out of my SHL. For thousands of years, I have been lingering on the dragon tree, looking at the wooden house without my father-in-law, looking at the formation without dragon eggs. Maybe from time to time, I am still recalling the warm scene of one dragon, one person and one egg. I have seen this scene many times before, but now I see it again. The old tree is still the same, but there is no green dragon on the tree. There is only the remaining dragon energy, which is condensed and undissipated. Ji Feishue raised her hand, with a wisp of dragon energy entwined between her fingers, like a small dragon circling around her jade fingers. It was like being pulled by her mother's finger, a feeling that my mother had never experienced before. Ji Feishue trembled and lowered her head. Since independence, I have rarely been here. It was not until my mother turned into a rainbow that I rushed to the island, hoping to find some traces here. But there is nothing left on the island except signs of a family's life. Perhaps in the eyes of a mother, nothing is more important than family. The island has been closed for an unknown period of time, and only family members can go there. Even when she was looking for Diuigua earlier, she didn't even come to the island to look for it. It is clear that Diuigua was once used by the mother, so it is more likely here. Su He held her hand. Ji Feishue turned to look at him with a bit of seriousness in her eyes. Kneel down! Su He was startled, then overjoyed, lifted up his robe and knelt in front of the big tree. Ji Feishue looked at the big tree and murmured softly, Mother, I brought him to see you. Su He immediately bowed down and said, Mother-in-law, I am Su He. I live in Changyu's mansion in Dongyun Mountain. My family has land, food, an underwater cave, and a big treasure house. Don't worry. I will never let my wife go hungry. Stay cold. A blush rose on Ji Feishue's face, and she kicked him in the leg. Don't talk nonsense. Su He smiled. How can this be called nonsense? I just wanted my mother-in-law to get to know me. He smiled, looked into Ji Feishue's eyes, and then looked at the two big trees. Don't worry. Mother-in-law, I am sincere to Feishue. I love Feishue from 730,000 years later to 730,000 years ago, spanning a long river of time. Ji Feishue breathed heavily, lowered her head, and slowly knelt beside Su He. She looked at the big tree and said softly, Mother, he didn't lie. The wind blew, and the two big trees roared at the same time. It's like an echo from somewhere else. Huh? Mother-in-law, do you want you to take good care of me? Ji Feishue was stunned for a moment, her teeth biting with hatred, and she stabbed him with a finger. Suhi smiled, jumped up and ran away. There was a bit of shyness in this coldness. If the mother-in-law can pluck off all the scales and leave them to her daughter before she turns into a rainbow, she must love her to the extreme. How could she like to see her always depressed? Want to laugh? The wind became stronger. The dragon tree swayed. A piece of dragon scales shook off the tree and fell like a shield at Suhi's feet. Suhi blinked, looked at the shield and looked at Ji Feishue, and asked confusedly, "Is this a meeting gift for my mother-in-law?" Ji Feishue's eyes flashed with disbelief, and she turned to look at the big tree, her eyes trembling. "You're not dead, right?" The dragon scales have always been there, and have not wavered for thousands of years. Just as Suhi came, just as a gust of wind happened, the dragon scales fell down. "You're not dead, right?" she asked. Suhi took her hand and shook it gently. No one came, and no mother-in-law showed up. But the wind blew and shook the dragon scales off the big tree. Ji Feishue's expression was slightly lowered, and she was quiet for a long time. Then she picked up the dragon scale, fumbled and looked at it for a long time, and then stuffed it into Suhi's arms. "She gave it to you." Mother's dragon scales don't last long. Most of them were destroyed by Mingxiao. She only has 2 pieces that are truly intact. The dragon-raising trees all fell off in the past, and are lifeless. Suhi's one is one of the few that is excellent. Suhi chuckled and put away the dragon scales. "I have 3 daughters-in-law, but this is the first time I have received a gift from my mother-in-law." He bowed his hands to the big tree again, and followed Ji Feishue into the wooden house. Chapter 522 Bump. The wooden house is extremely simple, with just a table and a bunk. But it is obviously a bit elegant. The bed was clean and neat, just as it had been thousands of years ago. There are 4 treasures of the study on the desk, as well as Portuguese paper pressed by a paperweight. It's as if the owner here has just left. Everything here is very familiar. Although when Ji Feishue broke out of her S.H.L., Ji Tianchen had lost his heart and wandered off. But in her heart, her father has always been the gentle, elegant and knowledgeable man her mother described. This is where he studied. From a mortal to a dragon husband. It would have been impossible to take the imperial examination and become an official. However, my father never gave up studying. From the mortal books to the Taoist Buddhist scriptures that my mother found. Perhaps he had a lot of knowledge, so he was able to awaken to the past while he was a mortal. Memory power? I know what Ji Feishue is thinking. Suhi looked strange and asked in a low voice. "Daughter-in-law, do you know who my father-in-law is?" Ji Feishue was startled for a moment, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. "I wasn't sleeping before, but I couldn't speak or move. But my consciousness was awake, and I could sense the outside world." She knew that Suhi led him to break through the barrier of the Xianhuang cave and sky, enter the undercurrent, search for Taizu, go to the Sea of Stars, and also see Suhi's body in his previous life. With his own eyes. I also saw with my own eyes that Suhi took him down to the South China Sea. Every step of the way, one person withstood all the power of the ice cliff, including taking her on foot through the training ground later. Although I couldn't sympathize with the pain she suffered, I still understood it. When she first entered the training ground, a few drops of the heavy rain fell on her body. Just a few drops were enough to make her suffer all kinds of human punishment. Moreover, her ethics and deeds were not as good as Suhi's, and Suhi suffered even more pain. The higher the training level, the stronger the pain. He even withstood the training of 2 people. Along the way, my defenses were tortured, but somehow they opened up unknowingly, and he took advantage of them. Ji Feishue glanced at Suhi and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Being able to sense everything in the outside world, he naturally saw the stone tablet in front of the ice cliff arch. Fatherhood is about to be revealed. Sure enough, Suhi asked old Qilin immediately, and was confirmed by old Qilin himself. Although I have always had doubts about my father's identity, wondering how he could reach the top of the world in just 3,000 years. And I have also thought about why I have a human body and a dragon body at the same time. I have never been bold enough to imagine that my father has such an identity. She let out a long sigh, walked to the desk and sat down. The identity of her father made no difference to her, and would only bring endless trouble. But, so what? She has a sword, too. And him. Ji Feishua suddenly understood the reason why Feng Si was willing to stand behind Suanio, acting like a little bird that cares about people. But she is not Feng Si, and she even has a hint of competitiveness. Ji Feishua can accept that she has a husband and can be extremely loving. But when it comes to spiritual practice, she will not fall behind anyone, not even her husband. Spreading the paper and studying ink, Ji Feishua took up her pen to write a letter. After finishing the letter, she opened a small box from her right-hand side, took out a small flying sword, and handed it to Suhi. Suhi understood and stretched out his hand to touch the flying sword. The flying sword flashed a ray of light and put the letter into it. Feijian jumped, escaped from the wooden house, turned into a ray of silver light, and shot into the sky, disappearing. This was a telegraph flying sword. But Suhi didn't set a location. He just charged it, and it flew away on its own. Suhi looked at Ji Feishua, and Ji Feishua explained, "This is what my father did before he could practice, and my mother helped him practice it. I have married a dragon as my wife, so I want to share it, show off, with my former classmates and friends. I wonder how those classmates felt when they received a flying sword that passed down a message. Father's bad taste? The flying sword has the ability to fly back and forth," Ji Feishua said in a clear voice. Suhi nodded, which meant that Feijian would take the initiative to find his father-in-law. Flying back and forth is sending flying swords, and the flying swords will fly back to find their masters. These flying swords should be here deliberately to consume their spiritual power. As long as their spiritual power is full, they will actively seek their owners. Of course, the master has blocked his perception and is hidden in a special area, so the fairy sword will naturally have no effect. Suhi rubbed his fingers, feeling itchy. "What did you write?" Ji Feishua shook her head and said nothing. He turned around and looked at the furnishings in the house again, looked around in silence for a long time, and walked out. It seems that she came here just to write a letter to her father-in-law, or take him to identify his mother-in-law's family. It's a pity that Suhi didn't tell her in advance that she didn't bring a gift. Her mother-in-law's life or death was uncertain, so it seemed unreasonable to bring gifts to her house to worship her at this time. After paying homage to Yan Longmu again, Suhi followed Ji Feishua out of the island, looking back at the island that had once again fallen into the ordinary. A strange feeling arose in my heart. There seemed to be two roads in front of him. One to board the ordinary island in front of him, and the other to walk into Ji Feishua's natal home. The island in front of me is not an illusion. If outsiders come, they will land on this ordinary island with no huts or big trees. Even destruction will destroy the island. The real mother-in-law's home is in another space. Just like the original Diu Gua, it was hidden deep in the space. It wasn't that his family couldn't get to the island. This time when Suhi came, a mark fell on him. He was a marked relative. "Turtle body." Ji Feishua's voice was cold. Seeing that Suhi was about to hug him again, she turned around and looked directly at him. Okay. Women are unreasonable. Are they too embarrassed to be intimate at home? Let's talk about it. After walking half a mile, Suhi turned around and revealed a turtle body. Ji Feishua jumped lightly and landed on the turtle SHL. Suhi carried her forward with one stroke of her legs. The speed is not fast, just like an ordinary turtle. The toad rode the fox and followed at a distance. I always feel that the two of them have been in the wrong state for the past 10 days or so. So it's better not to get close to each other. After swimming 30 or 40 miles, Suhi asked cautiously, "Daughter-in-law, are you sure you have a way to treat the injury? How about I take you to find Master Ma? As long as you are willing to look, you will definitely find it." This is the confidence from Dragon Turtle. The worst case scenario is to activate the 4 spirits, spread them across the heavens and the world, and conduct a carpet-like search. Just like this, the favors owed were too great. However, Suhi owed many favors, including the Phoenix Tomb and the White Tiger Ruins. Not bad this time either. Ji Feishua didn't speak. She was silent for a long time, and then she pointed her finger at the center of Suhi's brow. Her fingers were cold, and a thought was transmitted along the green jade fingers. This was the strength she had accumulated for more than 10 days before she could teach the half-chain technique. The frost between concubine Ji's snowy brows is even more intense. But if you look closely, there is a bit of blush hidden under the frost. She covered up her inner fluctuations with coldness. "One thing in Ming Shu." Suhi blinked and even forgot about swimming. The whole turtle was stunned when he unconsciously read the name of the technique. The bomb technique was what Ji Feishua had taught him to use in conjunction with the true essence. Now that the techniques are combined into one, the true name is revealed. The art of Wan and Phoenix Harmony. It is indeed a dual cultivation method. Suhi was breathing heavily. He transformed into a human body, wrapped his arms around Ji Feishua's waist, hugged her tightly behind her back, and held her in his arms, staring blankly into the fairy's eyes. You? Suhi was stunned for a moment and said duplicity. Don't force yourself. I will be able. Maybe I should be able to find Master Ma. Ji Feishua turned her head slightly and looked away. After hearing this, she turned around with cold eyes. You don't want to? Suhi immediately jumped. Don't talk nonsense. He hugged Ji Feishua completely in his arms and held her tightly. My grandson wouldn't want to. Some people have been fantasizing about this since the first day of their lives. Let's go! Ji Feishua said softly after a long while, as if he didn't care about what was about to happen. But I'm afraid even she didn't hear it. Her voice was no longer cold, and she even trembled unconsciously. Okay, go home. Suhi hugged her and said no more, holding her hand and walking on the waves, stepping on the stars. She returned to Ji Feishua's cave in Yunming's cave. The damage to the cave was not too serious. Only the alchemy chamber was damaged. But the dormitory and quiet room were intact. Daughter-in-law. Suhi looked a little embarrassed. Huh? Ji Feishua turned to look at him. That. The technique is half understandable. Ji Feishua. Dot. How did this turtle reach its current state? How did the combat power exceed the realm? Is it all due to recklessness? Although Luanfeng and Mingshu are top-level techniques, the knowledge involved is actually not that advanced and should be understood by ordinary people at the 5th level of Tian Tian. Go to the quiet room and I'll tell you. Ji Feishua's voice was cold, yet as loud as a mosquito or an ant. Take him to the quiet room first. Suhi followed him in, closed the door of the quiet room tightly, and left a barrier on the door without any trace, blocking the toad and fox from the door. The toad curled his lips, snorted disdainfully, took out a fishing rod, swung the fish food on it into the Yunming lake, and caught a fish. The fox quietly approached the quiet room, but before he could get close, he was swung by the toad's fishing rod, and the fishing line was wrapped around his neck and pulled back. It hurts! It hurts! Sister Frog! The fox screamed and struggled, but his voice sounded like a witch laughing. With a pop, he was thrown into the pond by the toad, broke away from the fishing line, and floated out. The toad glared at it fiercely. If you dare to go now, believe it or not, your master will kill you with a sword. Don't think that Ji Feishua has only pampered it if she hasn't killed it in the past year and a half. Ji Feishua didn't want a soul beast in the first place. The fox glanced and said, I'm just worried about her physical condition. Now that Ji Feishua is going to die, it will kill 2 people with 1 corpse, and it will die accordingly. The fox rolled his eyes. Sister Frog, your family is stupid and slow to learn. I don't know how long it will take to teach the exercises. How about we go find Master Ma? Soul beasts are different from monks and have their own methods. There is no faster way to find the veterinarian. The toad looked at it in surprise. If you dare to find Master Ma at this time, do you believe that my turtle boy will kill you and Master Ma together? And the ashes will rise, and there is no way he can be resurrected. The fox was stunned. At the same time, in the aphasia forest of the Lightwings, the ground rolled and a yellow ox emerged from the ground, holding a few tree roots in its mouth. As soon as she came out, she shook her head and shook her body with her hooves, shaking off a piece of dirt. An elm head came out of the ground, but was trampled back on its face by the hooves of the ox. Feeling something was wrong under his feet, Huang Yo looked down in shock. She saw her master, with a crescent moon mark on his face, looking at her aggrievedly. Cattle. The aphasic forest not only silenced speech, but also blocked sounds and perceptions. Following their path, their minds naturally moved, and all these shieldings were dispelled. But in this way, the quality of the wood collected will be greatly reduced, and the carved puppet will be a dead thing. She put away the wood in her mouth and moved it to the side. At the same time, she broke the shield of the aphasic forest, and bursts of bird song came into her ears. Along with the bird song, there was a sound of sword. Yellow Ox raised his head and saw a sword light hovering outside the aphasia forest, wandering everywhere without knowing its destination. Ji Tianchen crawled out of the ground like a gopher, with a hemp rope dragging a series of tree roots under his body. He has dug out this forest of aphasia. After emerging from the ground, the father-in-law tilted his head and looked at the flying sword above his head. For some reason, when he saw the flying sword, he felt inexplicably happy in his heart, as if he was carving a living puppet. He raised his hand and grabbed the flying sword. Fajian struggled a little, but not too violently. Ji Tianxin now is completely different from the handsome scholar back then. There are differences in chi and origin, just like a magnet with insufficient magnetism. So the flying sword did not fall when it was found, but it was indeed Ji Tianxin. He would not resist too much if he wanted to grab the flying sword. Ji Tianxin grabbed the flying sword and looked around a few times. He found that it was not good wood, so he threw it on the ox cart in the forest. The scalper was not surprised, sighed slightly, and walked towards the bullock cart. He muttered, "Master, this is the flying sword that my mistress made for you back then. If my friend hadn't stepped into the practice and replenished the flying sword with spiritual power and let it return, then the girl would have had to go home and bring a spare it's been delivered." Huang Yo moved forward and felt Suhi's aura on the flying sword. "So it's my uncle?" The girl took her uncle home? Going to worship the mistress? As if he thought of something, Huang Yo's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward and transformed into a tall, round-waisted man. "Auntie!" Wiping his hands on his apron, he touched the flying sword and a letter fell out. The envelope contained only 3 words, "Father" and "Chi." Sure enough, it was from the girl. The aunt turned back to Ji Tianxin and hummed, "Miss has written you a letter. This is the first time. Do you want to come and take a look?" Ji Tianxin tilted his head, looked at the tree root he had just dug out in his hand, and then looked at his aunt. But she didn't move. That expression seems to say, how can a letter be as fun as a tree root? The aunt took out a crystal and felt the urge to press it between the man's eyebrows. But she endured it. This guy has been refusing his son-in-law's filial piety. He had a great reaction to this Bingxin crystal and refused to embed it in his body. The aunt thought for a while, put away the crystal, took out the letter, and looked up. She has been with Ji Tianxin since she was an old scalper. And then her mistress helped her snatch the demon-transforming fruit, which was so green and green. The skills practiced by Dian Kailingji are also among the best in the world. He is less than 5,000 years old, but is already the best among the 7th level of heaven stepping. It would take an ordinary monster at least tens of thousands of years to reach her current height. To Ji Tianxin's family, the old scalper was not just a housekeeper or a farm cow, but a real family member. And the mistress had no reservations about her back then. Scalper opened the envelope and took out the letter. There are only a few sentences in the letter. "Good morning, Father. In the frost season, my daughter is getting married. But I don't know where my father is. I send a letter on my knees, hoping that my father will be at peace. And may spring be peaceful, safe in summer, and autumn be successful in winter." Huang Yo looked at the letter. He didn't say much, but there was something breathy between the lines. When the girl wrote the letter, she clearly had a lot to say. But due to her temper, only a few numbers were written on the paper. Especially when facing a father whom she is not familiar with and has never taken care of her, she may not be able to say more words. Being able to write these words is already very valuable. She looked thoughtfully at the word "marry" on the letter. It was not about setting a Taoist couple, but getting married like a mortal, just like the master and mistress used to be. "Hey, old guy, your daughter is getting married. Do you want to go back and meet her?" Ji Tianxin tilted his head and looked at the letter in her hand, with an unusual look in his eyes. "Have you regained some sanity?" The scalper was delighted. His master seldom fought with others. Once he had a fight, he would completely lose his intelligence. Like a fool. It would take him a decade to recover. Ji Tianxin is really a fool at this moment. But this look. After all, it was the daughter who awakened a glimmer of wisdom? Want to read the letter? The scalper was overjoyed and handed over the letter. Ji Tianxin snatched it over and read it backwards and forwards. He laughed stupidly, grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground, and smeared 2 strokes on the letter. The scalper was shocked and rushed over to grab the letter, but saw Ji Tianxin laughing and dodging. He grabbed the flying sword and stuffed the letter into it. He threw it away, and the flying sword flew through the air. Huang Yo was even more frightened and raised his hand to grab Feijian. But Ji Tianxin hugged his thigh and rolled on the ground. In this short period of time, the letter-passing flying sword had disappeared. Huang Newton had a look of helplessness on his face, looking at his master who was covered in mud. He felt bitter in his heart. Stay. It is this thief. The master has used his mistress as the battlefield and fought with him for 3,000 years. It is because of this thief that the master has lost all his sanity. She has been tracking the thief for thousands of years. But she doesn't know where the thief is. As long as I can find it, I will die with this thief even if I give up my life. The scalper looked at Ji Tianchi on the ground, feeling even more miserable in his heart. Tears fell down, smashing through the earth and turning into an underground lake. The trees that had just lost their roots and were about to die in a short time came to life again in an instant, and became even greener. Tenacious vitality. Ji Tianchi tilted his head and looked at her, pulled up a handful of grass from the ground and handed it over. Hey! Cows don't cry and eat grass! The scalper's whole body collapsed, and his body softened, and he turned into an old scalper again. He closed his eyes and bowed to his master, took the initiative to put the martingale on his body, and let out a long and distant moo. But I don't know how disappointed the lady will be when she receives the letter. When I got married, I told my father that Huang Niba had returned 2 payments. The stars set and the sun rises. The sky lights up and darkens, and time passes day by day. Even though Yunming's is located in the south, it feels a little cooler. The autumn wind is high, stirring the water and stirring people's hearts. On Yuming's, toads and foxes were fishing, and somehow they fished farther and farther, so far that they couldn't even see the cave. In the quiet room of the cave, Suhi's turtle body was lying on the ground, and the spirit snake was slowly swimming around the turtle SHL, with all his eyes closed. It's been a long time since Ji Feishu finished explaining the exercises, and Suhi was comprehending them. It took several days to open my eyes. The Luan Feng harmony technique was actually not just a dual cultivation technique. The dual cultivation method is the yin and yang avenue, which is extremely suitable for his Xuanwu real body. If he can master it, his combat power will be even higher. But now is not the time to think about this. His wife is seriously injured. As husband-in-law, he has the duty to never let her suffer from the pain again. It has been delayed for too long. Suhi took a step forward and transformed into a human body. He was dressed in cool black clothes, and the wings on his back were even more enchanting. Know what's coming? Ji Feishua's breathing suddenly became rapid. Just as she was about to speak, the man was already in front of her in a blink of an eye, hugging her and kissing her. Ji Feishua's mind suddenly went blank. Mean! In order to catch her by surprise with a sneak attack, he even used his magic machine, taking advantage of the time when she was weak and unable to resist. Their lips and teeth parted, and the kiss lasted for who knows how long. Ji Feishua felt that it was difficult to breathe, and she was held by him and fell backwards. A waterbed with condensed water quietly appeared behind her. Chapter 523 Circle of Universe. Autumn is high and crisp, and at night the wind picks up, blowing in the forest and making a whimpering sound. As if sensing something, the toad and the fox walk farther and farther away. Even the crescent moon is shyly hiding in the clouds, not daring to show its face. Only the stars are doing good things, quietly sticking their heads out and peering down. The entire Yunming's fell into silence. In this era, there were no people in Yunming's and Dong'an Mountain, and even the Xietian immortal domain was not as prosperous as in later generations. With only a few sects, there is no one in the world, so some people become unruly. Monks are good and everything is convenient. For example, Suhi took advantage of Ji Feishua's confusion and put away their clothes in a flash, saving a lot of effort. It's just that without the step-by-step process of peeling off the SHL, it's like a cow chewing a peony, which greatly ruins the scenery. However, the sudden withdrawal of the restraints and the soft impact that followed were even more swaying. As she fell down, the waterbed rippled. The feeling of no longer being separated from the fairy came over, so soft and smooth that Suhi's heart skipped a beat. The waterbed is like waves, which disturbs people and their hearts. You? Ji Feishua's face turned red with embarrassment as she was suddenly stripped of her clothes. She had never even thought about the scene of a frank meeting. But when she opened her mouth, Suhi blocked her mouth. It's not like the usual superficial taste. It's intoxication and indulgence. Ji Feishua pushed Suhi but did not push. Suhi was suddenly grateful for her current state. If she were in her peak and attacked so suddenly, she would probably be killed with a sword. At this moment, she couldn't resist. She didn't resist in her heart at all. She was just attacked suddenly, and was a little overwhelmed. She couldn't move her hand and stopped on Suhi's chest. Gradually, she became a little more reluctant to resist but to welcome him. Ji Feishua's nostrils flapped and her breath was like an orchid. His body was no longer as cold as before, but instead felt hot. The pushing hand turned into a hug at some point. However, he suddenly woke up from his intoxication and looked at Suhi in horror. Unknowingly, this guy became even more presumptuous. He actually raised and lowered his hands. You? Don't make trouble. Ji-Fei had gritted her teeth and warned. Her voice still cold, but with a bit of a woman's unique trembling in the coldness. Even her body trembled slightly. Sui let go of her, raised his body slightly, and looked down at the beautiful woman. Ji-Fei turned her head away from him and breathed a little heavier. Ji-Fei felt a little annoyed when he saw her and raised her hand to push him away. But the unlucky man sank down. Lotus seeds fall into the mortal world. With a slight hum, the hand that pushed him turned into a tight grip on his arm. And then he wrapped his arms around Sui's neck. You belong to me! Sui didn't move in a hurry, occupied the key point, and pushed forward as much as possible. He pressed against Ji-Fei's ear, blew lightly and whispered. His voice was soft, but extremely domineering. Ji-Fei bit her lip and said nothing. She just snorted and hugged him tighter. After a while, the blush on her face slowly receded. She turned her head and looked into his eyes. There was a hint of shyness in her eyes, but also a touch of her unique cold and domineering tone. It's the other way around. You are mine. At least in this era. 700,000 years ago. It belonged to her alone. There was a cry and the waterbed swayed. The autumn day is thickening outside the quiet room. And the frosty wind blows the water and shakes the trees. And the branches sway and collide with each other. It made an intriguing crackling sound, along with the sound of leaves blowing in the wind. There was a murmur in the quiet room. Crescent Moon couldn't hear the sound. It was completely hidden behind the clouds. Only the twinkling stars seemed to be beating the rhythm. The sound of wind accompanies Yu Mengzai's waves hitting the embankment with joy. Yu Yi hid for an hour, until Ji-Fei's soul descended from the sky, biting the bastard's shoulder, and tried her best to utter a cold and calm voice between her lips and teeth. Kung Fu! This time, he was not asked to act haphazardly and taste the best in the world. There was still business. It was just the first time for both of them, and they couldn't bear to use him as a healing tool. So they allowed him to indulge in it for a long time. But after all, the first healing effect was the best. And if he continued to delay, his human time would be up. Sui looked at her, lowered his head, and kissed her gently. I did get a little carried away. Wanfeng and Mingshu were transported out, and the two people's true energy merged in an instant, blending up and down to form a loop, as if they were one person. Let's not mention the functions of Wanfeng and Ming technique for the moment. It's just that the true energy and origin of the two parties are integrated. There is no difference between them. It is the best skill in the world. There are never two identical people in this world. Nor can they have exactly the same essence. Even if twins practice the same technique, there are bound to be differences. The greatest effect of Wanfeng and Ming technique is not to turn Sui's true energy into Ji-Fei's, or vice versa. Instead, two completely different types of true energy are merged to form a brand new one. They belong to the same two people, so there will naturally be no difference. The essence of healing is not worth mentioning. The two people's true energy is connected as if they are one person, and all the power naturally circulates back and forth. When the mixed Buddha power circulates into Sui's body, Sui can intercept it, by intercepting some at a time and refining the Buddha's power in his body after separation. He only retains the Buddha's power, which is naturally not affected by the power of Yuan. After a long time, the Buddha's power in Ji-Fei's body will be completely eliminated, when only her own strength and black energy were left. Ji-Fei slashed with her sword and cut out the black-clothed clone. Explanation alone is completely different from actual operation. Feeling the Buddhist power transferred bit by bit from Ji-Fei's body, Sui's mind suddenly moved. Another technique started to work. The spirit-absorbing technique taught by the inherited space divination runes. There was no different technique in that article. But now it was operating completely differently. It did not draw spiritual power from the outside world, but instead accelerated the extraction of mixed Buddhist power from Ji-Fei's body. The extraction speed is more than 10 times faster than before. Really, the clan sister is powerful and domineering, but it is impossible for the divination runes to automatically generate even the exercises. Is that girl storing the runes in them, just waiting for him to get them? Ji-Fei only felt that the flow of true energy remained unchanged, but the flow of Buddhist power suddenly accelerated, as if he had forcibly snatched it away. After a moment of shock, he realized the reason. In his mind, he recalled the spirit-absorbing technique from the fox when he was sleeping. Suddenly there was a burst of shame and anger. This turtle had even prepared his skills, and had planned to do this for a long time. But he also took her to the South China Sea, and walk through the desert. Just to plot against her people? Not only do you want people, but you also want hearts? Fraud. After thinking about it like this, Fairy Qing Lung bit him hard on his tongue. He didn't know why and thought she was restless. Then he stood up with his arms crossed, his legs crossed around his waist, and walked on the water waves, bump after bump. Gradually, a hint of surprise appeared in Sui's eyes. From the beginning to now, 2 hours have passed, but he does not feel empty and exhausted. Human duration keeps increasing. It will be replenished as long as it is consumed. I wonder if it is the effect of Luanfeng and Mingshu, or it is supplemented by the power of Buddha? Although this effect was probably only achieved during the period of healing Ji Feishua's injuries, it also freed him from having to worry about time and spoiling the fun. He was overjoyed and walked faster. The wind became stronger. The sound of leaves became more and more rapid, and a lark sang softly in the wind. 3 poles above the sun. The sun jumped out of the clouds. Golden light sprayed on the earth, and the sound of the wind gradually stopped. Luanfeng and Mingshu retreated slowly, and the two of them did not speak again. The entire quiet room became quiet. Afterwards, it was peaceful and drowsy, and Sui fell into a deep sleep without knowing it. Listening to Sui's steady breathing, it was only at this moment that Ji Feishua's face turned red, and she felt ashamed and annoyed. This turtle was so unreasonable, refusing to retreat even though the battle was over, and fell into a deep sleep like this. Fraud. Human time can obviously last so long. Could it be that just like she had saved up her strength for more than 10 days to teach the technique, this turtle had saved up 2 years of his human life just for today? Deliberately pushing him out. A slight movement made him stronger, and Ji Feishua immediately did not dare to move. She is ill now, and should not go too far. Not daring to try again, she glared at Sui bitterly, slowly closed her eyes, let him occupy her, and slowly fell asleep. The first time the effect is really the best. The Buddha power in the body is reduced to 60%, and the whole body feels refreshed. His body felt refreshed, and the aftertaste of being attacked became more obvious. Even in his sleep, he would murmur from time to time, "I haven't really slept like this in a long time." He was depressed. Which ordinary dragon turtle has not experienced hundreds of hibernations before, and after the enlightenment? He was the only one who truly hibernated only once in Tinghehu. Satisfied and sleeping, he slept extremely deeply, and even wanted to hibernate. However, he was awakened by the throbbing of the inner world. His body did not wake up. He still held the fairy in his arms, but his consciousness was pulled into the inner world. As soon as I entered, I saw a green light shining on Tai Mountain, and 2 connected rings were slowly taking shape. A circle of heaven and earth. Magical tools are common in Taoist sects and are often held in the hands of monks to perform sacrifices and refining, taking the meaning of the harmony of yin and yang and the coexistence of heaven and earth. As soon as his eyes fell on it, the Qianquan circle flashed with green light, and the alternating yin and yang in Sui's mind involuntarily gathered towards the Qianquan circle. The circle of heaven and earth is becoming more condensed. Open heaven artifact. The 4th divine weapon that opened the sky was not a condensation of hexagrams. Back in this era, it took Sui 2 years to condense 3 hexagrams. The Shui snatched from Tiangu. The big beast condensed in the bronze basin of Guiwang Mountain. The Qinghua condensed in the dust-free sea. The 3 hexagrams were far from enough to condense the Kaitian artifact, and Sui did not let go of their restrictions to ask them to condense the Kaitian artifact. This is brought about by dual cultivation. Not only the dual cultivation, but also the understanding of the fusion of the 2 powers of Honghua, the transformation of the 2 powers of Gughua, etc., with the blessing of Ji Feishua, were integrated to create such an existence. This is the first heaven-opening artifact that Sui has truly condensed on his own. In other words, without Bai Ling's hexagram, Sui would have reached the edge of the first level of Kaitian at this moment. The appearance of the Kaitian divine artifact is only the beginning of the Kaitian artifact condensation. Only when it is truly solidified can there be a chance to open up the inner world. Reading a book 100 times is worse than traveling 100 miles. If Ji Feishu had not fallen in love, it would have been impossible to realize the beauty of the coordination of yin and yang, and it would have been impossible to condense the 4th heaven-opening artifact. I just don't know if this heaven-opening artifact is not a condensation of hexagrams, so it will have an impact on the inner world. Sui was no longer with Xia Amen, so he could naturally guess at this moment that Bai Ling might have some plans in his inner world. So he exhausted all his efforts and spent tens of thousands of years to help him gather his Tao foundation. A self-condensed heaven-opening artifact might disrupt her plan. Probably not. Suhi suddenly thought of something. Since Bai Ling left the spirit-absorbing technique in the divination runes, he must be able to know what happened between him and Ji Feishue. A monster like Ji Feishue practiced dual cultivation with him, taking one blood by force, and also practiced the Luan Feng and Ming technique. Isn't it a matter of course to condense an opening artifact? Not only were traces of the Kaitian divine artifact revealed, but even the real energy began to skyrocket unknowingly. It was not just an increase in quantity, be it Xuanwu or dragon turtle. If Suhi hadn't consumed too much of his body, the real energy of the divine beast would almost never be depleted. Except for the instantaneous flower, which can instantly exhaust the true energy. Other magical powers are never-ending releases and cannot exhaust the true energy. I don't know at what moment the quality of the true essence began to quietly improve. There was even a trace of dragon energy faintly condensed in Suhi's body. I don't know if he came from Ji Feishue, or if the Qinghe beads in Ji Feishue's body circulated in his body and remained. But Suhi knew that he would make a lot of money this time. From the physical body to the inner world to the true essence, everything has steadily reached a big level. If Suhi's combat power could barely reach the 6th level of the Four Spirits Open Heaven before, now it is the real combat power of the 6th level of the Open Heaven. If Su Huanyan and Bai Ling are by their side, and they can strike while the iron is hot, they will definitely be able to take another big step forward. Suhi shook his head, and threw this dirty thought out of his mind. But she also woke up, opened her eyes, and looked at the fairy in her arms. Even though she fell asleep, the clear frost revealed in Ji Feishue's bones also gave people a feeling of being kept away from strangers. It was like the first meeting. The stunning woman standing on the high platform at the Dragon God Festival. Although it has the beauty that overwhelms the country and the city, no matter where you stop, no one dares to take another look. Such a fairy cannot be desecrated. But this fairy is in my arms right now, smelling the faint fragrance of Ji Feishue. Suhi moved slightly. The sleeping fairy in her arms frowned slightly, then slowly relaxed her eyebrows. She seemed a little angry, but also seemed to be looking forward to the relief she wanted. The fairy is awake, just closing his eyes and refusing to open them. Suhi smiled mischievously, held the fairy's hand back, and asked her to lie down. While he leaned forward, Ji Feishue finally could no longer pretend to be asleep, snorted and said coldly, "Don't indulge in indulgence." His voice was clear and cold, but his body was honest. As soon as they became husband and wife, their previous shyness disappeared a lot. Suhi laughed. "How can you call it indulgence? It is my unshirkable responsibility to help you heal. The world of cultivation is ever-changing, and I don't know what dangers are waiting. It is time for you to recover as soon as possible. You heal and I practice. This is not the most serious thing?" Ji Feishue bit her lip and said nothing. Nonsense. Why hadn't I noticed before that this turtle was so good at telling lies? The two of them walked out of the quiet room after 3 strokes in the sun. Suhi roared loudly and felt refreshed and in a good mood. Ji Feishue, who was beside him, glanced at him with a shy look on her face. With this great medicine, Ji Feishue's Buddhist power is gone. The remaining 2 points require real hard work and are extremely urgent. The further back you go, the harder it will be, and it may not be possible to clear it all away in 2 or 3 years. But Suhi was not in a hurry. He would have to stay in this era for at least 8 full years. In 8 years, no matter how strong the Buddha's power was, he could peel off the cocoon and extract every trace of it. Of course, Suhi would not slack off because he had enough time. He should always have 2 or 3 treatments a day. As a husband, Suhi will take care of his responsibilities. Taking Ji Feishue's hand and walking out of the quiet room. The toad and the fox were nowhere to be seen. But for the first time, I felt that human time was fading again. Sure enough, only in the process of dual cultivation, where yin and yang complement each other, can there be no time limit. Suhi turned to look at his wife and called softly, "Daughter-in-law." "Huh?" Ji Feishue responded coldly and looked at him. This was the first time Suhi got a clear response when he called his wife. Suhi giggled. "I want to show my body all the time. Then it will be easy to cultivate. Gather the vermilion bird and the white tiger, and talk to me." But it is useless. Ji Feishue's voice became smaller and smaller. Holding hands, she felt the fading of Suhi's human body. With a little thought, she understood why Suhi's human body had not retreated before. Thief. Concubine Ji's snowy face was covered with red clouds. Chapter 524. Fortunately, it came late. Ji Feishue was so angry that she froze Su He into an ice sculpture with a hint. He turned around, stepped on his feet, and flew away. With only 20% of the Buddhist power left in her body, she can use her true energy slightly. At this moment, her combat power is about 30% to 40% of the level of complete victory. The 5th level Tatian, who is in the same realm, can be easily captured. But when he encounters the 7th level Tatian, there is nothing he can do. Fighting is not enough. But refining elixirs, refining weapons, and flying to form formations are no problem. Dui Gua appeared on Ji Feishue's body, took the initiative to break open the space, and took her to fly back to the space where Dui Gua once hid. This is the normal state of Ji Feishue's retreat here, and that space helps her to control Dui Gua. Su He broke away from the ice and jumped out laughing. Sure enough, his wife still loves him. If she dared to be so talkative and secretly take advantage of her before, Ji Feishue would have killed her with a sword. This time it was a painless freeze. As Xuanwu, does Su He care about Bing? Isn't this meat bun beating a dog? In the distance, a toad rides on a fox and roars towards it. The fox runs on the marsh water. Every time he steps down, the marsh water freezes out a piece of ice, just enough for it to land on. As it flies along, a long ice bridge forms behind it. A frog and a fox chased a small ball of light, passing in front of Su He at the fastest speed. When passing by Su He, the fox glanced at Su He with a strange look, while the toad waved his hand from a distance and shouted to Su He, "Bridegroom, hello. Officer. Goodbye. Officer." They look even busier than Su He. Su He shook his head and smiled. He glanced at the space where Ji Feishue escaped, and a trace of endearment flowed in his eyes. It was extremely difficult to take out Dui Gua from it at first, but now that Dui Gua is in hand, it is much easier for Ji Feishue to enter. But she was the only one who could enter that place, and only on special occasions. Today, the 9th day of the lunar month, is the time to enter, and I may not be able to get out for a while. Su He turned around and revealed Xuanwu's true form. Looking at the towering trees next to the cave, a smirk rose at the corner of his mouth. He stepped down with his claws, and 2 pieces of iron ore flew up from the bottom of the pond. They were crushed into powder by his momentum. The water flowed over and mixed with essence, and what was left in the air were pure iron filings. The iron filings wrapped in clear water squirmed and turned into 2 fine iron ropes in the blink of an eye. Although Su He didn't know much about weapon refining, he had been around Ji Feishue for a long time and was able to refine 2 sets of ordinary magic weapons without any problem. What's more, it's just mining and smelting 2 iron ropes, which can be done with a slight movement of the mind, and it doesn't even count as weapon refining. The iron rope flew up automatically, hung on the branches, and hung down. Su He split the wood to make boards. The iron rope passed through it, and it became a swing in a moment. He stood beside it and estimated that it would be the right height if he showed his body. Look at the broken alchemy room and utensil room next to it. Collect the waste materials, and build a circle of walls around the cave to surround the cave. Each brick in the courtyard wall is the simplest barrier to isolate and condense prying eyes. Bricks and bricks unite together to form a large formation, sealing off all prying eyes from the outside world and hiding the location of the cave. After all, Su He had been trained by his aunt and Ji Feishue, so he had no problem doing such a formation. When Ji Feishue came out of the Dui Gua space, she saw Su He appearing in a turtle body and making noises to arrange the cave. A smile rose at the corner of his mouth, looking at the swing next to it. I feel even more cozy. She has always been pragmatic and rarely thinks about warmth and comfort, even when refining weapons and treasures. Practicality is her priority. She has never even thought about how to make fairy swords and magic weapons more beautiful. With this turtle here, even though it is a dilapidated house, it has a bit of a sense of life. Is this why my father and mother can live alone and contentedly in a wooden house? Sure enough, the environment is not important. Who you are with is important. She smiled, but quickly lowered her lips and said coldly, You only have 2 hours of personal time every day. You don't have to hone your personal combat skills and adapt to the Xuanwu way, but you have to spend it on such fun. Waste time? Although it is good, playing with it will make you lose your mind. Su He turned around and revealed his body. He naturally put his arms around her waist, held her in his arms, kissed her and said with a smile, Don't accuse me wrongly. This is for practice. Ji Feishue frowned and said nonsense. Even if he made a futon, she would still believe his lies. Ji Feishua was hugged and kissed unexpectedly by him, and a trace of blush rose on her cheeks. She subconsciously wanted to run away, but she stopped herself. Soo-hee sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the relationship needed to be strengthened. They had only been apart for half a day, and they were already somewhat distant. You need to come back several times to consolidate it. Ji Feishua looked into his eyes, and knew that her reaction must have made him a little disappointed. There was a tremor in her voice, a bit panicked, as if she was afraid that he would misunderstand. I have never been close to anyone, and I feel a little uncomfortable all of a sudden. It's not that I hate you. She has been alone since she was a child, and she has never had a friend who can even get close to her. The only friend is Feng Si, but he is also a close friend. It is difficult to see each other for decades or hundreds of years. She practices alone, and even has a manager who hasn't said a word to her for several years. Suddenly being so close to Soo-hee was a bit uncomfortable. But Soo-hee's weight in her heart had become heavier than Sean's before she knew it. Originally, she had to spend a whole day in the Duigua space. It was just a day of practice. For her in the past, it was not even a retreat. It passed as soon as I closed and opened my eyes. But today, I don't know why, after only 2 hours in there, I felt flustered and confused, and couldn't meditate at all, without a noisy guy around. I can't practice. She just felt that maybe as long as the dirty little thief stayed by her side, she could feel at ease even if the thief's thunder technique made a roar that shook the sky. Especially she was afraid. She was afraid that if he stayed in the Duigua space for a day and then went out, the little thief would disappear in this era. I am always afraid that we will be separated unknowingly. But we will meet again 730,000 years later. Who can persevere in those long years? After forcing myself to endure it for 2 hours, I could no longer stay in there, with my heart scratching like a cat. I came out of the realm, when I saw this turtle standing guard at the door of the space, never leaving the cave. My heart settled and I felt relaxed. Ji Feishua looked at Soo-hee, with determination in her eyes, and moved forward to kiss her. Although they had been training for 2 full days, and even had intimacy intermittently during the 10 days or so after flying back, this was the first time that they really took the initiative, and there was actually a sense of panic that they didn't know what to do. Soo-hee's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the initiative. Tasting the sweetness, he hugged Ji Feishua and spun around a few times before placing him on the swing. Ji Feishua subconsciously grabbed the iron rope. After letting her go verbally, Soo-hee hugged her and laughed. Look, it's just for practice. Xiao Soo-hee, who felt the height of the swing and felt the right position with his head held high, listened to what Soo-hee said and suddenly understood the function of the swing. Ji Feishua suddenly looked ashamed and angry. He gnashed his teeth, unsheathed his fairy sword, and wanted to kill this obscene child with his own sword. Soo-hee laughed and ran away, dodging the sword, but immediately came back and pecked her lips. He laughed and ran away again. Ji Feishua snorted coldly. Unable to catch up with Soo-hee, she turned around and raised her sword to kill the swing. Soo-hee suddenly screamed and begged for mercy. One is pleading, the other is ashamed and angry, and they are fighting. A flash of sword light flew from the sky, and a sword hit Soo-hee's lower back. The sword was so silent that even Soo-hee didn't notice it. Soo-hee immediately jumped. Which grandson pokes me? He suddenly turned around and saw a half-foot-long small sword slipping through the gap between his wings, spinning around his waist like a drill, as if venting his anger. But Soo-hee was in his strongest form in person. Not to mention that even if the small sword of the 7th level Tatian struck with his sword, it would not be able to hurt him at all. Huh? This guy didn't go to see his father-in-law? Soo-hee pulled out the small sword and held it in his hand. The sword was still restless, with a bit of anger, struggling to cut into his palm. It's a pity that all the efforts were made, but to no avail. Ah! This sword is already somewhat spiritual. Soo-hee was surprised. He sensed a strong spirituality from the small sword. Although he doesn't have a weapon spirit, he still has extraordinary intelligence. Why haven't you discovered it before? Wrong. My spirituality was previously sealed. But it was only after I met my father-in-law and my true master that the seal was released. Ji Feishua put away her fairy sword and walked over lightly with lotus steps. My mother's skill in refining weapons is still superior to mine. The flying sword that she personally refined with her own hands is of course spiritual. Without such spirituality, how could one cross thousands of mountains and rivers and take the initiative to find people? It is completely different from those flying swords that can only send letters by breath and positioning. Those flying swords are masters who set the aura. And the flying swords always send messages. This flying sword was the same before the seal was released. But now it is obviously not one of them. Ji Tianchen just threw it into the starry sky, and Fei Jian knew where to send the message. This aura on the sword. Did it break into the seal? On this small sword, there is actually a very strong aura of Dongyan Mountain sealed canyon. Su He didn't say anything. But Xiao Jian had already stabilized. As soon as he said that, Xiao Jian jumped up and struck Su He on the face with his sword. I vow to tear this disgusting face to pieces. Don't make trouble, Ji Feishue said coldly, and took back the flying sword. When the flying sword fell into her hand, she showed a bit of aggrievedness. The letter delivered was flying well before. But this guy's aura suddenly disappeared and completely disappeared. Not only him, but also Ji Feishue's aura disappeared. It flew to Yimingze and saw no two people. But it sensed a trace of Su He's breath in Dongyan Mountain. When it flew over, it saw a toad and a fox thief in the canyon. He chased after them. But the toad and the fox disappeared. Instead, it was trapped in the canyon. Fortunately, it only made it slightly in and quickly retreated. It took 2 days until he suddenly sensed the auras of Su He and Ji Feishue, and relied on this pulling power to struggle out. The breath disappears. A hint of blush rose on Ji Feishue's face. The two cultivated together, and their true essence merged, fundamentally transforming into completely different auras. It's strange that the flying sword can be positioned. Ji Feishue tapped the body of the Feijian with her finger to calm Feijian's mood. She took out a bottle of sword oil from somewhere, flicked a drop on the Feijian, and then took out the letter from the sword and unfolded it. The flying sword fell aside contentedly and became motionless, just like an ordinary flying sword. Su He glanced at it, then looked at the letter in Ji Feishue's hand. The letter was still the one sent by Ji Feishue, but on the back, 2 bumps were randomly drawn with clay, like an M, except that the bumps were rounded. At first glance, it looks like random drawings. This random drawing made Ji Feishue fascinated. Su He was silent for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Did my father-in-law get injured in the fight with the Bodhisattva Mahavatar?" This is obviously something that cannot be done with normal intelligence. Ji Feishue shook her head, folded the letter, and put it in the envelope. He looked up at Su He. "Husband, please go somewhere with me." "Okay." Su He nodded. "Where to go?" "I'll take you there." "Great Jin Kingdom." "Which Great Jin Kingdom?" Ji Feishue shook her head. "I don't know. I just know that there is Suishu City in the north." Su He was stunned. "Wife, please stop making trouble." Due to the size of Xinhuang, there are only 800 common names in the Jin Kingdom, if not 1,000. Especially for the northern countries, it is better to call them Jin. It is not surprising that there are 600 to 700 large Jin countries. "A country of monks or a country of mortals?" Ji Feishue shook her head again. Su He was speechless. Ji Feishue looked over and said, "You don't want to go?" Su He immediately shook his head. "Of course not. It's just that there are too many targets, and it's difficult to find them all at once. I'm afraid it will take a long time. We have agreed that I will accompany you, my dearest husband. But even on the road, I can't delay your healing. This is my only request, and you must agree to it." Ji Feishue glanced at him, but instead of slashing with her sword as usual, she let out a light response between her noses. Pervert!" Su He was overjoyed. With one step of his foot, the temporary cave was put away by him. Even the small island under the cave, the big trees and swings on the island shrank like bullets and fell into Su He's hands. This swing was barely considered his first time refining a weapon. It was of great significance. How could he throw it away? There was a look of surprise in Ji Feishue's eyes. It was just a cave. It was a magic weapon that could be enlarged or reduced. But the island beneath him is not, and has never been refined by Su He. This is Big and Small Rui. I have only seen the temple shrunk by Baiyin once in the non-destructive world. Once she clicked on it. Big means small, and P means big. When did you understand it? With such talent. He is indeed her husband. Ji Feishue. It is possible to understand a little, and everyone starts from scratch. But only she and her husband have such understanding. But seeing Su He carefully guarding the big tree and the swing, Ji Feishue's pride instantly turned into anger. She glared at him, and then he took her hands around her waist. With her toes just above the water, she walked away through the air, all the way to fly north. Yunming's is in the south, so of course it's far away, flying among the blue sky and white clouds. Su He turned to look at Ji Feishue. "Daughter-in-law, What are you doing in the Great Jin Kingdom? Ji Feishua said softly. Before he met my mother, my father was a student of the Jin dynasty. There is a mountain, like a hump outside Suizhou City. That is where my father lives. He once left a message to inform me. In Xianting Mountain, when her father left a clone to pass on. He specifically told her this. This time, he did not write any words in the letter, and drew 2 more bumps. It must have been to remind her to visit the residence where he lived when he was immortal. Even if it wasn't his father's special intention. It must have happened naturally, and he should go for a walk. Suhi was stunned. The Great Jin Kingdom when my father-in-law was immortal. That was more than 4,000 years ago. If it were a mortal country, after such a long time, there would be no ashes left. How is it possible to find it? The old scalper next to my father-in-law. Does he know his location? Ji Feishua nodded. When my father was immortal, he wrote her to take the exam. 300 years before I broke out of my SHL. My father disappeared. But the scalper was still there. And he stayed with my mother for another 300 years. Until I broke out of my SHL. She just left. Her name is Huang Yu. Named after her father, when he was a mortal cow. You can call her Aunt Yu as I wish. Although they have never gotten along. My mother said that scalpers are loyal to their family. They are true relatives. Even if they are skinned and shaved. They will never betray their family. Suhi nodded. But Ji Feishua shook her head slightly. She knows where Tuofeng Mountain is. But she can't ask. And Yu was not mentioned in her father's message at Xianting Mountain. And this reply was not in her hands. Perhaps, he didn't want her to know that there might be something bad for her in Tuofeng Mountain. It's better not to ask for now. The 2 of them were extremely fast, and flew out of Yunming's in a matter of seconds. Heading straight to the northern border. There is Jixia Academy in the north. There are people in Jixia Academy who specialize in recording history. Maybe you can ask about it. Ji Tianxin's hometown. Jixia Academy should be remembered anyway. After the 2 left for a while, there was a phoenix cry on Yimingze. And the space opened up. And Feng Si and Suenio walked out with 2 people. But it was Chu Jun and the contemporary Ma Sherwang. The 2 of them looked somewhat embarrassed. They chased Suhi and followed the news all the way into the Xianwang cave. They escaped layer by layer, and asked around. Only when they met the powerful masters did they realize that Suhi and Fairy Ji had actually killed the clone of the Great Freedom Bodhisattva. Escaped from the Xianwang cave heaven in advance. And went to see Master Ma for treatment. The 2 of them suddenly stared at each other. Dumbfounded. Go to see Master Ma? Later, Feng Si and Yunyu heard that 2 people were searching for Ji Feishua and his wife all over the world. In particular, one of them is the same as Suhi, with 2 wings on his back. Find it instantly. Then he recognized Master Ma at a glance. Not to mention that Yunyu had mastered the runes donated by Master Ma's family. The unique medical temperament of Master Ma alone could not escape the eyes of the mythical beast. Without saying a word, the 2 birds grabbed Ma Sherwang and Chu Jun and broke through the Xianwang Cave Heaven Trial Road. Ending Xianwang Cave Heaven ahead of schedule, and returning to Xianwang. As soon as he came out, he went straight to Yunming's. They had agreed that anyone who found Master Ma would send a message. So they would naturally come here to look for them. As soon as he came out, he could sense the auras of the 2 people who had lingered on Yunming's. But they were nowhere to be seen. Yunyu flapped his wings. Could it be that fellow Taoist who took Fairy Ji to look for Master Ma again? Didn't the old monk Gu Jingjai save Fairy Ji? For some reason, he always felt worried when Suhi was gone these days. In the past, this kind of worry was only experienced by my juniors and Feng Si. It seemed that fellow Taoist Su had won his heart. He was also a little curious about Suhi. But for some reason, he had the thought-cutting talisman he had set up in his mind. He actually hid a lot of information about Suhi. Could it be that after spending some time together, Su Hadao became his sworn brother? Or does fellow Taoist Suhi have another identity? He glanced at his wife quietly. These wings. Could it be that Suhi was his brother-in-law? If you don't see the magic talisman of cutting thoughts, you can't guess its true identity. I was thinking wildly, searching in all directions, and saw a fox riding a toad on Yunming's and running happily. The toad lifted the fox up with its 2 paws, like a cauldron. Its 2 short legs turned into a wheel, and ran very fast. An inexplicable ball of light behind them chased the 2 beasts. Found it. This is the sole beast of fellow Taoist Suhi and Fairy Ji. Yunyu's eyes fell on Toad. And a flash of inspiration opened in his mind. And he suddenly realized. The grandson who traveled through time and space. The soul beast and its master are different bodies, but have the same origin. Seeing the soul beast, he also broke the thought-destroying talisman and remembered Suhi's identity. The two birds fluttered their wings and landed in front of the two beasts, chasing their light balls as if they had encountered something terrible. Poof! It exploded. Phoenix sacrifice. She didn't even see what it was. Yunyu, however, paid no attention to the ball of light and only watched the toad become anxious. Suihua, where is your master? Feng Si and I brought Master Ma. When Suhi met him, Suihua was by her side, and she obediently called her grandpa and received a lot of greeting gifts from him. Toad put down the fox and turned to look at Master Ma, with a strange flash in his eyes. Suihua? Yunyu called anxiously. Toad looked at Master Ma with an even weirder look. You are so lucky. You came too late. If you had dared to come 3 days earlier, you would have been a corpse by now. Ma Sherwang's hair suddenly rose. He could tell that this void frog was not joking, but was telling a true story. Why? Why? I came 2 days earlier, and saved people 2 days earlier. Is it still wrong? Chapter 525 Concentric Bell. The lady is sick, but she wants to kill the doctor? Master Ma was stunned. Sure enough, it is never easy to be a doctor. If you know how to treat diseases, you will not be able to do so. And if you do not know how to treat diseases, it will be even worse. The most important thing for a doctor is not to cure the disease, but to be able to handle the doctor-patient relationship. Go back and work hard. It's not enough to reach the 7th level of the sky. You have to go higher and have unparalleled combat power. Yunyu looked at the toad and smiled bitterly. Suihua, don't make trouble. Take us to see you. Fellow Tao is Suhi. My grandson's real name has been made public, but I don't know what impact it will have. The toad put the fox down, then got on his horse and waved his paws, leading the two birds toward the cave. On the way, he raised an eyebrow at Yunyu. It's a coincidence that you are here. They just went out today, and they haven't seen anyone since they came a few hours ago. Not only can't he see anyone, but he's also being watched by his own grandpa. Turtle Boy will go crazy. Right? Not to mention Grandpa. Even the fox, and he actively blocked all interactions between the spirit beast and its master. Now if the toad wanted to talk to Suhi from the bottom of his heart, he had to go through complicated rituals to unblock the shield. Even the location of the owner is difficult to locate. To be a soul beast, you have to be considerate. When the army arrived at the cave, the toad and the fox were stunned at the same time. What about an island as big as mine? Where's the turtle as big as me? Where is my beautiful fairy? The toad did not believe in evil, so he jumped off the fox and ran forward, convinced that the water surface was brand new and the turbid water had not yet become clear. Judging from the remaining aura, it was the turtle boy who uprooted the island. Others didn't understand Suhi's cultivation, so how could Toad not understand? Then the turtle and the bride went on their honeymoon without them? It turned its head and looked at each other with the fox. What? Yunyu's voice was a little deeper. The clone of the great self-contained Bodhisattva is dead. Is there anyone who is not afraid of the death demon attacking his descendants? Toad opened his mouth and said feebly. Fellow Taoist Su, he took his wife to find a place with an elegant environment to heal her wounds. I'm not familiar with him, so I don't know. Yunyu. He didn't know why. Next to him, Master Ma put his hand into the air with a look of surprise in his eyes. I see. No wonder fellow Taoist Frog said that fellow Taoist Su, he wanted to kill him. And he really should be killed. Fortunately, he came a few days late. He smiled with an inscrutable look on his face. The yin and yang energy here is harmonious and gentle. Just like Tai Chi, however, it is not deliberately adjusted by someone, but influenced by others. Everything in the world is divided into yin and yang. Whenever yin rises and yang wanes, yang rises and yin wanes. How can there be absolute peace and perfection? The path of dual cultivation is about the perfection of yin and yang. Only the most top-notch dual cultivation techniques in the world, as well as the dual cultivation of the best in the world, can the surrounding environment be fixed by relying solely on the radiation of Tao Yun. There was originally an island here. The island is yang, and the water is yin. Under the influence of those two people, yin and yang have reached an almost perfect balance. But at this moment, the island flew away, causing the yin and yang to be temporarily scattered. But the gentle and peaceful meaning remained. He had heard Yunyu and Feng Si talk about Fairy Ji's illness. Although they had never met him, he knew how difficult it was just from the description. The black energy in Ji Feishua's body. He could more or less guess that Ji Tianquan thousands of years ago had not consulted the previous generation Master Ma. He only saw it from a distance. But he was deeply impressed. Only the means of the Bodhisattva Mahavatar can be integrated with that kind of power. It would have been impossible for him to save Ji Feishue for 1,000 years. But I don't know which dual cultivation method you two are using. This kind of skill is really eye-catching. Master Ma retracted his hand, chuckled, turned to Yunyu and Fengxi and said, "Two fellow Taoists, please rest assured that Fairy Ji is fine. Governing people and animals is actually the same. In fact, we don't need to see a doctor. We can only know the root cause by looking at the qi. When the energy is high and smooth, there will naturally be no soldiers left. If the qi is not smooth, even if there are no symptoms, there must be lesions inside. Judging from the residual energy here, Fairy Ji is probably fine. But even if she is ill, it won't matter as long as fellow Taoist Su he is more diligent." Fengxi didn't know why, but Yunyu's eyes lit up. What a good boy. He knows how to seize the opportunity, and moves very quickly. Ji Feishue, a pearl in the sky, was actually picked by him. He laughed, already thinking about what kind of meeting gift he should prepare as a grandfather when he meets his grandson-in-law. This is completely different from calling each other Taoist friends before. He condensed a rune and clicked it into the sea of consciousness, always reminding himself to prepare gifts, so as not to forget about the relationship when he didn't see Su He or Cui Hua later. Master Ma turned to look at June. "Fellow Taoist, how long can the resources in the clan support the formation?" June smiled bitterly. "Even if it takes thousands of years, it won't be exhausted." Because of this, he was even more worried. The Tian clan does not have the ability to protect their own wealth. There are two people in the same clan who are at the 7th level of the sky. The outside world even thinks that there are 3 more of them. They are the top powers in all the worlds. Apart from the top 100 big worlds, how many ordinary big worlds can there be in the 7th level? But, compared with the ability to shape the inner world of divine beasts and the consolidation of the monk's cave world, 3 or 4 7th level heaven-reaching realms cannot protect anything. "Too many!" Master Ma sighed, took out a pen and paper from the storage magic weapon, wrote a recipe in the air, and handed it to the toad. "Friend Frog, please keep this recipe for your master. When the mistress comes back, she can let them make elixirs and take them. If you don't want to make elixirs, you can also make a decoction and drink it in the morning and evening. It is suitable for both men and women." Toad glanced at it and saw that there were only a few herbs on it. But the processing method was extremely complicated. Tribulus terrestris, dogwood and the like are used to nourish the kidneys, nourish yin and raise yang, and regulate yin and yang. Toad blinked and looked at Master Ma in disbelief. "My turtle! Master, the 3rd level of opening the sky can suppress the existence of the 7th level of treading the sky. Do you think he will be weak?" Master Ma laughed loudly. "It's not false. It's not false. It's just a reconciliation of yin and yang, which is of great benefit to their cultivation." Toad looked at him suspiciously. Master Ma smiled and pulled June away. How could such a lustful person be honest? Is there any lewd turtle in the world? I won't say anything anymore. How can a man not be lustful? As the origin of the world's veterinarians, Master Ma identified the identities of Ji Feishue and Su He as soon as he arrived here. Ji Feishue is just that. She is a well-established and reliable dragon clan. But this fellow Taoist Su He has the body of a dragon turtle. He clearly has the body of a dragon turtle. But his remaining aura has the meaning of a snake. The body of a snake and the body of a turtle are indistinguishable from Xuanwu. No wonder he dares to claim that there is a place to protect the Tian clan. He became more and more convinced of Su He's statement. He smiled and sent a message to the toad. "Frog Taoist, fellow Taoist Su He once said that there is a secret place that can ensure the stability of the world without harming it. Now the Tian clan is asking for it. And I hope that Taoist Su He can convey it to you when he returns. This is what the Tian clan is willing to pay at any price." Toad blinked. This was sent by the Tian clan on their own initiative, wanting to sacrifice the true form of the white tiger to their turtle boy. Su He hugged Ji Feishue and flew together among the blue sky and white clouds. Both of them had a clear understanding that they did not choose space transfer, but the stupidest flight. Ji Feishue leaned in his arms and couldn't help but tremble with the sword in her hand, ready to take it out of its sheath and kill the pervert at any moment. This guy was still holding her waist tightly at first, but he was just flying. And before he knew it, his hand slid up and climbed up the soft mountain. He has been beaten several times, but he does not remember to eat but to fight. Ji-Feishue was ashamed and angry. But this turtle was very thick-skinned. Taking advantage of the fact that this place was in the wild, and there was no one within 100,000 miles. He was not afraid of being discovered. So he was even more arrogant. The touch from the soft mountain made her body feel slightly weak. Unknowingly, Suhi followed the clouds and landed on a towering cliff. Jixia Academy is still in the far north ice field. I don't know how long it will take to fly all the way. It's just like what the toad said. It's like a honeymoon trip. Flying all the way to enjoy the scenery. If you enter a certain country, you will enter the capital. Illusion turns into a traveling student and inquires about 4,000 people. The Great Jin Kingdom years ago. Mortal history is sometimes more accurate than that of practitioners. Monks pay little attention to the changing dynasties of mortals. The higher you are, the less you care. Monks in the heaven-treading realm can stay in seclusion for hundreds of years. After several dynasties have changed, and they have experienced too much, they no longer pay attention to it. The two of them came all the way, and found two places of the Jin Kingdom. Unfortunately, one was from 2,000 years ago, and the other was just destroyed less than a century ago. But there is no need to rush. The sun was setting in the distance in the west, and the sea of clouds was illuminated fiery red by the bright sun. Like rolling waves of fire, Ji-Feishue sat on the edge of the cliff, staring at the sunset, wondering what she was thinking. Suhi rested his head on her thigh and looked at the fire clouds in the sky. There are birds chirping in the forest nearby. The sun is about to set, and the tired birds are returning to their nests. There was a sense of joy. Suhi rested his head on the lady's thigh, and the elegant fragrance came from the nostrils, like white lotus in the wind, which made people's hearts flutter. Sensing that he was about to make a move, Ji-Feishue glanced at him. The fairy sword buzzing. Suhi was immediately disappointed. Sure enough, Ji-Feishue would not agree to the fact that in this wilderness, the fairy had just entered the mortal world, and could not let go to such an extent. He laughed and stood up. With a flick of his hand, the cave and the island landed on the cliff. A muffled sound pushed the cliff downwards. Suhi turned around, picked up Ji-Feishue and walked towards the cave. Under Ji-Feishue's cold face, a wisp of red rose. Sure enough, she knew from the first sight that this turtle was not a good turtle. How can anyone always look at people with a possessive gaze? Sure enough, he took the opportunity to succeed. Ji-Feishue was thinking wildly. Then she felt herself being put on the swing outside the house by the guy. A flash of panic flashed in Ji-Feishue's eyes. And then she acted like an icy fairy, stamped her palm on Suhi's chest, and pushed him away. Frost flashed on her palm, and she gritted her teeth and warned, "No! It's not that I don't want to. It's that I can't do it here." "You?" The fairy was about to speak, but she saw that the guy had already come over, lifted her chin directly, and pressed it on Dan's lips. Then he broke down the door to find the owner, and got entangled. Ji-Feishue nudged twice but never pushed. But he never put down the fairy's sword in his hand. No matter what. Swings are a no-no. After making up his mind, he saw that Suhi was only trying briefly. But it was not as endless as the previous 2 days. Suhi stood up and said with a smile, "Okay, not here." He smiled, stretched out his hand to hold Ji-Feishue's bare hand that was resisting him, intertwined his fingers and pulled her into his arms again, picked her up, and headed towards the dormitory. Ji-Feishue was new to human affairs, so she couldn't let go. As expected, there was still a long way to go for swings and other things, and there was still a lot of paving the way to do. The bride has yet to be unlocked. Ji-Feishue's face turned red. She tilted her head slightly and refused to look at Suhi, but let him hold her in his arms, walked to the bedroom, and pushed the door open. The door then closed. A bird passed by the cave and stopped on the swing tree to sort out the newly caught insects in its mouth. Today it is full of harvest. It tidied up and tilted its head to look at the cave below. There was doubt in his not-so-smart eyes. He was probably curious as to why he went out to catch insects. Why was there such a huge stone next to his bird's nest? And I don't know what kind of insects are in the stones. And their cries are very strange. Soft and cold at the same time. Whispering with rhyme. This cadence is very attractive. After a moment, he groaned, a little at a loss. "What are you doing?" It was clearly audible that the sound made an arc, as if it was being fished out of water, from below to above. "You come up and I come down." Suhi's voice was broken. "You? Practice. Don't make trouble." The voice was scolding. But judging from the voice, the fairy did not resist. But this request was satisfied. In the 9th month of the lunar calendar, it has cooled down in the north. Fire clouds are visible in the evening. And at night it rains, with crisp and rapid crackling raindrops. At night in the wilderness, there are beasts roaring, especially on the cliff. This place is usually the command post where the Wolf King directs the wolf pack to hunt. Tonight was occupied. It rains a lot in September. And it rains all night long. There were singers singing softly in the sound of rain. All night long. And it gradually became quiet until dawn. The rain also stopped. When the sun first rose, the door of the house opened with a creak. And Soo-hee walked out, stretching in front of the sun, feeling refreshed. It is clear that the autumn weather is rustling, but the spring breeze is proud of his face. A moment later, Ji-Fei-shua also stepped out. There was nothing unusual about her. She was still as cold as a fairy. It's just that it's a little more mature and beautiful than the previous Jingshuang. The country and the city were already captivated, but now her youthfulness recedes, and she is getting closer to the eldest princess, who will be 730,000 years later. Soo-hee didn't dare to look any further. He would be addicted to it after just one glance. But he couldn't help but keep looking. Seeing his demented look, Ji-Fei-shua raised the corners of her lips and chuckled. Fool. When love is intense, only these two words can express one's feelings. Soo-hee laughed loudly, hugged her and spun her around several times before stopping. I sat on the edge of the cliff with my wife and watched the sunset yesterday and the sunrise today. A heavy rain last night washed the world clean. At this moment, the sky was cloudless, and the sunrise scenery was ordinary. Soo-hee's hand flashed with light, and he threw out a few storage magic weapons. They were the monks who were helping the avatars of the Bodhisattva to protect the Dharma that day outside the Xianhuang Cave Tianshangshan platform. He killed a person and brought the things back with the toad. It's just that in Shunfeng Tower, the space magic weapon couldn't be opened, so it was left to eat ashes in the outer space. I just remembered it now. He opened one casually, and a typical Buddhist flying boat jumped out. It was long enough to land on the ground, and instantly transformed into a large ship 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. Although it is not a large space in the flying boat, the layout is extremely elegant. The pavilions are very luxurious. There was a precious light flashing on the flying boat, and the dice rolled 2 points of quality. The quality is evident at the beginning, but luck is good. Soo-hee smiled and opened another storage magic weapon. Ding-ling clanged a pure golden token and fell to the ground. Xianhuang order. Quality times 5. Soo-hee was surprised. People have good luck when happy events happen. 2 consecutive ones are quality improvements. He laughed and suddenly pecked concubine Ji-Shuayu on the lips, and said with a smile, Sure enough, even God is celebrating for me. Wife, this is for you. Ji-Fei-shua's eyes were filled with surprise. This Xianhuang token was completely different from hers. There were many secrets about her husband, and the same Xianhuang order that Soo-hee kept in her hands was also different. There are many qualities that are far higher than ordinary Xianhuang orders, but I don't know what's the use. Soo-hee put the Xianhuang ling into Ji-Fei-shua's hand, thought for a while, and then took out all the treasures in the foreign minister's space. Leave everything here for you. It's useless for me to make weapons and elixirs, unless it can be swallowed directly. Ji-Fei-shua smiled, and did not refuse. The treasures were sorted into categories and put away. Daughter-in-law, is there anything useful for you? Ji-Fei-shua looked around and her eyes fell on 2 broken Kongming Forbidden God beads. She said softly, Can you lend me these 2 beads? She has the Tongxing bell refined by her father, but it is only the embryo of the magic weapon and has not yet been perfected. Although the 2 beads are damaged, their origins are the same, and they can be used to refine them into the Tongxing bell. Soo-hee curled his lips and said, I won't borrow it. Ji-Fei-shua's hand reaching for the treasure suddenly stopped, and her face turned a little pale. Soo-hee's tone sounded a little aggrieved. Don't you want me anymore? Otherwise, what's mine is yours if we are one and the same. How can I borrow it? The paleness on Ji-Fei-shua's face turned into a touch of unbloomed roses. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and glared at Soo-hee fiercely. Take out the bell from the storage space, and prepare to embed the Kongming Forbidden God bead and the same age together, allowing the materials to contaminate each other. The copper bell was taken out, but it jingled twice, jumped out of Ji-Fei-shua's hand, and rang the bell in the distance to the north. The old horse knows the way. Chapter 526 Princess Yunza. The concentric bells jingled and flickered with a faint brilliance. Ji-Fei-shua and Soo-hee looked at the sound of the bell at the same time, but found nothing. Seas of clouds, mountains, rivers, cities, Everything is business as usual. What does it sound like? Suhi asked curiously. Ji Feishue didn't know why. She could even sense a faint struggle coming from Tongxin Bell, trying to break away from its control and fly away. Follow it! Ji Feishue turned around and took the cave home. Suhi had already revealed his true form as a peacock, and with a wave of his wings, he rolled his daughter-in-law onto his back. Tong Xi and Ling seemed to know what they wanted to do. Ding Ling Ling flew up not too far away, right above Suhi's head, and headed northwest with the help of Suhi's true energy. Suhi flapped his wings and caught up. The escape method of the Blackbird clan has become instinctive. When they fluttered their wings and stood up, their form disappeared, and the sound of piercing the air erupted in place. This is the biggest drawback of the Blackbird escape technique. There will be a sound of breaking the air at the beginning. This sound does not come from breaking the air or space, but more like a law. Even in the starry sky, there will be a thought-like sound breaking through the sky to reveal one's identity. Flying all the way up to the sky, white clouds are rolling under you, and there is a big sun and a flowing river above your head. Looking at the Liuguang River from the outside, as its name suggests, it looks like a galloping river, with countless stars trailing their light, gathering together across the sky. And it is so beautiful. Ji Feishue knelt sideways and sat on Suhi's back, touching the warm golden feathers, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility. If they could fly together like this forever, it would be the happiest thing in the world. Right? As she thought about it, the corners of her mouth quirked up unconsciously. He leaned forward, transformed into a dragon body, and let out a long roar that shook the white clouds. The moment Ji Feishue leaned forward, Suhi had stopped the Blackbird escape technique and watched as the white dragon beside him shook his body and transformed into the true body of Xuanwu. However, it hid the turtle body, leaving only the snake body, circling around Ji Feishue. Beside Feishue, a snake and a dragon were chasing the bronze bell, all the way north. Daughter-in-law, when I condense the dragon body, we will go to the Sea of Clouds, to the starry sky, and to the two dragons playing with pearls. Ji Feishue said nothing. Only a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Under the Sea of Clouds, some defeated soldiers retreated over the snow-capped mountains. The leading general was in ragged clothes, and his lips were purple from the cold. The military advisor beside him suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. General! Look! There is a dragon above your head! The two dragons playing with the pearl must have been attracted by the general's dragon energy. And then the dragon came to the world. The general must be the lord of the world. The military advisor vowed. The general looked up and saw that he was different from the military advisor. Although he had never practiced Taoism, he had reached the pinnacle of mortal martial arts. Even the legendary immortal cultivators he had killed too. He has excellent eyesight and can tell at a glance that there are not two dragons, but one dragon and one snake. The white dragon is fierce and majestic, but it gives people the feeling of overwhelming the country. Every move and every chant is like a peerless fairy. Among the divine dragons, this dragon must also be the most beautiful dragon lady. That snake. Although it was only a quick glance, the general felt that the snake was extraordinary for some reason. But could the snake still want to compete with the dragon? As he was thinking like this, he saw the snake swish around the white dragon. But it wasn't strangulation. It was more like playing a hooligan? But the white dragon didn't resist, and the snake and the dragon disappeared in the blink of an eye. The general froze on the spot. He couldn't transform into a dragon. So he rode a dragon? He was stunned for a long time. And it was not until the military advisor called several times that he suddenly came back to his senses. There was already light in his eyes. He waved his big hand towards the sergeant behind him and said, Brothers, don't run away. Follow me and fight back. Take Chiefing City and make a betrothal gift. Marry the Empress. Let you eat well and drink spicy food. The soldiers following him were silent for a moment and then cheered. Above the sky, Ji Feishue turned to look at Suhi. What are you looking at? When did Suhi become interested in a group of mortals? Suhi smiled. I saw an acquaintance. It should be from his previous life. In this era, where cultivators should not have been born yet, traveling through time is also interesting. You can always see all kinds of acquaintances. Some may recognize Suhi, some may not, and some may even be from previous lives. Suhi cast a blessing on the general, turned around and chased the bronze bell with Ji Feishue, flying out of the half-moon. The ringing of the concentric bells became louder, and the jumping became more joyful. Reaching the place, the two of them looked forward at the same time. searching with their eyes, and saw two not too high peaks in a very far distance, silent in the wind and rain. From this angle it looks like two juxtaposed peaches, but from another angle, it really looks like a hump. It's just that this kind of mountain is inconspicuous in the vast mysterious world. Even if there are demon-transforming monks fighting, they can be easily wiped out. "We're here," Ji-Fei said softly. Her body transformed into a human body again. Su-He transformed into Xuanwu form, landed at her feet, and flew forward with him. It turns out that Tong Linger knows the address. He is also of extraordinary spirituality, and when in the hands of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, he knows not to show the way. Even in the hands of Ji-Fei before, he never brought Ji-Fei to this place. Only this time did he show such spirituality. There are prerequisites because, is Ji-Fei married? Su-He swung his four claws, and the water waves rolled under his body. He knocked away the clouds and landed on the humpback mountain for a moment. He landed on the ground and transformed into a graceful young master, and casually took Ji-Fei hand. The fairy curled up in the palm of her hand, as soft as if she had no bones. Ji-Fei hand, with its pointed fingers, was somewhat wasted when not playing the piano. The two of them glanced around and saw the cave in the middle of the hump. The cave just stood there brightly. "Go and see! The address left by my father-in-law must be extraordinary." He pulled Ji-Fei into the cave and looked around, but didn't see anything unusual. It's just an ordinary natural cave. If anything is special, there is a clear spring trickling in the cave, and there is a hot spring under the cave. This place should be warm in winter and cool in summer, and with a little modification, it would be a fine retreat. Even with a quick scan of his consciousness, he found pots and pans buried in the ground, and rotten books and ink. There is a stone table covered with dust next to the hot spring. On the stone table there is uneaten dry food, which must have been left by someone in the past 2 years. It's just a cave. Nothing special about it. Su-He and Ji-Fei looked around and found nothing special. The Tongxin bell floating around them looked very happy. The closer you get to the cave, the higher the intelligence of the Tongxin bell becomes, just like the father-in-law's flying sword. Although it has no weapon spirit, the Tongxin bell is not even a real magic weapon. In the past few days, I have become more and more agile. The copper bell tinkled, and the clear sound echoed in the cave, complementing the rolling hot springs. At this moment, the hot spring flow became more and more cheerful. It seems like there are fish jumping in the water. The two of them looked towards the hot spring at the same time, and heard a gentle voice from behind. "Don't look at the Tongxin bell as if it were made of copper. In fact, I made it from the spring water here. It is the essence of the spring and the ultimate water." Su-He and Ji-Fei suddenly turned around and saw Ji Tianxin, dressed in Confucian clothes, standing quietly behind them with his hands behind his back. A pair of eyes fell entirely on Ji-Fei. Feeling irresistible pampering, Ji-Fei trembled. "Father-in-law?" Su-He whispered in confusion. Only then did the father-in-law glance at him with disgust and said nothing. His eyes fell on Ji-Fei again, with no eyes left. "The consciousness left behind from back then. Or is it a puppet?" The father-in-law in front of him should not be his real body, and he does not have the spirit of a living person. The father-in-law glared at him even more, then looked at Ji-Fei and said softly, "You're here." Ji-Fei nodded, but remained silent. She knew who her father was from the time she broke out of her SHL, when Ji Tianxin reappeared in the world. She searched for him more than once and saw him more than once. But at that time, Ji Tianxin didn't even recognize his wife, let alone recognize her. As for my mother, I never took the initiative to see my father again. At most, I only saw him from a distance. Just watched quietly, without getting close or touching. "You? When was your father?" Ji-Fei asked softly. Ji Tianxin smiled. "About 300 years before you broke out of your SHL. It should be the peak moment of your body and conduct." "Are you planning for the peak moment?" Ji-Fei stood quietly, having never spoken to her father before, and for a moment she didn't know how to speak, let alone how father and daughter should get along. He stood quietly, like a cold fairy, but curled up in Su-He's hand. He was trembling slightly, indicating that he was not at peace in his heart. Su-He gently shook her hand and told her that he was by his side. Then he let go of his wife, clasping his hands into fists, and bowed to Ji Tianxin. "My son-in-law, Su-He, I have met my father-in-law." Only then did Ji Tianxin really glance at him and snorted. "I want to call you my father-in-law, so I'll break off the relationship with your other two wives. I consider myself your wife. What a show of force. He was startled for a moment. But a catkin came over from beside him. Without saying a word, Ji-Fei pulled Su-He and walked out of the cave. As a daughter, she naturally respects her father, no matter he is the Emperor of Heaven or a madman. But others shouldn't say much about what happened between him and his husband. The husband Ji-Fei identifies as a chicken or a dog, and she will not complain. Seeing that Ji-Fei really didn't pay any attention, Ji Tianxin suddenly became anxious. Wrong! 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 Father is wrong! No matter. No matter! I will never comment on this matter again. Pooh! Just talk too much. Isn't it natural for a daughter to get married when she grows up? Besides, he had known for a long time that his daughter was naturally unique in the world. But the Bine-Immortal and Tanti-Immortal were also fairies that were extremely difficult to find in all the world throughout the ages. Even during the period of Heavenly Court, it was still guarded by one party. It is natural to be crowned king and prime minister. Thinking about it this way, when I looked at Su-He, I felt even more displeased. How can this guy be so virtuous? High moral character? Talented monster? Who is not? Ji-Fei turned her head and looked at him. Father left a message and tried every means to call me over. Why? His intelligence is normal, and he left a message in the fantasy world. Even though I have lost my mind, I still want to draw the appearance of Camelback Mountain in the letter. There must be something important here. Hearing his daughter's words, Ji Tianxin breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, no matter who she was the most powerful girl in the world. When the heaven was destroyed and all the worlds were almost shattered, he was able to sit firmly on the fishing platform, calmly and unhurriedly, and carve out a way out of adversity without any fear. But just now the girl pulled the boy to leave. But he suddenly became nervous. Ji Tianxin put his hands behind his back and chuckled. As a father, I owe you and your daughter a lot. I can't wait for you to break out of your SH.L and be born. So I have to leave an afterimage here. Firstly, to see you. And secondly, a father must leave some assets for his daughter. He looked at Ji-Fei and Su-He, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said proudly, My dear daughter, do you know what it means to be a father? Before Ji-Fei could speak, he had already stepped forward, and his Confucian robe turned into a dragon robe. He was clearly still in the cave, but it seemed as if the heavens and worlds had solidified from the sky, and his vocal cords echoed. I am the Emperor of Heaven. Holding the Tianxian in his mouth, the sky outside the cave suddenly changed. Smallpox condensed, and strange phenomena occurred. But at this moment, Ji Tianxin glanced upward, and all the strange phenomena disappeared instantly, as if they had never appeared. The Emperor of Heaven does not allow it, but heaven and earth accept the order. After doing this, Ji Tianxin, who was dressed in a rolling dragon robe, looked at Ji-Fei. Although he had not spoken a word, his eyes looked like he was shouting. Shocked! Amazing! He was expecting Ji-Fei's surprised reaction, but he saw Ji-Fei's expressionless face, still looking cold, with a faint sound coming from her lips. Oh! Emperor of Heaven. No. Just one and that's it. You have a father named Emperor of Heaven. Don't you have any other ideas? The enthusiasm in his heart was extinguished by his daughters, and the Emperor of Heaven was stunned on the spot. Ji-Fei noticed his disappointment and said calmly, I already know about this matter. Emperor of Heaven. God! Which guy broke the news? He was secretly angry, but he heard Ji-Fei say again, You called me here just to tell me this? Why don't you tell me how many enemies I will have? The Emperor of Heaven was in a bad state. Hearing what Ji-Fei said, he felt arrogant again. How can I, Ji Tianxin's enemy, have any reason to exist in this world? How many enemies did he have in his life? Conquer the heavens. If you look around, everyone in the world is your enemy. Among the 3,000 worlds, which one of the top powers in the world has not been conquered or even beheaded by the heavenly court? However, when he stepped onto the throne of the heavenly emperor and looked back, there was peace in the heavens. The enemy has forged a throne. Even Yuan was blocked by him at the end of the long river of time, unable to return for billions of years. She spoke very arrogantly, but the look she looked at Ji-Fei made her daughter even more proud. Don't ask about anything else. But who is the enemy? She has already made plans to fight the enemy on behalf of her father. Such a filial daughter. This is what he is truly proud of throughout his life. Ji Tianxin chuckled. There are no enemies, and there is no need for you to take action. However, the heaven built by my father is gone. and there is not much left for you. There was a bit of remorse and a bit of regret in his eyes. You are my bloodline, and you are the Emperor of Heaven. So you should have a title. If heaven were still there, Ji Feishue would be the most noble fairy in the world. There is no doubt about it. Ji Tianchen sighed. In the heavenly court, no one can touch the Lingxiao Palace in Tianqi. Even if Yuanshan comes to kill, there is nothing he can do. But these two places cannot be awarded to you. He looked at Ji Feishue. There is also a bit of self-blame. There are still several places in heaven that are indestructible. They all have great opportunities. I will give you a place. As he spoke, his whole personality suddenly changed. He was no longer a Confucian scholar, not a father who doted on his daughter, but an emperor who ruled the heavens. He raised his hand and grabbed it, and an imperial edict was pulled out from somewhere. But he didn't start writing. He handed it to Ji Feishue casually and said, The hometown of heaven. There is days called Yun. Now I grant you a fiefdom. You should be named Princess Yunza. As Ji Tianchen spoke, there was a flash of light on his body, and all his strength condensed into his fingers, forming a golden light. He pointed his finger at the center of Ji Feishue's eyebrows, and the golden light flickered and disappeared. There was a vague voice. The Emperor of Heaven has a decree. Ji Feishue felt that somewhere in the distance, there was a piece of land rising up and connected with her. At the same time, in the inexplicable chaos, a sleeping Bai Zhe suddenly raised his head. Blinking, an incredulous look appeared in his eyes. DG. Princess? Chapter 527 Su He's Immortal Sect. Princess. His Majesty. Bai Zhe murmured in his mouth, with surprise and joy in his eyes. He smashed the chaos with his 4 hooves and rushed out. After a moment, he turned back and paced back and forth downstairs of Bai Zhe. No! No! Your Majesty has not summoned him to see you. How can he overstep his bounds? He stepped on the hoof. and a ray of light shot down from the baize tower, turning into a baize bang in front of him, displaying Ji Feishue's information. Ji Feishue's introduction clearly stated, Princess Yunza. Your Majesty loves this princess so much that even Yunza has been banned from her. Even Bai Zhe doesn't know the origin of Shanghai. Maybe the first generation Bai Zhe knew it, but he hasn't reached that point yet, and all his memories have not been awakened. But Tianting Yunza and Xianwang Yumeng Zhe should be the same swamp. Or, Xianwang should be called Meng Zhe. The combination of the two is the real Yunming's. Only then can Yunming's true power be revealed. Your Highness Princess! Bai Zhe murmured softly. Then a bit of worry appeared on his face. Baize Bang is not safe. His moral conduct is too bad. He has been forced to look at Baize Bang more than once. Some people even tried to forcibly change Baize Bang. The destruction of Baize from generation to generation is not unrelated to this. Bai Zhe lives forever, but he will die once in 1,000,000 years. This is his duty. But Bai Zhe often dies before he is even 1,000,000 years old. There are too many surprises in the world. And even Bai Zhe, who is at the 7th level of open heaven, cannot bear them. The Baize list is too important. Regardless of the importance to His Majesty and the great emperors of the 4 directions, the information on all the monks in the world is recorded on it. If placed on any major force, it is a top treasure. How can Bai Zhe, who is at the 7th level of the open heaven and in the realm of immortals, be protected? At least one has to have the power of an immortal gatekeeper like the Bodhisattva Mahavatar to be able to protect him. Bai Zhe looked towards the direction of Xianwang realm. The princess had to grow up quickly, to the point where she could defeat him and remove her name from Bai Zhe's list, so that she would be stable. Bai Zhe is thoughtful. Do you want to deliberately seek trouble? Forcing the princess to move forward? Forcing the princess to seek revenge from him at any time? Otherwise, why would the princess hit him for no reason? He knew Ji Feishue's temper very well. Although she was a frost fairy with a cold temper, she would not attack anyone easily unless she got into trouble. Whether she disdains it or likes peace and quiet, the princess doesn't like to have contact with others unless necessary, and would rather live alone for hundreds or thousands of years. Bai Zhe was thinking wildly. And in a cave at the foot of Tuofeng Mountain, Ji Feishue slowly opened her eyes. Then he saw Ji Tianchen's figure in front of him became illusory. Condensing the golden light of his talents and granting him the title of princess actually consumed most of his strength. You? Ji Feishue's heart tightened, but she didn't know what to say. Ji Tianchen smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. I am just an afterimage, and that is the purpose of my existence. It's a pity that the heavenly emperor simulated by an afterimage is not as good as the real one. I really want my daughter to see the real body suppressing all the worlds. Let this turtle know what kind of existence his daughter's backstage is. If he dares to bully his daughter. Ji Tianchen snorted and glanced at Suhi. Suhi looked confused. Did his father-in-law have any objections to him? Give him a wink at every turn. Ji Tianchen didn't say anything, but raised his hand a little. And the hot springs in the cave rolled. And streams of light shot out. It turns into various materials when it hits the ground. The essence of ice and iron. The core of the stars. The meteorite iron of the sky. The 9 layers of fire. All kinds of materials flew out like money. Ji Tianchen had returned to his normal clothes and opened his mouth to smile. The treasure house of heaven is no longer in this era. This is my father's collection for thousands of years. What is a treasure? I have great use. Except for all kinds of treasure trees. The rest are here. As he spoke, his face looked a little weird. And he said with a hint of embarrassment. Don't tell your mother. This is my private money. Ji Feishua suddenly raised her head. My mother is not dead. Right. Ji Tianchen was stunned for a moment. And his expression suddenly collapsed. Did Lear really pass away? This news hit him hard. And his shoulders collapsed. His eyes were filled with deathly gray. Ji Feishua's glimmer of hope was instantly shattered. My heart ached. As if a dagger was piercing me. Suhi held her hand, curled his daughter-in-law into his palm, and shook it. Opposite him, Ji Tianchen shook his head and laughed. And with some reluctance, he tried to comfort his daughter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I had already predicted that your mother would suffer this disaster. But your mother is special. And neither heaven nor earth can kill her. Even if she dies, she can still condense from the underworld and reappear. When she appears, you and I will go look for her. Immortal Lord? Suhi said softly. All living beings die, but I do not die. This is the characteristic of the Immortal Lord. If you open the gate of immortality and become an immortal, you will be able to live forever like a mythical beast. If you become an immortal, it will be difficult for you to die. Only the real Immortal Lord has the ability to destroy the Immortal Lord. Even so, you can come back to life without paying attention. Just like the starlight scattered in all the heavens and worlds when the Bodhisattva Mahavatar died. Each one may turn into Bodhisattva and return again at the right time. There are even rumors that there was a truly powerful person in the ancient times who disappeared into ashes. And chanting his name can bring him back from the underworld. The corners of Ji Tianchen's mouth curved slightly. But he did not speak. Only showing a bit of arrogance. I have 1 queen and 4 concubines. And Lur is the reincarnation of concubine Shu. The Immortal Lord is not Qinglong, but Qinglong's previous life. Suhi nodded. Just like my Bai Ling. Ji Feishua didn't listen to this anymore. She didn't care who concubine Shu was. She only recognized the green dragon coiled on the dragon tree. And the mother who shed her dragon scales to protect her before turning into a rainbow. As for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Ji Tianchen fell on the ground, which were filled with magic treasures for storage, she glanced at Qin and said, I have my own treasures. You can keep these with me, and you can take them away when you recover. As she spoke, she put away everything with a wave of her hand. Ji Feishua is just cold. Not stupid. The Ji Tianchen in front of him was just an afterimage. He couldn't protect such a treasure. Staying here would only make others easier. She didn't care about the treasures. Her husband gave her all the treasures. Those things were peerless treasures. I don't know which big power's treasure house his husband had robbed. With those things around, refining weapons and elixirs would be enough for 10,000 years. 10,000 years later, she has already stepped onto the 7th level of the sky. Where can she go in all the heavens and worlds? What treasure can't be obtained? Ji Feishua took away the treasure and pointed out several pieces of metal with her finger. These 10,000 kilograms of Shanghai ink jade, Huaquan gold and jade Jing iron are considered as commissions for storing the treasures. As she spoke, she turned back to Suhi and said, I can make a horizontal sword for you. My husband said that he wanted a horizontal sword in his body. And he originally planned to collect materials from all over the world after he left. Ji Tianchen looked at Suhi incredulously, with anger boiling in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that I had to refine a sword for this grandson, wouldn't my daughter be able to move at all because of these natural resources? My heart, which had been silent for so many years, suddenly felt a sad feeling, which was not good. It's jealousy. The father-in-law's palms trembled slightly, and he turned his head away from looking at Suhi, fearing that he could not help but slap the turtle to death. Is there anything else? Ji Feishua looked at her father, always feeling that this guy was hiding something. If it was just this kind of thing, he wouldn't even be hiding it from Aunt Yu. As if he knew what she wanted to ask. Ji Tianxin smiled gently. Only you and my daughter know about this place. Not to mention Xiaoyo. Even your mother doesn't know about it, he said, and glanced at Su He beside him. Well, one more outsider. Why? Ji Feishua looked at him. Ji Tianxin shook his head. Your mother was tricked. The traitor has been fighting me for 3,000 years. The enemy is very powerful. But I am not the original Emperor of Heaven. He looked at Ji Feishua with a hint of apology. Not only in this place. I rarely involve my relatives in what I do. Even if I block my account with you, I will hide from others to avoid being discovered. Ji Feishua said nothing. Su He looked at her father-in-law and laughed in her heart. Flash your tongue. Just now, he was so brazen that none of his enemies could be alive. The emperor glanced at him and glared fiercely. When he became the emperor of heaven, he killed all his former enemies. But Yuan, who was blocked before eternity and at the end of time, could not be killed. When the father-in-law saw it, Su He was stunned. Then I heard my father-in-law's voice in my mind. Don't talk. Don't let the girl find out. Su He entered the sea of consciousness with a ray of consciousness, and saw the figure of his father-in-law condensed in the sea of consciousness. He raised his head and looked at Emperor Zhengwu, and smiled slightly. I don't know where this Taoist friend is. I really want to see him. How happy would it be if the North knew that there was another emperor in the world who became a great emperor with Xuanwu? The father-in-law looked at the emperor, and his eyes fell on the immortal gate in the sea of consciousness. This was obtained from the big willow tree in the Xianhuang cave heaven of the present world. At the demon clan emperor on the immortal platform, the father-in-law looked at the immortal gate with amazement in his eyes. There are talented people in this generation. What a clever calculation. What a whim. He sighed and glanced at Su He again. It's easy for you, kid. Then he snorted again. Boy, if you want to marry my daughter, you can. But I have a request. If you and my girl can have more than one bloodline in the future, give you the last name Ji. As if thinking about what he was going to say, Su He snatched his line away. The father-in-law's threatening and pleading expression suddenly froze on his face. He looked at Su He in surprise. Su He nodded. I understand. Don't worry. I'm different from you. I'm not an old stubborn person who just takes my mother's surname. Shouldn't you call me Dad? Ji Tianxin opened his mouth, but no words came out. Su He smiled. But, Mr. Yuzhong, I am a dragon turtle and one of the 4 saints. Ji Feishua is a divine dragon, so it is difficult to give birth to heirs. Moreover, in our realm, it is even more difficult to reproduce. You must have been mentally prepared. The higher the realm, the harder it is to reproduce. Therefore, almost all the 4 spiritual beasts are mortal beasts who have achieved enlightenment step by step, and few are derived from blood. Ji Tianxin didn't think about this problem, and he chuckled. I don't know about others, but you and the girl must have blood. He is the majestic emperor of heaven, and he was not supposed to have any descendants. He lost everything, and only then could heaven and earth compensate him. And only then could he have Ji Feishua. That nature will protect the children and grandchildren. And the more grandchildren there are, the more blessings they will have. Su He was immediately overjoyed and wanted to ask questions. But the father-in-law in front of him sighed softly, and his body turned into a stream of light, which shot on the immortal gate. It just melted into it. Then, the immortal sect squirmed. Little by little starlight dispersed from it, and little by little it merged into Su He's sea of consciousness. A twinge of pain and relief came at the same time. Su He subconsciously wanted to hold his head, but his father-in-law's voice sounded in his mind. Boy, if you have won the Taoyuan of the world, you should shoulder the world's important responsibilities. Don't make a sound. Don't let the girl hear it, and worry about you. This is the burden you should shoulder. I wanted to shoulder it back then, but I didn't have the opportunity. Su He frowned and endured the pain in his mind. Fortunately, I had traveled to the desert before, and had training at the training ground of Huangqiu Temple. Otherwise, the sudden pain would have been a bit unbearable. What is this? Su He asked consciously. Xian Yuan, came the father-in-law's voice. But no further explanation was given. It seemed that melting the immortal sect had exhausted his energy. There was only a vague voice, laughing at himself. The great masters in the world think that I will not enter the reincarnation and forcefully ascend to Taoism for the sake of my wife and daughter. But who knows that most of the 3,000 years of accumulation have been used here? How can the immortal gate left by the demon clan emperor be so easy to disassemble? Boy, it's a good time to practice. Go faster. Everyone can't hold it anymore. After saying this, the voice completely disappeared. The fairy gate was flashing with brilliance, and the stars were projecting towards Suhi's aperture bit by bit. With consciousness, it flows throughout the body. Suhi opened his eyes, and the father-in-law in front of him was still illusory, with a gentle face. But when Jifeishua couldn't see him, he glared at him fiercely. He was very dissatisfied with the wild boar that had eaten his own cabbage. Suhi was startled for a moment, opened his mouth, but said nothing. He can probably understand the father-in-law's psychology. If Yaya brings back a friend, no matter what his status is, Suhi will be infinitely tolerant and will definitely take care of him if necessary. But if you bring a pig's head that wants to eat your own cabbage, you might even think of beating him into a pig's head. Suhi, my little Yaya just turned 100 years old. Ji Tianxian, my little Feishua is less than 2,000 years old. That's about it. Suhi smiled, and the father-in-law snorted, reluctantly took out a token from his body, threw it away. Since you are the consort, this thing is with you, allowing you to enter and exit the heaven at will, and the palaces in all directions can be unimpeded. Suhi caught it and checked it front and back. This is a brown token with the word Prince Consort on the front and the word Captain on the back. Commander-in-Chief Prince Consort. Suhi cupped his hands and thanked him. The father-in-law in front of him is no longer the heavenly emperor he once was. If the heavenly court is dead, how can there be a heavenly emperor? This token is not a forged object, but a pure aggregation of power. Even if there is no Xuanwu true body, as long as the token is with him, the monks who have never broken their authority in the Fengwang Palace will be 3 levels lower in front of him. Thank you, father-in-law, Suhi said happily. Although his father-in-law obviously didn't like him, he didn't treat him unfairly with the rewards he deserved. Suhi could sense that there were several locations marked on the token, which should be several treasure hiding places. There is still a territory waiting for him to take over. Unlike Jifeishua, who was directly granted a title and controlled the rules of the territory, Suhi was given a piece of land to build a prince consort's mansion? That's about it. Suhi smiled and looked at his father-in-law. The father-in-law glared at him without saying a word, but his eyes expressed the meaning, "You have got everything. Why are you still here? Eavesdropping on our father and daughter's conversation? Go quickly. Go quickly. Stay out of the way." Suhi smiled, shook Jifeishua's hand, and said softly, "You talk to my father-in-law. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the cave. If you need anything, call me." Jifeishua nodded slightly. Suhi walked out of the cave, found a place and gently shook his body, transforming into Xuanwu's true form. Now he has formed the habit of immediately showing up as a beast whenever Jifeishua is not around unless it is absolutely necessary to save time. For Suhi, the animal body was also the most comfortable posture. His consciousness sank into his mind, staring closely at the fairy gate emitting starlight. I always feel that the father-in-law's real purpose in calling his wife here is for his immortal sect. Otherwise, why would the Tongxin bell lead the way after they both cultivated? The father-in-law enlightened the immortal gate, causing the immortal gate to begin to decompose and melt little by little, becoming Suhi's power. Sure enough, nothing those old guys did was superfluous. Wrap up your own wife. Bai Ling left behind one piece after another. The demon clan emperor transformed into a demon fruit tree and left behind the immortal sect. After Ming ancestor arrived at the passage, Tai ancestor was also mysterious. I didn't know why before, but now I can certainly guess what they did. All the great powers have various arrangements, either in cooperation with each other or independently, but their goals are all directed at Yuan. Suhi had never seen it before, but just from the photos he saw in the passage of Jinxia Dao Palace, he knew how terrifying Yuan was. The 4 spirits and the white tiger ancestor were wiped out with one hand. My father-in-law just blocked that kind of existence somewhere. Of course, my father-in-law is definitely not the one who did this. My father-in-law also said that everyone can no longer hold on. So, just like Bai Ling asked Suhi at the White Tiger Ruins if he was willing to be another source. The Taoist ancestor is unknown, whether he has fallen or disappeared. In short, he no longer exists. My father-in-law searched everywhere, and what he was looking for was Taozu. The Taoist ancestor cannot be found. So everyone wants to cultivate another source? Because he jumps out of time and is not limited by time. He can bring together all the powerful arrangements from the past and present. He has all the advantages of a time traveler, and has his own Tao Te Ching. He has always ignored the existence of Taoist scriptures. He only recited them silently when comprehending and practicing, and did not really study or practice them. Dao Jing is dissatisfied with him as a person who has only one bottle and half a bottle hanging around. He is so unfriendly. If you have never practiced Buddhism, you can understand morality at will. If you are a top powerful person like Taizu and Lao Jianren, you should also be able to understand morality. Only someone like him who seems to understand but doesn't understand will probably do more harm than good by enlightening at will. Even so, the Tao Te Ching belongs to Su He alone. He cannot speak it out or spread it out. At most, outsiders can only hear the whisper and perceive the rhyme of the Tao. Su He stood up slowly and knocked on the stone wall next to the cave. The father-in-law's impatient voice came from inside. "Come in!" Su He changed his body and walked in, and saw the father-in-law's increasingly illusory figure. She named her princess and opened the fairy gate. The father-in-law's work was completed, and an afterimage was finally dispersed. "What's the matter?" My father-in-law looked over dissatisfied. Time was running out at this point, and this bastard was still delaying him. The star rings around Su He spread out, blocking the world. "Master Yuzong, may I ask, the only one who can suppress Yuan is Dao Ancestor?" Hearing this, there was a flash of appreciation in the father-in-law's eyes. "Either he is Dao Ancestor, or he has the same realm and means as Dao Ancestor. Otherwise it is not feasible." Su He suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. The father-in-law is looking for the Taoist ancestor, but he cooperates with Bai Ling and the others. They are prepared and want to cultivate him into another Taoist ancestor. Chapter 528, Old Friend's Current Situation. In September in the north, heavy snow has already fallen, and the Hump Mountain turned white overnight. Outside the entrance of the Camelback Mountain cave, a Xuanwu remained motionless, letting the heavy snow cover him. Su He didn't stay in the cave for too long, and my father-in-law really didn't have much time. Ji Feishua must have many questions to ask her sane father-in-law, and Su He really has no vision if she stays in it any longer. If you are curious, just wait until your father-in-law disappears. Then close the door and ask your wife. Ji Feishua had a cold temperament and did not like to reveal other people's secrets. In later generations, she never revealed any information to Su He. However, fairies these days always have a few special times every day, and it is difficult to hide secrets in front of Su He. The autumn wind is bleak. The waning moon is reflected on the white snow, and the leaves are drifting. But there are still tenacious ones who hang on the treetops and refuse to let go, looking even more lonely in the wind and snow. Su He's consciousness sank into his aperture, looking at the fairy gate that was constantly shining with starlight. The starlight falling into the consciousness has circulated throughout the body with the movement of spiritual consciousness and true energy, and penetrated into the inner world bit by bit. When the stars enter the inner world, they do not hang in the starry sky and add a bit of dazzle to the starry sky. Instead, they fall on the earth and sink into the rivers. Some turn into vegetation, animals, or swimming fish, shrimps and crabs. It adds a strong touch to the vitality of Su Heniai's world. At the same time that these starlights turned into living beings, a sense of reality arose in Su He's inner world. This is a very wonderful feeling. In the inner world, there were mountains and seas, and there were many creatures. But it is a place that provides Su He with the power of the world. It is essentially no different from Su He's flesh and blood and acupoints. At this moment, the starlight escapes, but it makes the world inside Su He have a sense of reality, as if this place is really about to turn into a real world. Even the power of the world that was born was slightly different. The difference is that Su He can't clearly perceive it yet. More stars need to be gathered, but it should be positive. Su He gathered the newly condensed power of the world on his paws, scratched forward, and there was a friction sound, and the space was torn apart by him. Su He tilted his head and looked at the crack, but after a moment he shook his head and smoothed the space. He didn't see any difference. He could tear apart the space easily with his physical body alone without relying on other powers. The quantity is still too small, and the changes in the inner world are not enough to cause qualitative changes. It takes time to accumulate. When the snow fell, the beautiful woman in the cave walked out silently, her expression slightly gloomy. Su He turned around and turned into a human body again. He walked forward without saying a word. "Just hold her." Ji Feishua buried her head on his shoulder and remained silent for a long time. Su He hugged her gently and laughed for a long time. "Let's go home." "Okay." Ji Feishua's voice was cold, But she seemed to have found support, and her mood had calmed down a lot. This was next to Suhee. If he were next to others, he would never be as depressed as before. When the sky fell, it would only be a piece of frost and coldness. There was no more leisurely travel on the way back. My wife was probably not in the mood to travel at the moment. Suhee raised his leg and kicked the space into pieces, pulling her back to Yunming's. It was raining heavily on Yunming's. As soon as I came out, I saw two resentful faces in the pouring rain. For the first time, the toad's pipe was wetted by the rain. Its pipe could still be lit even under the sea. The rainwater flowed down the frog's body and wet his eyes. The fox looked more miserable than it had ever been before. His fiery red hair was soaked through, and he forced himself to look heartbroken. But his eyes showed a stubborn expression that refused to cry. Suhee raised his hand to say H, lo. But the toad turned and walked away, giving him a lonely figure. The fox followed it, its tail hanging on the ground, dragging in the muddy water. You? No need to comfort me. I will get better on my own. Toad's lonely voice was filled with stubbornness. Suhee obeyed and nodded. Suehwa, you know me. I have never had the habit of coaxing anyone except my wife. At most, Yaya is included. She is a daughter and cannot be compared. Suehwa is not included in this list. The toad suddenly became furious, turned around and jumped towards Suhee. I'll bite you to death, you little turtle grandson. Suhee ducked, but the toad was already hanging on his wings, biting its feathers and being swung in the air by Suhee. Come down! Toad couldn't speak clearly. If you don't come down, I'll roast a frog for you. The toad bit even more vigorously. If it's too big, I might as well fight it off. If Suhee hadn't had a close connection with it, he wouldn't have been able to understand what it was saying. In the worst case, he'll be resurrected. One person and one frog making trouble. Ji-Feishua stood on the water, with the corners of her mouth slightly curved. In fact, sometimes it is more lively and feels pretty good. The fox stood beside her, looking at the man and the frog with a little envy. It is passively bound to Ji-Feishua. Although the soul beast and its master have a good understanding from the moment they establish a relationship. But it is not that close to Ji-Feishua and rarely interacts with it. At most, they just help each other improve their cultivation. The fox blinked and looked at the frog sister who was playing with her master, and felt something strange on her head. When she looked up, she saw Ji-Feishua holding up an umbrella at some point, and holding half of the umbrella on it. The fox was startled, then overjoyed. Just when I didn't know how to rejoice, I heard another voice coming from over there. Suhee. By the way, let me tell you something. I handed over all my treasures to my wife. From now on, I will share half of your treasures. Then came Toad's shocked voice. Why should I divide you? Besides, you don't refine weapons or elixirs. So what do you want treasures for? Suhee's laughter came. Give it to my wife. What a coincidence, isn't it? My wife is the best alchemist and weapon master in the world. The air was silent for a moment, and then the toad's angry voice burst out. I'll bite you to death. Did I give you a wife? And there is no more treasure. And you still want to come to me to share half of it? Huh? How do you know? Thief's son. Die. Boom. With a loud noise, the entire Yunming's exploded. But the fish and shrimp inside were not damaged. They were just confused and at a loss. Ji-Feishua laughed out loud. Suhee was stunned and seemed to have heard wrongly. After being together for such a long time, I have heard more seductive singing and whispering many times. But I have never heard Ji-Feishua's laughter. In this era, Ji-Feishua seems to be unable to smile. A long-lost voice. Suhee and Toad turned around at the same time. The toad lay all over his head, biting his ear, while Suhee pulled the toad's legs, trying to tear them off and torture them like a frog. The two of them looked at Ji-Feishua with strange postures. Ji-Feishua lowered her head slightly, but laughed again. She was used to being cold. But at this moment, Suhee and Suehwa were playing like naughty children, which did not make her unhappy. Instead, she felt a sense of comfort in her heart. Maybe this is life? Suhee was overjoyed and threw the toad into Yumingze. In a flash, he landed next to Ji-Feishua. He picked her up and happily spun her around on the water. The umbrella fell on the swamp and drifted with the water. The fox glared at Suhee dissatisfiedly and ran up to put the umbrella away. Suhee just looked at the beautiful woman in his arms and laughed loudly. Ha ha! My wife is indeed the most beautiful in the world when she smiles. Concubine Ji's snowy face was covered with red clouds. The fox curled his lips angrily. Hey! What do you mean? My Ji-Fei is not the most beautiful in the world if she doesn't smile? It didn't mean to cause trouble. But it had lived for hundreds of years. Although it spent 80% of its time as a fox alone in the netherworld. It had seen many fairies. When it was still wandering around the world, many fairies had the idea of taking it back and turning it into a soul beast. The fox has met countless people in his life. But he has never seen anyone whose appearance can surpass Ji-Fei. Suhi laughed and said, How is that possible? My wife is the best in the world. Whether she is quiet or smiling. Ji-Fei snorted. What a mouthful! And forced herself out of his arms. She didn't mind being hugged by Suhi. Even if she could be hugged all day and all night. She wouldn't get tired of it. But there were foxes and toads next to her. And this tortoise actually didn't show any signs of shyness. Suhi smiled. Ji-Fei had already pointed her finger. And the temporary cave abode fell back into place. The big trees were swaying in the wind and rain. And the swings were swinging. When he saw the cave, Toad remembered something and jumped to his feet. Gui Tai! After you left, Grandma and Grandpa came. And they also brought Lord Chu and Master Ma. It spoke, handed over the prescription left by Master Ma, and at the same time conveyed Master Ma's message. No laws. I want to move. What do you think? When are you going? Suhi smiled and shook his head. The Buddha realm has no time to trouble the non-destructive realm now. And others will not dare to take action in a short period of time. I will remove the remaining poison from my wife's body first. Things have their own priorities. And other things are naturally not that important compared to Ji-Fei. If the non-destructive community is really pushed to the limit, how can they leave just after leaving a message? They must try their best to find Suhi and move immediately. At this moment, I just had a premonition of crisis. It is not difficult to move without harming the world. First, take care of your own wife to avoid long nights and nightmares and accidents. Ji-Fei's body was filled with Yuan's power, which did not allow Suhi to relax. Concubine Ji felt a hint of fear rise again in the coldness of the snow. Her eyes fell on the prescription in Suhi's hand, and even more red clouds rose. She is an alchemy master, and she knows the value of this elixir just by looking at it. This is not the point. No matter how high the value is, she and Suhi can afford it. But the effects of the elixir. At this moment, Suhi couldn't wait to pester her all day long. If they take the elixir again, the cave door will be open today. And if they go in, they may never have a chance to come out again. The turtle would never leave until a great solar eclipse. She snorted softly, put away the pill recipe, and turned around to enter the pill room. Change place? No need for a swing. The toad was puzzled, and then looked at each other in confusion. On a rainy day, do they have to hide out again? Suhi was not so cruel. Suhi released a flying boat and raised an eyebrow at the toad. Suiwa, the newly acquired treasure. Help me check and run it in. This is Toad's favorite job. Suiwa cheered, jumped up and landed on the fox. The fox stepped on all fours and landed on the boat with it. Let's go! Go to the core cabin. This is a Buddhist flying boat. Take a look at the Buddhist sacrificial techniques. I have never flown such a luxurious flying boat before. Lord Frog is going to sleep here today. It spoke, urging the fox forward. But as soon as the fox took a step, the boat turned on its own without any wind. Before they could drive it, it shot out like an arrow from the string and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From the sky, the angry voice of the toad came. Turtle boy, you will not die well. In order to drive them away, even tactics were used. I curse you. I curse Bai Ling and Su Huanyan for knowing what you are doing. I will make you kneel on the washboard when you get back. The voice trembled and disappeared into the horizon. Suhi didn't care. He fluttered his wings, shook off the rainwater, and pushed the door open to enter the cave. Pushed but not pushed. Huh? He didn't believe it anymore and pushed hard. And the door opened with a sound. Ji-Fei was handling the herbs and raised her eyebrows. What are you doing? This guy was so rude. She closed the door and couldn't push it open at once, shielding the inside and outside. Wasn't she just telling him that she had something serious to do? They didn't need the medicinal herbs. But Master Ma's method of handling the medicinal herbs was refreshing to her, and she couldn't help but want to try it. Suhi turned around and closed the door of the alchemy room. A stream of water locked the door, preventing anyone from peeping or entering. He walked towards Ji-Fei and chuckled. Daughter-in-law, did my father-in-law say bad things about me? This is a man's sixth sense. Ji-Fei glanced at him, chuckled, and said, Yes. He told me that if you dare to act recklessly, it's not bad to be a widow. Soo-hee. Thought what's going on? My father-in-law's idea is a bit dangerous. Besides, how can he have 4? He only has 3. And he is satisfied with these 3. My father-in-law is too talented. He has 1 concubine and 4 concubines. It is still unclear whether he has 72 beauties. I despise him. Soo-hee stepped forward, gently hugged Ji-Fei-Shue from behind, held her hand, put his chin on her shoulder, and said seriously, Daughter-in-law, don't listen to his nonsense. If you have a husband-in-law, then in this world, except for the husband-in-law, there is no one else. Any man's words are no longer worthy of trust. Not even a father or a son. Ji-Fei-Shue chuckled. For some reason today, she recovered from the heaviness and started laughing more often. Have you ever lied to me? Ji-Fei-Shue's voice was cold, and she looked into her eyes seriously. Soo-hee thought for a while, and then said, I will never lie to you. He didn't tell any lies. He was still pursuing Ji-Fei-Shue. He didn't tell any lies. He didn't lie about Bai Ling and Su Huanyan. A cheated wife will not last long. Ji-Fei-Shue's cold eyes revealed a bit of satisfaction. He still wanted to speak, but his lips were already pursed by Soo-hee. A message came into his mind. Daughter-in-law, I was in a hurry all the way, and I haven't healed my wounds for several days. Then the Buddha's power won't counterattack and breed. Right? Ji-Fei-Shue's face turned red, and she pushed him away. The Buddha's power has no roots in her body. How can it counterattack and breed? She said she was sexually promiscuous when she wanted to. So how could she have the nerve to blame it on her? Ji-Fei-Shue pushed but didn't push. Instead, he led her down onto the waterbed. 730,000 years later, he appeared in this world. An emperor in billowing dragon robes stood in the sky. The fairy sword in his hand was thrown into the sky and turned into a bolt of thunder that fell from the sky and hit the enemy directly. 30 miles away in midair, a small dragon turtle as big as a millstone roared and transformed into a little fairy in red. She raised her hand to the sky and grabbed the thunder. The unruly thunder was tamed in her hands, like a little snake in an instant. The little fairy raised her hand and flicked it, and the thunder turned into a sword light, which shot towards the emperor and passed through his chest. The divine dragon of luck above the emperor's head let out a mournful cry, but was bitten by the divine turtle of luck that swam out of the void. It shook its head back and forth, and tore off half of the flesh and blood with a loud sound. The divine dragon of luck screamed, and the dragon's blood flowed out. The emperor's eyes were full of evil. He raised his hand, grabbed a dragon spear, and drove it towards the little fairy. But before they could reach her, the little fairy's body flashed and turned into a ray of red light and crashed towards her. In her hand, a golden hammer 3 sizes larger than hers was rounded and struck down. There was a muffled sound, and the emperor crashed down from the sky, crashing into the earth like a meteorite. The person had already disappeared on the ground. And then, there was a muffled sound on the ground, and the shockwaves swayed in all directions. I saw the divine dragon of luck above my head, suddenly froze in the air, and then scattered like pieces of flying ashes. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Then, there was the sound of drums, followed closely by the roar of the mountains. King! King! City Lord! City Lord! The calls of the city lord and the king were mixed together in a messy mess. But it did not reduce the momentum, but made it more barbaric. Yaya's horizontal hammer stood in the sky. Her blood-red cloak behind her was blown by the strong wind. With a domineering look on her face, she raised her hand and pointed at the imperial city in the distance, and her voice spread in all directions. Kill! Break the city today. Reward the 3 armies, and the warriors who get there first. Even promoted to the 3rd level. The sergeant below even exploded, howling and heading towards the imperial city. Farther away, outside the imperial city, there was a Qintian prison occupying a large mountain. The monks took advantage of the formation to resist. But a sloppy old man riding a camel summoned a fairy sword and slashed it in the air, breaking the formation. Then the old Taoist threw his bracelet into the sky. On the entire Qintian prison, stars fell like rain in an instant, and meteorites fell in groups. The little fairy in the sky did not move anymore, standing in the sky like an emperor lording over the earth, watching the fighting in all directions, expressionless. This war did not last long and ended in just 3 or 4 hours. The little fairy in red then raised her hands to all directions and spoke. All the soldiers have worked hard. At the end of this battle, we will give a big reward to the 3 armies. The staff department will count the casualties and draw up pensions. All armies entering the city must not disturb the people. Here! The sergeants below responded in unison. But after that, some people called her the city lord, and some called her the king. It seemed that the names for Yaya were not unified. Yaya turned around, flew towards the rear of the army, and landed in the tent. Inside the big tent, Green Snake was wearing armor and put down what he was doing. Yaya is just a little fool who leads the charge. The Chinese army tent is the real headquarters. Both Xuanzhen Lao Dao and Su Huanyan are here, but they are vaguely headed by Green Snake. Even Gu Lao Dao, who had just broken through the Qitian prison, has also flown back. Gu Lao Dao burst into laughter as soon as he entered the tent. Halfway through his laughter, he saw Taoist Xuanzhen looking at him strangely, and his laughter suddenly got stuck in his throat. Then he restrained his impudence and bowed to Taoist Xuanzhen in a polite manner. Du Shou has met the master. After returning to Wangshan's generation, Gu Lao Dao was forced into the mountain. So he became a virtual generation, and his Taoist name was Su Shou. Taoist Xuanzhen flicked his fly whisk and said with a smile, It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Since you and my uncle and nephew are ministers in the same palace, it is natural that we should be colleagues. Master, uncle, and nephew are the titles that will be given to those who return to the mountain after becoming famous in the future. Gu Lao Dao was still a little nervous. The main reason is that in the past few decades, my horizons have opened up, and I don't dare to be as presumptuous as before. In the decades since I returned to Guiwang Mountain, I have seen more things than in the previous 1,000 years at Qinjiwanmen. The world is vast, and the understanding of Taoist Xuanzhen is also increasing day by day. He used to think that he was 1,000 years old and the supreme elder of Qingyuan sect, and he was still an old-timer outside. When I arrived at Guiwang Mountain, I realized that if I didn't even live long, wouldn't I be a teenager? Especially this legendary headmaster. If you get to know him casually, you will only feel admiration and blind worship. Gu Lao Dao didn't dare to be rude, so he quietly hid aside and stopped talking. What he hates the most is the confinement of etiquette. In the past, he was free and easy at Qingyuan Gate, and no one could restrain him. But at Guiwang Mountain, the people beating the drums at the door were all Xian people, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Although his vision is broad and his skills are superb, there is an extra layer of constraints. However, the master has promised that as long as he assists Yaya to ascend to the throne of God, he will no longer restrict him. He will be allowed to roam around, drink wine and eat meat, and will never sleep in a beggar's nest. Ask again? Thinking of this, Gu Lao Dao couldn't help but ask Yaya, Little guy, have you heard the title of the sergeant outside? When are you going to call yourself king? Even if you don't claim the title of emperor, you have conquered a country and countless cities. It makes sense to claim the title of king anyway, right? Yaya didn't say anything. After entering the big tent, her majestic expression faded slightly. Even so, several people glanced at Gu Lao Dao. Gu Lao Dao was stunned for a moment. Then he opened his mouth, but no words came out. He just called, little guy, out of habit. Yaya didn't care. But these ministers were extremely dissatisfied. Taoist Xuanzhen chuckled, looking at Yaya with satisfaction. This little guy really has the talent to be an emperor. Even the appearance of a child cannot stop the surrender and loyalty of the soldiers and ministers. Yaya smiled and looked at Su Huanyan behind the tent. Mother, what is Dad doing now? When will he be back? I can claim the title of king. But since my father is not here, I just claim the title of king. I always feel that something is missing. Su Huanyan smiled. He went to rescue your aunt and should be back soon. At this time, he should be fighting. Right. How can anyone not fight to save others? At this time, my husband should be fighting. In the Great Sun Tomb, the Dragon Turtle clan's turtle LS were suppressed on the ground. Ji Fei Shui was at the door of the head and neck, answering the question of Emperor Luan in the distance. Emperor Luan asked Su He more than once, making insinuations and direct inquiries, counting the time it took for my little husband to travel back in time. That guy should be fighting with her right now, thinking of her young husband. Ji Fei Shui chuckled and her face turned red. That pervert is very bad, taking advantage of her illness. She was asked to admit defeat every time. Otherwise, they won't stop. Wait until he comes back and give him a good look. Now that she is an immortal, I wonder what my husband can do to conquer her. Chapter 529. The solar eclipse is approaching. It rained heavily in Yunming's. This should be the last heavy rain of the year. as if the moisture that has accumulated for a long time will fall down. Suhi's flying boat drifted in the heavy rain, but did not break through the sky and rise above the rain clouds. Toad sat in front of the rudder, with an angry look on his face. Turtle Boy was not a good person, and forgot his friends when he saw Lust. It has been a day and a night, and the flying boat has not been summoned back. Is he that interested? The fox stayed contentedly in the cabin. He didn't know where his uncle had snatched the flying boat. It was extremely luxurious. The warehouse was also full of vegetarian chickens and vegetarian meats. The taste was much more delicious than normal meat. Sister Frog doesn't know how to enjoy herself, so she insists on watching the rain outside. But it couldn't help but cut all the food in half except the frog. In order to take care of Sister Frog's mood, it reluctantly ate it all. On the deck, Toad looked at the rain that was blocked outside the barrier, his expression a little heavy. The rain is wrong this year. The big ones are a little surprising and a little abnormal. Yunming's is in a similar location to Dongjianshan, and has a similar rainy season, although the water vapor is different. The amount of rain is different, but it is too big, and the rainy season is late. The rainy season in Donghan Mountain should be in July and August, and it is already late September. The rain shows no signs of stopping. The vegetation is also a bit abnormal. Each one is trying to grow thicker, and even the animals are gaining weight. There are various signs that the great solar eclipse is coming. Calculating the time is only about 7 years. The rain has not yet come, but the wind has come, and as usual, it will be in advance. Right? I don't know why. As long as Turtle Boy is involved, all agreed upon things will always be brought forward in advance. His own dragon turtle heavenly tribulation suddenly accelerated and advanced. When he participated in the Dragon God Festival, the inner world inexplicably opened in advance. The Phoenix Tomb advanced, and the Xianwang Cave Heaven also advanced. Even this time the unexpected Xianwang Cave Heaven came out ahead of schedule. Although saying this is a bit flattering to Turtle Boy. But who knows whether this big solar eclipse will be brought forward. Maybe Guizi, who has been obsessed with Ji Feishua all day long, also has this kind of worry, and wants to remove the remaining poison from Ji Feishua's body in advance? Toad thought like this, then shook his head to get this idea out of his mind. No. He is just lustful. If you don't believe it, wait until he returns to the present world to see if he hangs around Ji Feishua and Su Huanyan all day long. It's strange that Su Huanyan ran away after returning home. The woman had already decided that Su he was her husband, even before her past life memories were awakened. I have long since changed my name to husband. Although the toad doesn't speak, his eyes are clear, and he sees things directly. The heavy rain continued, and Ji Feishua stood on the porch with an umbrella, looking at the rain. There is still a hint of blush on the face. Su he was washing up. When she was washing, he originally wanted to take a bath together, but she refused. If he really agreed, it wouldn't be a bath, and it would really be endless. Eat the marrow to know the taste. Ji Feishua looked at you, listened to the sound of rustling behind her, and knew that Su he was about to come out. She smiled softly, turned around and entered the alchemy room, sealing the door completely. Although your husband is good, you should not go overboard and delay the business too much. She picked up the prescription left by Master Ma again, took 2 herbs that had nothing to do with the elixir, and slowly tried it according to the elixir method. Su he walked out of the house, but Ji Feishua was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the barrier in the alchemy room, he shook his head and smiled. He is not a lustful ghost either. He stretched out and walked into the rain, regardless of whether the water sign is dragon turtle or Xuanwu. They are all born water gods. Su he likes the rainy season the most, especially sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Listening to the crackling rain on the lake is like the most beautiful symphony in the world. He turned his body and transformed into a turtle body. He reached under Yunmingza with a flick of his front paws. The autumn water ripples, and bursts of coolness wash over the body. It's a pity that there are no sharks here. Otherwise we could lie down at the bottom of the water and get a massage. The sharks are very experienced in cleaning turtle LS, which does not affect the dragon turtle's sleep and makes it very comfortable. The sharks under his command have not yet moved to Yunming's. It was brought to Xianwang by Go Laodao when he accompanied Prince Jing on his expedition to the Tianzhou world. It was still very early. Su he landed under the water, and with a single stroke, he arrived at the location of Ji Feishua's later garden. He looked around and saw that the surrounding environment was different from that of later generations, but not too different. The underwater environment is relatively more stable. As soon as he stepped on it, a piece of the foundation was flattened. The mud at the bottom rolled, and the black dirt on the surface was cleared away. The fresh lower layer condensed and compressed into bricks. Groups of bricks flew and landed in front of Suhi, and were carved by him. Formation, piled up into a wall. With a wave of his claws, the trees thousands of miles away snapped in response and flew towards this side. While they were still in the air, they were cut into various materials by invisible knives. The beams fell into the water and passed around in front of Suhi, and were also engraved. Formation. Suhi only engraved the simplest protective formations such as the old shape, the invincible, the water driving, and the gathering of blessings, so as to prevent the built house from being corroded by time and water. Building a house is extremely simple. If Suhi hadn't been so meticulous and demanding, he would have been able to build a cave in an instant. Even so, the construction speed is extremely fast. When Ji-Fei-Shue walked out of the alchemy room, she felt something strange under the water. Looking down, she saw a typical southern garden taking shape under the water, and even bamboos from the shore were specially transplanted into the garden. It's just that the healthcare methods are rough, and it's difficult for the bamboo to grow when transplanted like this. Ji-Fei-Shue watched quietly. It was not until the moon rose in the sky that Suhi came out of the water. The heavy rain was still pouring, but it had no effect on them. Ji-Fei-Shue looked at him and asked with a smile, "What are you doing?" Suhi smiled. "Build a home. After I leave, you can live in the garden I built with my own hands, and let the plants and trees accompany you for me." Ji-Fei-Shue was startled and tears suddenly fell down. He was on the 5th level of the sky. His Taoist heart was as solid as a rock. But somehow, he was brought to tears by this sentence. As soon as Suhi said these words, he wanted to slap himself so hard that he would have to build a home. He just remembered what Fei-Shue garden looked like in the later century. So he recreated it here. He transformed into a human body, rushed over in a few steps, took Ji-Fei-Shue's umbrella, and held her in his arms. "Bah! Bah! Bah! I'm talking nonsense. This is the first time I lie to you. Really. I just want to make you cry. And I want to deceive you." Ji-Fei-Shue shook her head and said nothing. Suhi straightened him up and kissed him. After they were separated for a long time, Suhi pressed her forehead and said softly, "You don't have to think too much. This time, I will steal Daozu's finger bones and go back to save you. But I am not limited by time. I will definitely come back. Never let you stay alone for hundreds of thousands of years." Which man could do this by leaving such an alluring lady alone 730,000 years ago? Ji-Fei-Shue smiled but said nothing. But he pulled him back to the cave, walked to the swing, and looked back at him. Suhi breathed heavily, and then shook his head. "Daughter-in-law, don't make trouble. I am really talking nonsense. I will definitely come back. If I don't have enough energy, I beg my aunt, I beg you 730,000 years later, to kill the ancestor who sealed the imperial palace. Killing one is enough for me to come back several times." This time, it was the dead sun explosion that sent him back. But 90% of the power of the sun explosion was used to bombard the great ancestor of the emperor. Even 100 Busiyu who fell into the star ring could kill him. Delivered? If you go back and don't ask to hunt down the emperor's ancestor, you can team up with your aunt, the ancestor Luo, and the others. Isn't it too much to cut off their ancestor's hand if they have nothing to do? The energy contained in one hand is enough for Suhi to return to this era. It doesn't need to be too close. Just once every few thousand years. He was planning like this. But Ji-Fei-Shue lowered her head to look at the swing, then looked back at him. "Don't you dare?" The tone was one part cold, one part questioning, faint sarcasm. Suhi's temper instantly rose. Is there anything he doesn't dare to do? As soon as he stepped on it, a curtain of water swayed in all directions, instantly blocking the rain from the cave and blowing the swing dry, pushing Ji-Fei-Shue onto the swing. "Little lady, do you want to be on top or bottom?" Ji-Fei-Shue's face was blushing, but she made a cold expression, bit her lip and looked at him without saying a word. Suhi lifted her chin and was about to lean down. Ji-Fei-Shue raised her hand and stuffed 2 pills into his mouth. The aura was familiar. It was him who was following Ji-Fei-Shue and refining the Qingxing pill, and made the wrong elixir to become a dual cultivation elixir. Although he didn't recognize the other one, he still had good eyesight after staying next to Ji-Fei-Shue for a long time. And his eyes suddenly widened. Master Ma? Master Ma's recipe? Was he made out by his wife? Girl, are you serious? In the damage-free world, Master Ma was hiding next to Chu Jun and Fengzu, looking at the broken world. His mood became even worse. The lossless world is missing a 7th level Tiantai. So he hides his identity, and temporarily hides here. He secretly took action twice to make others think that Iho was still there, and they did not dare to underestimate him. Fellow Taoist, do you estimate how long it will take for Fairy Ji to finish recovering from her injuries before she comes to the non-destructive world? Fengzhu asked softly. No one was aggressively attacking the Wushu realm. But these days, even with the three of them watching, several people from the Wushuang realm had suddenly disappeared without any warning. There are also tribesmen who have returned from the outside world, and nearly half of them have disappeared without a trace. There are those who are good at reclusiveness even if they secretly take action at the 7th level of heaven treading. Master Ma stroked his beard, his eyes a little anxious. Among the descendants derived from the bloodline of the Butian clan, the Tian-Ni clan is the main body. It can even be said that without the blessing of the Tian-Ni clan, all clans will be damaged or even exterminated. It's also like this. The Tianli clan occupies the non-destructive realm, so no other clan has any objections. Master Ma sighed and said, if those two people had taken my medicine, their recovery would have been accelerated naturally. If they had enough foundation and were more diligent, they could have recovered in 3 to 5 months in an instant. If they hadn't taken the medicine, it might have taken several years. He judged this from the remaining yin and yang aura. Everything in the world is about balance. If the balance is broken, all kinds of diseases will occur. He didn't know Ji Feishua's specific condition, so he could only judge how Ji Feishua needed to be treated based on the remaining aura on Yunming Zhe, and left behind the prescription, even if it's not completely symptomatic. With Ji Feishua, a master of alchemy, it's not difficult to correct it. Fengzhu's face became more and more anxious. Although a few years is nothing to a monk who has been in seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years, the loss to the non-destructive world is too great. I don't know what method fellow Taoist Su he used to heal his wounds. Can you please tell me? I've lived long enough, so I can't possibly know something by accident. Even if it can only be accelerated by a month or two, it will be good. The Tian-Ni clan has too few people, with only a few thousand in total. The losses in the past 2 years have been greater than in the past million years. No ancestor can bear such a loss. Master Ma shook his head. It's unspeakable. It's unspeakable. He saw that it was his own ability, and there was nothing others could say about it. If he publicized it, it would be like the old man hanging himself and seeking death. He had heard too many legends about the fighting prowess of those 2 men in Xianwang Cave, and they were miraculous. It has the power to suppress and kill the clones of the great Ishvara Bodhisattva. An ordinary 7th level heaven-reaching person would have no power to resist in front of such a being. The 3 of them stopped talking and divided themselves into 3 parties, to completely incorporate the indestructible realm into their defense. Most of the tribesmen in the indestructible realm are in the forbidden area, but the environment in the forbidden area is not suitable for everyone. The 200 people who were forced to come out have already lost several people. The tribesmen who were still outside suffered more losses. In a depressing atmosphere, the non-destructive world fell into silence. As time passed, the continuous autumn rain did not stop, but turned directly into winter snow. And then the snow turned into winter. But this year's spring came later than usual. But in some places, spring is always there. Suhi closed his eyes, and the circle of heaven and earth in the inner world was suspended in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, covering all the stars. The 2 rings are entangled and rotating. The yin and yang are flowing, and the aura is constantly rising. Streams of Buddhist power came from Ji Feishua's body, and were forced to be trapped in his body. They were refined and poured into the inner world, turning into golden light, and shooting towards the universe circle. The circle of heaven and earth belongs to Tao, and the golden light belongs to Buddha. The Buddha's light falls on the circle of heaven and earth, but it is perfectly integrated into it. Master Ma's elixir helps, and Ji Feishua is by her side. The meaning of yin and yang turned into 2 golden dragons, entwining and roaring around the circle of heaven and earth. The circle of heaven and earth condenses little by little, and it is no longer illusory. It is like a juju wood carving, but it is not an ordinary wood. The 5 elements on it form yin and yang entwined like a dragon. Guishui, Renshui, Jiamu, Imu, Binghua, Dinghua. Yin and yang are combined, and the 5 elements are entwined. There is even a transition between yin and yang within it, from extremely yin to extremely yang. This is a hodgepodge of Suhi's understanding of yin and yang. It is also formed with the help of Buddha's power. The Buddhist power in Ji Feishua's body is the condensation of the Buddhist world for thousands of years, and it stirs up 2 forces in Ji Feishua's body. implying the way of yin and yang. After being refined by Suhi, it becomes Suhi's own thing. The Qianquan circle is also known as the yin-yang circle. It is two wooden rings interlocked. Tao creates oneness. One cannot be sought. It is too high and too far. But the yin and yang of life and death is a compulsory subject for all monks. Suhi unknowingly accumulated a lot of insights. The circle of heaven and earth condenses little by little, and the lines on it become more and more flexible. The final touch is gum gold cloud pattern engraving, with the last trace of Buddhist power in Ji Feishua's body used. The universe circle was completely condensed, and the fourth heaven opening artifact was fully formed. In an instant, dragon chants and turtle chants alternated and reached the sky. Two rays of light pierced the clouds from under the water and reached the sky, turning into a white dragon and a black dragon. White dragons entwined Xuanwu, and a turtle and a dragon roared and rolled in the clouds. The toad jumped up on the flying boat, dumbfounded. The fourth artifact to open the sky. What plugin is this? Is Ji Feishua better than the soul beast? Ji Feishua herself? Didn't she say that it would take 2 to 3 years, or even longer to completely eliminate Buddha's power? It's only been half a year. Sure enough, with the participation of Turtle, everything will be advanced. The toad sighed, and heard a dragon roar in the clouds. The white dragon had turned into a fairy, and he raised his sword and slashed at his eyebrows. But he saw the turtle transform into Suhi in a flash, holding the fairy sword between his 2 fingers, shaking his head and saying, "Daughter-in-law, wait a moment. You and I will strengthen our strength and then go to the damage-free world. Let Master Ma watch before we kill him." The father-in-law's method had only been tested on Ming Xiao, and Ji Feishua was different from him. If you can do it under Ma Shirwang's eyes, you should be more confident. Ma Shirwang, worthy of his origin as a veterinarian in the world, listed the available elixirs based only on the explanations given by his grandma and grandpa. The Buddha's power, which originally took several years to be sorted out, only took half a year. Ji Feishua nodded and put away the fairy's sword. Okay. The Buddha power in his body was completely gone, and he could even speak a little easier. Looking at Suhi's eyes, there was even more sparkle. My husband's fourth heaven opening artifact was condensed. Unlike the first 3, this one was condensed from his own understanding. Suhi stretched out his hand and pulled her down from the cloud head and into Yumingze. They have moved to Zixia Shuifu and have completely settled down here. In the water palace, there is a new alchemy room and weapon room newly arranged by concubine Yuki. There is also an underwater volcano not far away. A large array will be set up in the future, which can be used to refine alchemy and weapon. One of them had just recovered, and the other, Fang Ning, the heaven-opening divine weapon, no longer neglected his duties, and went directly to retreat in Shuifu to consolidate. With the heaven-opening artifact condensed, the fourth heaven is not far away. But at this time, the inner world has not reached its limit and cannot open the sky. Calculating the time, it only took 2 or 3 years for Suhi to open the third heaven. At this moment, the world is steadily improving at a rate of 1% per month. It has just reached 33% now, and it is still very early to be able to open the sky. Moreover, the third level of opening the sky is the first level for the entire inner world to rapidly advance. Suhi wants to suppress it so that the sentient beings in the inner world can reproduce more easily. Suhi's tortoise body was sleeping in the water, playing with the circle of heaven and earth in the inner world, sorting out his understanding of yin and yang bit by bit. Compared with the Kaikian divine artifact condensed by the small hexagrams, the one condensed by itself is being strengthened all the time. There is no doubt that the more powerful the heaven-opening artifact is, the better the heaven-opening effect will be in the future. Suhi was immersed in seclusion, unaware of the passage of time. When I woke up, the spring light was shining on Yunming's, but there was no figure of Ji Feishua, only the waves coming from the vessel room. Ji Feishua is refining weapons? Suhi walked in lightly, and saw a ball of golden liquid in front of Ji Feishua constantly squirming and changing in the flames. Seeing him come in, Ji Feishua smiled slightly. "You came just in time, and you can give me a drop of blood essence, then condense a ball of true water." Suhi forced a drop of blood essence between his fingers and flicked it over, waving his hand to condense the true water. True water is the water wave that condenses under Suhi after he appears as a dragon turtle. Suhi's water wave is unique to him, and cannot be imitated by others. Ji Feishua stretched out her hand and poured the essence and blood into the gold liquid. A turtle roar came from the gold liquid, and it squirmed and turned into a horizontal knife embryo, which Ji Feishua casually threw into the real water. There was a crackling sound, like a mortal forging iron. Refining weapons and making elixirs is essentially the same as ordinary people forging iron and making medicine. Ji Feishui explained to Su He while refining the weapons. There is nothing wrong with having too many skills and learning more, especially since this sword was sacrificed for him. Let him participate in it. After it is completed, it will be easier to sharpen. The embryo of the knife was just completed, and it was still very early before it could be used. Ji Feishui was rushing to forge the weapon for 700,000 years. Are you going to the non-destructive realm? Ji Feishui asked softly while forging weapons. It doesn't matter if she kills the clone. She has already done it once in the Xianwang cave. Although they are not completely separated, she has experience, so there will be no problem. But Su He's white tiger body will fall into the realm of no harm. It is necessary to put his planet into the forbidden area of the non-destructive realm, and use the merits and peaceful energy of the Tian Ni family to refine it. Opportunities like this don't come around often and shouldn't be missed. The big solar eclipse is already approaching, and he will go back after the big solar eclipse. By who didn't handle it properly. What's wrong? Moving a world is not that easy. Chapter 532 Bodies. The indestructible world is heavily guarded. As soon as you get close, you can feel that the 7th level consciousness of Chu Jun and Fengzu has sealed off the entire world. Occasionally there is a flash of another hidden consciousness. The 3 powerful men intimidated Xiao Xiao. At this time, the non-destructive world has already put aside the rules of elders and juniors. Anyone who dares to step into the non-destructive world, regardless of their moral character, will be attacked by 3 people at the same time. Outside the world barrier, a dead old tree still hung the body of a 7th level Skywalker. That was when Chu Jun and Master Ma returned. They happened to bump into a monk secretly lurking in the indestructible realm. It was the person who formed the team before Jun left. The others checked the situation of the non-destructive world and then retreated. But he quietly stayed down and was blocked in the world by the 2 people who came back. After a big battle, this person became a sign hanging on the barrier of the non-destructive world. The corpse has been sacrificed, and the chaotic power is scattered outwards irregularly, blocking the prying eyes of others. The icy starry sky outside the non-destructive world became even more terrifyingly quiet. In this silence, a crack in space suddenly appeared, and then a large ship leaned out of the bow and rode out. The style of Luchuan Buddhist world is particularly obvious. Within the damage-free realm, 3 long roars rose at the same time, and 3 figures were seen escaping from the barrier, raising a large formation to block the building and ship. Jun looked cold. The Buddha realm doesn't have any way to deal with Xianwang. And yet, you dare to come to the Wushu realm. Do you really think that the Tianli clan, are easy to bully? The bald donkeys in the Buddhist world are determined to be thieves. This is because he was defeated in the battle with Xianwang. Do you want to steal his people to strengthen the Buddha kingdom? Today's disaster in the non-destructive world is caused by Dzi, the old bald donkey. And he still dares to cause trouble here. He let out a long roar, pressed the formation, and crashed towards the building ship. However, at this moment, inside the building ship, a mounting god seal fell in the starry sky, blocking the formation. This is not the way to welcome a fellow Taoist. As a voice came, the door of the upstairs house opened, and Su He and Ji Feishui came out hand in hand. Forging weapons is not something that happens overnight. Ji Feishui is just waiting for Su He to consolidate the artifact and do the preliminary processing. As soon as the blade embryo was formed, the 2 of them recalled the toad and the fox and sailed directly across the starry sky. Chu Jun was immediately overjoyed. He inserted his hands into the formation, raised it upwards, and took away the formation again. Then he laughed and looked at Su He. Fellow Taoist is finally here. I've been looking forward to it for too long. On the side, Fengzu also laughed with relief. And Master Ma, who had been hiding in the illusion, also bowed his hand to Su He. Su He smiled and returned the greeting. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. He raised his hands to the illusion and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist, for the pill prescription. The short fat man in the shadow must be Master Ma. And the instinct that comes from the bottom of his heart and doesn't want to offend is absolutely right. Master Ma's skills are not bad. But this virtualization method can hide the 7th level of the ordinary sky. But it can't hide it from Su He Xuanwu eyes. It can be seen clearly at a glance. Fellow Taoist, being polite is what an old man should do. Fengzu smiled and said, 2 Taoist friends are coming from afar. Please come to the non-destructive world to talk about it. In this era, there are very few people in the non-destructive world who know the identity of Su He Longgui. The more he knew his identity, the more he felt at ease. There was no place that he said could keep the Tianyo family safe. As long as Dragon Turtle opens his mouth and allows the non-destructive world to hang a big flag embroidered with Dragon Turtle, Zhu Fang Xiaoxiao will not dare to be presumptuous. This is a real lifesaver. He smiled and walked towards the damage-free realm. Halfway out, he turned his head and glanced deep into the starry sky. Roll! Sui's voice was not loud. It was just a normal scolding, with a bit of the might of the Dragon Turtle. But there was a scream deep in the starry sky, and a monk fell out of the starlight, looking at Sui in horror with bleeding from his orifices. He turned around and ran. But after only running for 20 or 30 miles, he gradually slowed down and stopped in the starry sky. Above his head, fragments of his soul turned into streams of light and scattered out. Divine power is designed to hurt the soul. He had just condensed the fourth divine weapon to open the sky. His control of the power was slightly flawed, so he didn't want to drink him to death. Jun looked at the man, his face changing again and again, with anger, hatred, and disappointment appearing alternately. In the end, it turned into a sigh. Fellow Taoist Puho was originally a good friend of the old man, but unexpectedly he also had the idea of the Tianyo clan. If you don't make up your mind, why hide it secretly? After he appeared, his body flashed with red light, which was the mark of those who had recently personally killed the Tianli tribe. It is the disgust of heaven and earth. I don't know how long this officer has been hiding outside the damage-free boundary, but the three of them didn't notice it. Fellow Taoist, please! Jun withdrew his gaze from the depths of the starry sky and made an invitation gesture to Sui again. After not seeing fellow Taoist Sui for 2 years, his Taoism has become even more profound and unfathomable. Previously, in the non-destructive world, although it was unattainable, they were still within reach. At this moment, I didn't even know which direction to look up at. With a shout, he killed a prestigious monk with a domineering air. Ji Feishua's cold expression was in a daze. She looked at the corners of Sui's mouth raised slightly, and pride rose in her eyes. At this moment, Sui really has the capital to be arrogant. Although he has not yet opened the 4th level of heaven, he can reach the vastness of heaven and earth. There are really not many things that can hurt him at this time. If you dare to fight, even if you kill each other in Fengwang Palace, it is not impossible. Everyone entered the damage-free world. Sui looked around, looking at the severely damaged world, and shook his head slightly. As expected, the second avatar of the Bodhisattva Mahavatar came here first. The damage-free world actually looks like what it will look like after the disaster of the 7-headed Tengu 730,000 years later. 2 fellow Taoists have come from afar. Let's go to the old man's residence to rest for a while and taste my unique specialty in the non-destructive realm. Mr. Chu was in a really good mood, but he saw Sui shaking his head slightly. Fellow Taoist, you are very polite. It is best for you and me to deal with the business first, so as not to cause more troubles due to long nights and dreams. Jun's breathing suddenly became heavier. Sui opened the skylight and spoke frankly. Let me speak frankly. There are 2 things here. One is that my wife wants to perform a special clone method, and I ask fellow Taoist Master Ma to protect me. The illusion in Ma Sherwan's body has been lifted. His short and fat body nodded with great effort and said, How dare you not do your best? At that age, Tianchen went to the clan more than once to find a way to solve the problem. To be precise, the clone technique should be called the split technique, and it was decided among his clan. Although he doesn't know everything, he is only acting as a Dharma protector, so there should be no problem. Even if there was an accident, as long as he was here to protect Fairy G's life, there would be no problem. To put it bluntly, when talking about the way of veterinary medicine, Master Ma said one thing is the other. Even if the Taoist ancestor came, he could not refute it. Sui cupped his hands and thanked him, and then said, The second thing is to move the non-destructive world. There is indeed a place below that can ensure the stability of the non-destructive world, but it is isolated from the world. I wonder what your friendship will do. Jun and Feng Zhu looked at each other and smiled bitterly at the same time. Do they still have any part in? What do you think? At this moment, falling into the abyss, a life-saving rope falls. Even if it is a fishing hook, they have to catch it. I just don't know what Suhuda wants. If he was also a member of the Tian clan, would it be enough for him to enter the inner world of his fellow Taoists? He is on the 7th level of the sky, consolidating the inner world, and the effect is much better than those of children who have not yet grown up. In the eyes of the ancestor, Even if the members of his family reach the 7th level of the sky, they are still children who have not grown up. Just like Taizu looking at the dragon turtle, everyone is a little grandson. I wonder where the place you mentioned is? Jun asked with a wry smile. Fuha Forbidden Land. Master Ma's expression remained unchanged, but Ancestor Feng looked surprised. The land of immortality? The Forbidden Land of Fuha connects the Sea of Stars and all the heavens and all realms. It is said that during the Heavenly Court period, it was the place where all heavens and all realms ascended to immortality. When you open the immortal gate at the 7th level of stepping on the sky, you will appear there, and you can ascend to heaven and enter the immortal gate. But there are rumors that the place is unstable. Although no stars from the Star Sea have smuggled in since the ancient times, there are definite records in the clan that before the ancient times, the Fuha Forbidden Area was really a forbidden area. The poisonous spiritual energy of the Star Sea leaked out, and ordinary people who entered it would die without any chance of life. The Tian-Ni clan inherited from the Butian clan, and recorded extremely detailed records of the world itself. Put your home there. The two looked at each other. Jun asked. The forbidden area is empty. I don't know how to protect myself after the non-destructive realm is moved to that place. Going to such a deserted place, although it is pure, but young people are also more likely to lurk. Right? Suhi smiled. I have my own means to ensure the stability of the world without harming it. Seeing Jun's confusion, Suhi said nothing, kicked the space away, and made a gesture of invitation. Fellow Taoists, you might as well see it with your own eyes. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked into the space passage. Ji Feishue was right next to him, following closely behind him. Chu and Jun looked at each other and walked in at the same time. Just now, fellow Daoist Shinkong Su he snorted coldly and shocked a powerful man to death. People from all over had already seen it. Moreover, during this time, the news about Taoist fellows suppressing and killing the clones of the Bodhisattva Mahavatar had already spread. With fellow Taoists around, naturally no one without a good eye would come to the non-destructive realm to act wild at this time, and just follow the fellow Taoists to take a look. But it doesn't matter. The three of them walked out and saw a vast starry sky. Looking in all directions and comparing their position with the star map, they found that it was the Fuha Forbidden Land. However, the Fuha Forbidden Land at this time was no different from other places, and was not as scary as the rumor said. Suhi pulled Ji Feishue and stood in the void for a long time, then asked with a smile, Can the three fellow Taoists see anything unusual? The three of them looked at each other and used their methods to detect the surroundings. In the end, they all shook their heads. Even the Tianni clan didn't find anything special about this place. Suhi smiled and raised his hand into the air. A star appeared in the empty starry sky. The planet is not big, but birds are singing. Flowers and vanilla are growing, and warblers are flying. All three of them looked surprised. This is... Jun looked at Suhi and asked in surprise. As a member of the Tian-Ni clan, they are born to be extremely sensitive to space and the world. But where was this planet hidden before, and how did it appear? They actually didn't feel anything. This is definitely not the method of an ordinary monk. My home, Suhi said with a smile. Jun and Fengzu suddenly realized. They had seen the true form of Suhi's dragon turtle in the forbidden area. Suhadao has such a Taoist practice, but it has never appeared in all the worlds. He must have been secretly cultivated by the Dragon Turtle clan. Is this the secret place of the Dragon Turtle clan? Fellow Taoist Suhi's dojo? If the non-destructive world moves here, I can hide the non-destructive world like no other. Suhi smiled. Jun and Fengzu both breathed heavily. Excuse me. Maybe I can go to this planet and have a look? Fengzu asked. Looking at Suhi, Suhi nodded. The old lady wanted to see if the planet had been hidden and had any impact on the creatures on it. Fengzu landed on the planet and came back after a moment, nodding to Lord Chu with excitement in his eyes. Jun immediately breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Suhi. Fellow Taoist, I'm so kind, but if you have any requests, you can speak out. Suhi smiled and then said seriously, I'm not afraid of fellow Taoists being overly concerned. The harmless world has moved in, but this small planet has to be placed in a forbidden area for nobles. I want fellow Taoists to guard this planet. No one, including you, can get close to it. 730,000 years later, I'll come and get it. Guarding the forbidden area? If it had been before, Jun would have been overly concerned. But now, since the last time he entered the forbidden area, he saw an ancient temple as big as a walnut, and the aura of the white tiger remained. There is even more inheritance left to the two people in front of me. He no longer had any extravagant hopes of monopolizing the forbidden area. The forbidden land in the indestructible realm not only belongs to the Tian clan. It was once left by the Butian clan. I don't know how many great powers in the heavens and worlds are involved. Apparently fellow Taoist Su he knows their forbidden land better than they do. So he wants to send the planet in. Fellow Taoist, please rest assured. If this star enters the forbidden area, it will do no harm to the indestructible realm or the Tiandi clan. Su he promised. This is what Bain and Tantai left behind. According to their temperament, they can't do anything to benefit themselves at the expense of others. Jun bowed even more. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. The Tian clan will guard the planet and wait for fellow Taoists to come and get it. Did it turn out that the Tianli clan has been working as guards for generations? Compared to others, this cost is simply negligible. Do fellow Taoists have the means to relocate to the non-destructive realm? Su he asked. Jun nodded. Back then, among the Butian clan, Ma Shirwang's clan was the earliest to leave and can be called the medical family. The Tianyo clan was the last to stay in the Wushu realm. There is also the Hengyu clan, who are the real descendants of Butian. The Xian clan. This clan is born with the magical power of space and can help the relocation of the non-destructive world. The Butian clan split up and formed different races. But the clans were not really separated. Although they did not interact with each other on weekdays. They would be the first to arrive when needed. Su he nodded. Yes. Move as soon as possible. I don't have much time. If the Tian clan has its own solution, it would be great. There was no need for him to rack his brains anymore. Be prepared before coming. The wife can arrange a large formation and use the large formation to form a jump. If she is too anxious, she can ask Feng Si to come. The Phoenix clan is better at setting up formations. Grandma's sacrifice was in the Buddha realm at the moment. They came out of the Xianwang cave and only stayed in Yunming's for a moment. They killed Su He and left for the Buddha realm before they saw Su He. Jun and Fengzhu immediately returned to the damage-free world and started relocating. Su He and the others did not leave. Master Ma discovered that the small planet left by Baiyin had a peaceful atmosphere and strong life force. But it had not been polluted. It was like an innate land. And this place was the most suitable for Ji Feishue to kill herself. The weather was clear and cloudless. The three of them had landed on the small planet. Ji Feishue closed her eyes and meditated. Waking up after a day and a night. Looking up at the sky. Two completely different auras appeared on his body. One black and one white each occupy half. Eager to destroy each other. But they are turned into liquid by the Qinghe Pearl. And they are separated and unable to approach. Master Ma stared closely at the black energy. It is indeed a thing from back then. Ji Feishue's eyes flashed with murderous intent. And a sword light struck the sky. And the sword light rotated in the sky, turning back like a crescent moon. A sword struck Ji Feishue between her eyebrows. It just penetrates the body. Su He's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He couldn't take his eyes away. And his hands were bent into claws, ready to grab the sword light at any time. Then, they saw Ji Fei's snowy body was like water, being cut in half by the sword light. And then the sword light turned into talismans, and rushed into the two streams of water. The two groups of water rolled and receded downwards. And two indistinguishable beauties appeared in the center. It's just that the one on the left is dressed in white, and the one on the right is dressed in black. The two Ji Feishus opened their eyes at the same time, and looked at Su He. Happiness. Before Su He had time to laugh, Ji Feishue in black had already dodged over, grabbed his hand and jumped up. Then rushed out of the planet, broke through the forbidden area of Fuha, and even penetrated the forbidden area and rushed towards the Sea of Stars. The Fuha forbidden area was subsequently closed. No abnormality could be seen at all, and everything was back to normal. On the side, Master Ma looked at Ji Feishue in white with his mouth open. That fellow Taoist Su He was kidnapped. Ji Feishue looked at the Fuha forbidden area and shook her head slightly. It doesn't matter. The moment the black clothes broke open the Fuha forbidden land, she felt a vague aura rising from the planet under her feet, constantly repairing and consolidating the Fuha forbidden land. Ji Feishue thought thoughtfully. No wonder the Fuha forbidden land no longer releases toxic spiritual energy from ancient times to the present, and no stars escape from it. It turns out that her planet has banned this place. Chapter 531 Anger. Hey! Su He called out as he saw the entrance to the forbidden area of Fuha close behind him. The fairy in black who was pulling him galloping kept walking, but turned to look at him. She was no different from Ji Feishue in black whom He had seen. Shuayin! Hidden talisman! Ji Feishue in black said in a cold voice, naturally filled with murderous intent. He wouldn't know what she was talking about if it wasn't for her understanding. Shuayin used it to hide the two of them, and also used the jade talisman being left in the forbidden area of the damage-free world, adding a layer of secrecy to Shuayin. Ji Feishue pulled him towards the end of the passage quickly. The body collided, rushed out of the passage, and quickly dived into the galaxy, speeding all the way. The Sea of Stars is too big, and two more prepared small fish cannot even make a splash, and almost no one can notice it. There is no need to belittle oneself. Based on their current state, there are very few people in the world who can detect whether they are calculated mentally or not. It is impossible for all the immortals to stare at a certain place all the time. The Sea of Stars is so big that a mortal master has endless things to do. According to the realms of He and Ji Feishue, they cannot use space transfer methods over long distances here. If they disrupt the space of the Star Sea, they will die. You must have at least the 7th level of the Force Spirit's open heaven method to be able to teleport through space and scrupulously here. The two of them were invisible, like a hidden starlight, heading towards Yunza. Not far from Yunza, following the river all the way upstream, He revealed the body of a peacock and used the black bird escape technique plus quick feather. In less than 5 days, he was already above Yunza and landed on an island following Ji Feishue's guidance. Outside the island is real marsh water, but there are stars rising and falling in the water. The original fairyland must not be like this. Maybe it is similar to the fairyland in Suhi's inner world. Floating islands in the sky. Stars outside the island? Yunza is not as boundless as Yunming's, because the stars are falling. It even looks a bit crowded. Is this his family's territory? Suhi turned into a human form and looked at Ji Feishue in black. What are you doing here? Hai looked at the water with an expressionless face. Retreat! She spoke very little, and could not speak more than 3 sentences a day during the trip. This was because Suhi, if it were anyone else, would have been impatient. Ji Feishue's clones are not clones. Strictly speaking, one cannot say which one is the main body, and which one is the clone. They are all Numenon. But Suhi habitually regards the subject as the Numenon. It is somewhat similar to Feng Yiju's clone. However, Feng Yiju's clone method is incomplete, and there is only one spiritual intelligence, either in the main body or the clone, making it difficult to take care of both. Even ordinary monks can't do 2 things at once. And Ji Feishue's clone is a complete self. Each walks in his own way, and each cultivates his own path. After combining, the paths and paths merge, and he becomes a complete self. However, although there is no distinction between the main body and the body, it is divided into the main body and the secondary body. It's like cutting a person in half from the waist, and both parts are him. But the lower body is not as good as the upper body after all. Even the separate parts have their own personalities. Just like Ji Feishue in black. Her coldness comes from her bones, which is different from the coldness of her main body. She really hates everything, and can't help but want to destroy and kill everything. This is also the reason why Ji Feishue successfully separated and immediately escaped into the Sea of Stars in black clothes, and went into seclusion in the territory. The man in black would kill someone's whole family with his sword just because he took one more look. Why not retreat in Yunming's? Suhi asked softly. The Sea of Stars is too dangerous. All the immortals are here, and all the 12 ancestors of Fengwang Palace are here. There are still 11 ancestors, and the 12th group has not come up yet. But that is too many. Heiji looked at Zishui and said in a cold voice. Quiet! She is different from the cold body. She really needs absolute silence. It takes a lot of time to wear away the endless killing intent in your heart. This is the killing intention that comes naturally from Yuan's power. But this killing intention is wrong. The real way to kill is to stop killing from the heart, rather than uncontrollable killing intention. During the 4 or 5 days along the way, she even had murderous intentions towards Suhi several times, and almost took action. At this moment, when I thought about how irresponsible this person was, who had been dissolute for 10 years in this era, and then turned around and left, only to have her stay alone for 730,000 years. I couldn't help but want to kill him with a sword and seal him in a stone. If you can't move, let him stay with you here forever. As the black man spoke, he raised his hand and parted the water. A passage was exposed under the island, which was previously covered with water. Suhi never noticed that there was an underground palace underneath. Hand. Hai's voice was cold. Suhi stretched out his hand and pulled it towards hers. Ji-Fei-Xue, who was dressed in black, did not resist, but a flash of sword light flashed through her fingernails, slicing his fingers open, forcing out a ball of blood as big as an apricot kernel, and flicked it on the underground palace door. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the door. The dragons and phoenixes seemed to come alive in an instant. They swallowed blood and looked at Su-He with a trace of scrutiny in their eyes. It's like the scrutiny that a father-in-law looks at his son-in-law. After falling into silence, Su-He made a connection with the underground palace, and the authority to control the underground palace fell on him. If you have anything to do, come here and find me. This was an extra sign of trust in Su-He. This place was the message sent by his father, as soon as he pointed at the center of his eyebrows, and sealed the title of princess. There is a lot of information about heaven from my father, just like the way to enter the Sea of Stars through the forbidden land of Fuha. But Ji-Fei-Xue has not really analyzed and dealt with it. She lacks common sense in heaven, and cannot understand many things. Su-He nodded. The wound on his hand had completely healed. But he didn't take it back. He still pulled her, and even wanted to pull her into the underground palace. Ji-Fei-Xue glanced at him, and knew what he was thinking. But it didn't go as he wished. She is not normal now. Her murderous intention is too strong. Maybe something is uncomfortable or too weird. Her murderous intention arises immediately. And she is not suitable for doing anything else. I don't want to do anything else except kill people. Su-He was still by her side these days. If Su-He's constant noise hadn't awakened her from her sinking murderous intent, she wouldn't have known which world she would have gone to right now. After letting Su-He pull for a while, his heart inevitably became impetuous, and his murderous intent arose again. Ji-Fei-Xue let go of Su-He and walked towards the underground palace. When she stepped into the door, she turned around and pushed Su-He out. Go find Taizu and ask him to protect me. After finishing speaking, Ji-Fei-Xue in black turned around and entered the underground palace, and the door slammed shut. Su-He froze on the spot. Haining naturally asked him to go to Taizu, and Su-He could understand. If it were the true body, it would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Even if there was a big event, he would handle it by himself. Maybe he would ask Su-He for help? It is absolutely impossible for others. But Hei is different. Hei doesn't understand the world at all. In Hei's eyes, he will do whatever is most convenient. She is the daughter-in-law of the Dragon Turtle clan, so Taizu will naturally protect her. Since he can protect her, why not? Is there a difference between taking the initiative and waiting passively? Waiting for Taizu to take the initiative to look over at the vacuum period. Side effects? Black is a true pragmatist. I was rejected by Ji-Fei-Xue? Su-He felt confused for a while. Even Ji-Fei-Xue in black clothes can't erase the past experience between the two of them. They are the same here in black clothes. If you can suppress your murderous intention again and again, your feelings will naturally remain. Su-He sighed and murmured to the sky. Old turtle, don't be silent. I know you must have heard it. After a long time, Taizu's voice came. Little turtle boy, do you think of my ancestor as a long-term employee? He didn't even mention anything. And he didn't even kowtow to the ancestor when he got his wife. Madam, when something happens, call me Lao Gui. Is it because Lao Zu's slap doesn't hurt anymore? Su-He chuckled. Ancestor, don't make trouble. You have been around for such a long time. But who can find you a granddaughter-in-law like me? A bunch of bachelors who don't do anything serious. As a mythical beast, finding a wife and having a baby is the first priority. Taizu. Su-He smiled. My father-in-law said that Ji-Fei-Xue will definitely give birth to offspring. In the future, I will give my ancestor a turtle egg for you to take care of. For dragon turtles, being able to take care of turtle eggs is simply the most wonderful thing in the world. Taizu snorted. But the tone was obviously different. Ancestor, can you do me another favor? Later, the lower realm of the indestructible realm will be moved to the Fuha Forbidden Land. You can create an illusion to show the world that the indestructible realm has been brought to the Star Sea. The world of non-destruction is related to his white tiger body, and cannot be ignored by Su-He. There are hidden methods left by Bai-Yin and Tantai. But there are many capable people in the world. Who knows who can rush in by accident? Especially when everyone sees that the indestructible realm has moved to the forbidden area of Fuha and disappears suddenly. They will definitely do their best to investigate. Taizu chuckled. White tiger. A long time ago memory. Although he was still young at that time, he also knew that Tantai Immortal Master had arranged methods to cultivate the white tiger's spirit. His Banquetai hexagram was used at that time. Little turtle boy, The Tian clan and the But Yin clan are completely different. Taizu's slow voice came. The But Yin clan truly has no fight with the world. They hide in the harmless world and do not meet outsiders. They have a peaceful temperament and help others. It will be fine if you gather the White Tiger. But the Tian clan has communication with the outside world. This time the disaster is even worse. How can we not have any resentment in our hearts? What White Tiger wants is absolute peace. Born in opposition to each other, it condenses from peace into pure murderous aura. He was stunned and at a loss for a moment. Ancestor, what should we do? Now go back and tell the Tian clan that you failed the interview. So you are no longer needed? Taizu was silent for a moment, shaking his head and mockingly said, Stupid! If you have grievances, just vent them out. Everything in the non-harming world is stable. And you can ask them to go to the Buddhist world to take revenge if they have any grievances. Dragon turtles live forever and can maintain physical and mental health because their hatred does not last overnight. If you dare to hurt me, I will destroy your entire clan. Kill all the enemies, and there will be no more grudges. He hesitated for a moment. Ancestor, it only takes 100,000 years to unite the White Tigers. Why can't you give the Tian clan hundreds of thousands of years to quell the hatred? The Tian clan has only a small number of people. But there are great powers in the Buddhist world. There are fruitless monks who can fight against Yuezu and Shizu. Taizu laughed and said, Monk Wugua is going to die. As an ancestor, although he has never participated in the battle, he is always paying attention to the battlefield in the Buddhist world. On the Wuchen Sea, the battle between Huang and Wugua is about to decide the winner. Wugua was killed once by Yang Su and never recovered after being resurrected. Huang used the battle to destroy the Wuchen seawater poison and took the opportunity to occupy Qinghua, killing Wugua at this moment. At the moment when Taizu was talking to Suhi, a sudden touch came from the Buddha mark between Suhi's eyebrows. The Buddhist rhyme between heaven and earth was out of balance. As if a whirlpool loophole appeared in an instant, and the Buddhist rhyme collapsed. From a faraway place, there was a loud roar. Tai! Suhi followed the sound, and saw golden light shooting out from under a mountain god's seal. The Bodhisattva of freedom was about to break through the mountain god's seal, and break out of the seal. After being impacted over and over again, the mountain god's seal was as stable as a mountain. Not even shaking. I'm here! What does the monk want from me? Taizu's figure appeared next to the mountain god's seal. The great freedom Bodhisattva under the seal of the mountain god looked at the sudden appearance of the old turtle and clasped his hands together. Taizu really dares to kill me, the abbot of the Buddhist world. From then on, the Buddhist world and the Dragon Turtle clan will fight to the death. Does Taizu know? Taizu looked at him in surprise. Isn't it the case before? Although Taiyu was not killed by them, but sent away by himself. But in the previous battle in the East China Sea, the Buddhist realm actually ambushed the Dragon Turtle clan. The Bodhisattva was silent, and the Buddha's light on his body shone, showing the unrest in his heart. Taiyu is dead. Can Long Guan kill him to no avail? If Yang Su fights for his life, will they die together? Only by truly entering death can the Buddhist rhyme change. Wu Gui is the abbot of the Buddhist world, and has his own way of protecting himself. Even if he is shattered by ordinary means, his birth star cannot be killed. Wu Gui is the only monk in the Buddhist world who has the talent to realize the Bodhisattva path for thousands of years. In the Buddhist world, merit has been cut off and the Dharma is lacking. If another Bodhisattva appears, there is a chance to make up for the merit. Merit is not important, as long as the Dharma can be completed. It does not matter whether it is a murderous way or an evil way. Seeing the opportunity right in front of me, it was cut off by life. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva closes his eyes and sits on the lotus platform, and the Buddha's light on his body becomes more and more vibrating. Taizu looked at it in surprise. Wasn't he extremely angry? Turtle boy, come up with a way to make Dazizi angry. Ancestor needs to make him angry. Taizu's voice sounded next to Suhi. Suhi felt his body flash, as if a hook was pulling him away. When he landed, he heard the voice of the Bodhisattva. No one can kill except the immortal. I don't know if there is any protection. Which fellow Taoist takes action? Taizu's laughter came. Why do you need an immortal to defeat your means? It's enough for you Wang to take action and add a hexagram. Hexagram? Bodhisattva was confused. I saw a flash of space around me, and a disgusting man with 2 wings on his back suddenly appeared. He waved his hand and proudly said to him, It's me! It's me! It's me who told Taizu the King Gua in the Wuchen Sea. And then told Huang fellow Taoist. You? When the Bodhisattva looked at Suhi, the Buddha's light above his head suddenly became brighter, like roaring flames. Yes! 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 Suhi nodded. Thank you, Bodhisattva Mahasava. Otherwise, I wouldn't have discovered that the Wuchen Sea is King Gua, and King Gua is Wuchen Sea. The Bodhisattva's expression darkened, and he stared at Suhi. Why did the donor deceive the poor monk with lies? Since he rushed into the Wuchen Sea to escape when he was chasing Suhi, he must have known that the Wuchen Sea was special, and he had the idea of conquering him in order to kill him. Suhi smiled and said noncommittally, The Bodhisattva said I lied to you, so I will lie to you. But thank you for the Buddhist power that you put into Fairy G's body. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to embrace the beauty so quickly and so widely. Buddhist power helped me greatly increase my practice, he said and looked at ZZ seriously. Does the Bodhisattva no longer condense a clone? Let me test the progress of my path. As Suhi spoke, he waved his hand and struck the Bodhisattva Mahavatar with a gust of wind. Taizu released the seal at the right time, and the wind from his palm came and hit Mahavatar Bodhisattva. The familiar Buddha power arose, and the Bodhisattva's expression became even worse. His eyes darkened slightly when he looked at Suhi. Too fast. This officer has made great progress. If he is sealed by Tai again, he may not be able to break the seal. And even if he separates his clone, he won't be able to stop this thief. It's not enough. Taizu looked at ease. A Bodhisattva is a Bodhisattva, apart from the boundless anger caused by the fruitless physical damage. Although Suhi's provocation made Zai express various expressions, it actually did not cause a single ripple in his Buddha heart. Taizu chuckled. That's all. After all, Zai is also a senior, and it is impossible to really be angry with a junior. Suhi hasn't reached this stage yet. Let's go! Taizu smiled and took Suhi away. After taking 2 steps, Suhi suddenly turned around and said, By the way, there is one more thing I haven't thanked Monk Kuran and Bodhisattva for. Suhi placed the Buddha's seal between his eyebrows. The relics of the Buddha mother rotate slowly on it. I heard that the Bodhisattva mobilized the Feng Huang Palace and Yuan Zun's family, and sent everyone back to Wanshan Mountain to leave the mountain, in order to retrieve the relic of the Buddha mother? Suhi smiled with a look of sincere gratitude. Bodhisattva is really good at judging people. Monk Kuran actually stole the relic, but I intercepted it. If it hadn't been for this relic, I would have broken it when we snatched the boundary monument of Lingshan Mountain. Without the protection of Bodhisattva, we cannot take away the boundary monument of Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva Great Freedom looked at the relics between his eyebrows, and the Buddha's light behind him suddenly became silent, as if everything had returned to peace. Amitabha. Very good. Bodhisattva Mahasava chanted the Buddha's name. The donor is indeed destined to be my Buddha. He congratulated Suhi, and a smile appeared in Taizu's dim old eyes. That's it. I'm angry. The Bodhisattva's first anger is used to summon the golden body of Buddha. The Buddha is the Taoist ancestor, and the Taoist ancestor is dead. Naturally, the Buddha cannot escape, but the golden body of the Buddha will not perish. Chapter 532. It's really going to be early. In this world, the tomb of the great sun, Ji-Feishua, stood above the sky, with the turtle L of the dragon turtle clan behind her. At this moment, the turtle I was no longer a dead thing. A dragon turtle transformed into the turtle L, roaring at the dark sun opposite. In the center of the sun, the great ancestor of the emperor shows his whereabouts. He is hunched over and his forehead is like a tumor. He would be surprised if he saw that the emperor's grand ancestor was very similar to the legendary longevity star in his previous life. The great ancestor Feng Huang refined all the power of the dark sun Zhongyuan. Although 70% to 80% is wasted, 20% of the refining energy belongs entirely to oneself. Just like Ji-Feishua's black clone, Emperor Feng Huang looked at the 2 Ji-Feishua standing side by side under the turtle L. Ji-Feishua in red is the one commonly seen in all the worlds. The black man is the clone who has been hiding in the Sea of Stars for an unknown period of time. It was not until the previous killing of the Bodhisattva that Ji-Feishua in black appeared for the first time. Ji-Feishua, dressed in black, doesn't have much reputation in the lower world. But in Shanghai, in the eyes of old guys like them, she is already like thunder. Even if the two-body Ji-Feishua was placed among the immortals of the ancient times, her ranking would not be low. They are less than 1,000,000 years old. But they have accomplished something that would have been extremely difficult for them to do in millions of years. It was also, after seeing Ji Feishua's performance in black, that the great ancestor of Emperor Feng made up his mind to refine the Black Sun and embezzle Yuan's power. The great ancestor of Emperor Feng walked toward Ji Feishua step by step, leaning on a cane. Xian Wang and the Yuan Zun clan have been fighting for tens of millions of years. Before the emperor has risen, the two parties are fighting for the heavens and the world. In fact, it is still the case to some extent that Feng Huang only inherited the legacy of the Yuan Zun clan. Without the demise of the Yuan Zun clan, Feng Huang could not rise. The great ancestor of the emperor had a kind voice, just like the old man next door, telling people about history. Ji Feishua smiled. Then why is the emperor not grateful, but instead treats the Yuan Zun clan as a source of wealth? There are many Yuan Zun clan members hiding in the Great Sun Tomb. In the past few months, they have all been killed by the great ancestor of the emperor, and their human origins have been absorbed. Don't look at the kind face of this old man, who is very talkative. But he doesn't even show murderous intent when he kills people. Killing the body and killing the soul seems to be an extremely ordinary thing. Even when he was cheated by Emperor Luan, he didn't take it seriously. He just smiled and didn't care anymore. It's not that I'm waiting for revenge in my heart, but I really don't care. It was Ji Feishua who controlled the Red Sun and powerfully blasted the great ancestor to prevent him from becoming a Taoist. The great ancestor of the emperor was never angry. He just tried his best, but failed to stop Ji Feishua from exploding on the big day. He immediately changed his method and continued to refine the power of Yuan. No anger. No revenge. Set a goal and everything will go straight to the root. But the more calm he became, the more fearful Ji Feishua became. Taizu gave her this feeling. Nothing could arouse her anger. But Taizu has something he cares about. He cares about the clan and the younger generation. But the great ancestor of the emperor didn't care about anything. Not even himself. He just wants to step into Yuan. Step into the realm of Tao ancestor. If he dies while advancing, then just die. It doesn't matter. Yuan. This was the name that she gradually remembered after her husband had been away for 2 years. It turned out that many memories were hidden. But I don't know if I hid them myself or cut them off. Xian Wang has been fighting with the Yuan Zun clan for tens of millions of years. Does Fairy know what is the foundation for the Yuan Zun clan to survive? The grand ancestor of the emperor was chatting like a normal person. He raised his crutch and struck Ji Feishua with one stick. Concubine Ji Shui pointed forward a little. A white cloud appeared in front of her, and the crutch was like hitting cotton. Soft and silent. The dragon turtle behind Ji Feishua bit into the great ancestor of the emperor. The crutch that Emperor Feng Huang grand ancestor smashed down was raised upwards and touched the dragon turtle's chin. Move the dragon turtle point away. The two of them were fighting while talking, and each move was like that of a mortal warrior, without even showing any flashy brilliance. But Emperor Luan, who was far away, looked at both sides of the battle with a serious look on his face. Is this Ji Feishua's true power? Is it the immortal lord? Sure enough. With the help of the mountain and river cauldron and the divine dragon of luck, all he could do was barely touch the threshold of the immortal lord. And he even had 1 foot outside the door. Ji Feishua leaned against the turtle SHL and resorted to tricks frequently. She looked at the great ancestor and chuckled. Did you mean to say time? The Yuan Zun clan, who have never lost their spiritual wisdom, can communicate between the past and the present. Even Tantai Immortal Lord used this method to contact her. It's amazing. It is not that Tantai in ancient times left a phantom, but that ancient and modern times are truly connected and can be dialogued and exchanged. Even this little husband can't do this. He can jump out of the long river of time and enter any era, but he cannot contact the ancients from the modern age. Maybe in the future? Logically speaking, it is much easier for consciousness to jump out of the river of time than to jump out of the physical body. The great ancestor of Emperor Feng laughed and said, Sure enough, the secrets that the Yuan Zun family thinks they have can't be hidden from Xian Wang at all. He smiled and pointed at the top. The emperor was short-lived and didn't know the secrets of heaven. But over thousands of years, the old man has gradually learned that there are actually people up there. The Taoist ancestor of Guiwang Mountain is the source of the Yuan Zun clan. The old man also longs to master this kind of thing. Power. But now the only ones who truly possess this power are those who are dead or alive. The Great Sun has the power of Yuan, but the power of Daozu has not remained. When the Xinhuang world collapsed, spying on Guiwang Mountain was originally the focus. Unfortunately, with the war, some things got out of control. Not only did he fail to explore Guiwang Mountain, he almost fell outside Guiwang Mountain. Later, the Buddhist Great Freedom tried Guiwang Shan again and again, and even sent the Buddhist disciples to Fanbao Cliff again and again. Why did Emperor Feng cooperate again and again? The reason is also here. The power of Tao Ancestor is unavailable. I can only explore the Great Sun, but the Great Sun is under the control of that person. Even the dead Great Sun cannot be claimed by me. He shook his head. So I can only rely on the Yuanzun clan here. Tens of thousands of years ago, I tried to use the Yuanzun clan's ability to communicate between the past and the present to bring the power of the Great Sun in the past to this time. But I found nothing. He sighed. It wasn't until 6,000 years ago that the Yuanzun clan lost all their intelligence for unknown reasons. Only then did they make any progress in depriving them of their time talent. But it was only 3 years ago that it actually happened. He looked at Ji Feishue with a flash of wisdom in his old eyes. May I ask, Fairy Ji, where is the proud son of the Dragon Turtle clan at this moment? The battle lasted for a long time. But Su He, who came in that day, disappeared. Ji Feishue smiled and said, How can I, a woman living in the back house, know about men's affairs? Listening to her nonsense, the Emperor Feng ancestor was not angry, and he laughed and said, The Yuanzun clan has lost their minds. I can only remove their means of communicating between the past and the present. How to break time and bring the ancient power to the present. But there is no way. A clue. It wasn't until 3 years ago that the proud son of the Dragon Turtle clan came and then disappeared strangely, that I suddenly felt that at this moment I was connected to a place 730,000 years ago. Although I couldn't be like the Yuanzun clan, by communicating with people from 730,000 years ago, you can absorb the power of the Great Sun 730,000 years ago. He raised his head and looked directly at Ji Feishue. The fairy already had a Taoist companion 730,000 years ago, but in the past hundreds of thousands of years, the Taoist companion has not appeared. 730,000 years ago, the fairy Taoist companion was a handsome young man with peacock wings on his back. He smiled and shook his head. Incredible! Fellow Taoist Su He of the Dragon Turtle clan followed the path of Xuanwu. Xuanwu already had a human body. He also practiced the beast transformation chapter, and his second body was still a peacock. Put all the impossibilities together, and the most impossible result is the fact there are actually people in this world who can travel through time. The great ancestor of the emperor smiled. I know why the great solar eclipse was advanced 730,000 years ago. A great solar eclipse has been exactly the same for countless years, except for the one in 730,000 years, which was several years ahead of schedule. Even he had looked around for the reason before, but he didn't think it was because he was following the path of the dragon turtle and stealing the power of the sun at that time. Everything made sense. Except for one thing. Why had he never thought of the dragon turtle with such obvious signs? Someone had tampered with his consciousness. Or someone had touched the roots of the dragon turtle's existence 730,000 years ago. What kind of means can influence him? Even the great ancestor of the emperor felt a hint of chill, and his practice was going to be advanced. The great ancestor of Emperor Feng was speaking, leaning on crutches, and raised his hand to hit Ji Feishue with a palm. I always have a bad premonition in my heart. Since I can travel through time, I will definitely come back. The dragon turtle might have broken through the past because of him. If he came back, his whole life would be troubled. Kill Ji Feishue before that happens. The two concubines Ji and Xuebe frowned slightly at the same time, and they instantly joined together and waved their palms to greet him. A collision was no longer silent, and the entire twisted tomb of the sun was instantly smoothed. The dead world was straightened out in an instant, and it was no different from the outside world. But the tomb of the sun seemed to be moaning in pain, and the wind was whimpering. The great ancestor Feng Huang remained motionless, only bringing his cane down for a moment, and the chaotic rules of the world around him were restored again. On the opposite side, Ji Feishue took several steps back. She took 100 miles and retreated hundreds of miles in an instant. She bumped into the turtle SHL behind her before she stabilized her figure. A smile appeared on his face. As expected, I can't beat him. There is a huge difference. There have long been rumors in the outside world that the great ancestor of the emperor can be compared with Tai ancestor, although there must be exaggeration. And the old turtle has been clumsy for thousands of years. The great ancestor of the emperor can be compared with the ancestor of the dragon clan. It must not be a lie. She has only been on the immortal lord for tens of thousands of years. So she is indeed no match. Ji Feishue waved her hand. Her face became a little straighter. She stepped on her jade foot, and the copper bell on her ankle flew up, hanging by her side. And she looked at the great ancestor, who was granted the title of emperor, quietly. If her husband doesn't come back, she will be desperate. 730,000 years ago. The Sea of Stars. Suhi followed Taizu. Not too far or too close. There seemed to be something between Taizu and him, preventing him from getting close or staying away. Sure enough, even if they met, old Oogway had a way to isolate the two of them and prevent his breath from remaining on Suhi. Suhi cursed and asked while flying, "Ancestor, what happened to my father-in-law? Not to mention 3,000 years of fighting. Why did the former emperor of heaven become immortal?" Taizu smiled. "You have seen your wife's splitting technique. Do you think you can combine this technique with Ji Feishue's talent for splitting? Your father-in-law doesn't understand splitting?" Suhi blinked and didn't react for a while. But Taizu didn't say anything more. With a wave of his hand, he opened a passage and threw Suhi into the world. "Suhi, didn't you agree that you can't return to the heavens and worlds after you go to the Sea of Stars?" It is said that Taizu would always take advantage of Fengzu's opportunity if he used Tengshi once. But this has happened 2 or 3 times, and Taizu just threw him back casually. In ancient times, people in Tansai were able to walk up and down through the passages at will if they had the status of immortals in the immortal world. Suhi didn't have time to speak, so he turned back to look at Ji Feishue in black, and saw that Yunza had unknowingly rolled back and silently rushed towards the small island. The small island was like a sponge, swallowing up all the water. The vast water is magnificent, but there is no sound at all. It seems that it is not a wave of water, but an effect of light and shadow. The island was exposed in the Sea of Stars, but the underground palace on the island did not appear. It's just an ordinary island floating randomly. He couldn't even feel the breath of black clothes, and the island didn't look anything special at this time. He was able to see the water wave rewinding because Ji Feishue gave him permission. If you look closely, you will see that the space channel has been closed, completely throwing him out, and he somersaulted and landed on his own planet. Master Ma was nowhere to be seen, and Concubine Ji stood quietly on the top of the mountain in the snow. His condition looks much better than before, but his aura has weakened, and he only has the appearance of his original 70% dowsing. Ji Feishue looked at the man in front of her with a half smile. Splitting does not mean cutting off the body, especially when Hei has not yet retreated to death. The main body knows what Suhi does in front of her. "Hee hee, your black-clothed clone has such a cold personality," Suhi said with a thick-skinned smile. Ji Feishue shook her head. "Let's go! Master Ma has already passed by. The indestructible realm is already moving. All the eyes of the heavens are gathered. You need to shock everyone." In the eyes of those who are interested, Suhi's current name is more intimidating than some powerful people who have been famous for a long time. No matter who is powerful, everyone knows more or less the likes, dislikes and taboos, and just avoid them. Only Suhi appeared out of nowhere, and immediately killed the clone of the Bodhisattva. In the eyes of others, it is just the newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. This kind of people are the most difficult to get along with, because they don't take soft and hard measures. Suhi smiled. He grabbed Ji Feishue, opened the space with one palm, and stepped out of the non-destructive realm. The light on the damage-free world flickered, and giant stone sculptures stood everywhere. This is the traveler form of the Hingyu clan. The Hingyu clan is born with the magical power of space. Although they cannot teleport over long distances like the 4 spirits, they are even more unique. There are few forbidden areas that can trap their magical power of space. Before this time, Suhi didn't know that the Hingyu clan was also left behind by the Baiyan clan. Suhi didn't understand what kind of formation they formed. Turning to look at his wife, he saw Concubine Ji's Shuelyo eyebrows coming together slightly. And she was also thinking. This look was actually very moving. Seeing him, Ji Feishue shook her head and said softly, "This formation must be related to bloodline, and the core should be in Dumen. Without the core, it is difficult to infer its function." Ji Feishue looked to the southeast, where Dumen was. Suhi was surprised. Xiaosheng heard Du, but it was rare for Dumen to be the core. While the two were talking, Lord Chun and Fengzu had already come over to greet them. There was also a man and a woman beside Master Ma, who looked at Suhi and Ji Feishue in surprise from a distance. "The 2 fellow Taoists are back." Jun greeted them with a smile. Looking in a very good mood, he introduced the 2 of them with a smile. These two are the patriarch and priest of the Hengyu clan, Suifeng and Nanjun. After saying that, he turned to introduce Su He and Ji Feishue to the two of them. You don't need me to say anything more about these two, right? The clan leader named Suifeng burst out laughing. Why do you need it? Why do you need it? Fellow Taoist's name is as loud as thunder. After a few people were polite to each other, Lord Chu invited them to the southwest pavilion. This is the core of the formation. Before Su He arrived, it had reached the final step and was about to start. Su He walked in and was suddenly stunned. Look up towards the top of the pavilion. At the same time, the little travel hexagram in the inner world started to beat. Chapter 533 Deterrence. It turns out that the Hengyu clan relied on the Lu Gua to move the world. This was the first time Su He saw the use of hexagrams in a real sense, and he couldn't help but be curious, worry about the impact of absorbing Tao Yun on the relocation. Just as he was about to suppress Xiao Lu Gua's greed, thoughts came from outside the pavilion. The birth gate is complete, and everything is normal. The injury door is complete. The scenery gate is complete. Xiao Lu Gua absorbs the Taoist rhyme of Lu Gua and seems to have no influence on Dui Gua. Su He stopped and listened to the Hengyu tribe's priest. Fellow Taoists, if there is nothing else to do, we will move without harming the world. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Then he felt a tremor under his feet, and the starry sky outside the damage-free realm instantly changed, with all the stars retreating like phantoms. But it is not flying in the lossless world, but constantly breaking through space. It is very similar to the way Feishue breaks through space and travels in the later century. It's just much slower. Ji Feishue broke through the space. It was not like Su He hit a space passage, stepped through it, and was on the other side. Rather, it is like flying, and you can see the constantly changing scenery around you. Su He looked at Ji Feishue and saw Ji Feishue looking thoughtfully at the pavilion above her head and the outside scenery. After a moment, she fell into a silent state of enlightenment. Su He bowed his hands to everyone with an apology on his face, and then asked Jun, "Do you have a quiet room, fellow Taoist?" Everyone looked at Ji Feishue with envy. At their level, enlightenment had become the foundation of spiritual practice. An epiphany is more useful than 10,000 years of retreat. Hearing this, Jun made an invitation gesture. A resting place has been prepared for virtuous couples beside the forbidden area. I also ask fellow Taoists to come with me. Su He nodded and slowly reached out to Ji Feishue. He gently took her hand without disturbing her, and gently took her up with Jun to the forbidden area. Ji Feishue entered a state of enlightenment, and her true energy automatically protected her. If someone else came to move her, her true energy would have turned into endless attacks to kill them. Only Su He and Ji Feishue were undefended from the bottom of their hearts, and their true energy was often blended with Su He, so they could move her silently. Falling into the courtyard prepared by Jun, Su He raised two barriers. The double defense prevents outsiders from being disturbed, and the non-destructive boundary is relocated. Someone who has no eyesight may rush in, if Ji Feishue is disturbed by the enlightenment. Even killing the person who comes to make up for it cannot be made up for. Su He appeared as the dragon turtle between the two barriers and recovered. Without Su He and Ji Feishue, the five of them felt a little more relaxed. For some reason, they always felt a little nervous when those two were around. Fellow Taoists, please be careful. Ma Sherwang put one hand behind his back and touched his beard with the other. His short and fat body looked more and more stocky. Of course, several people stopped talking. They had already arranged their guard positions, and each guarded the damage-free world. The speed of the lossless world is extremely fast, and it flies by in the blink of an eye. It's just that unlike ordinary space transfer, it doesn't open a space channel. All the worlds can see the lossless realm that is escaping rapidly, and one after another spiritual consciousness chases it. What's more, they fall outside the barrier of the non-destructive realm and move with the non-destructive realm. He said loudly toward the inside. I wonder where our Taoist friends from the Tianyi clan are going. Why did we leave? I have the same question. Another person landed on the barrier. They were all powerful men from the three major worlds around the Wushu realm. If the Wushu realm leaves like this, won't others think that the three of us covet the Tianyi clan and force our colleagues to leave? The two of them were still talking happily, but a few more people fell on the barrier, and their arrogance suddenly skyrocketed. He didn't even get a response from the non-destructive world, so he began to use methods to force the speeding world to stop. At this moment, three auras of the seventh level of the heavenly sky rose into the sky in the non-destructive realm. Two of them were the ancestors of the Tianli clan, Chu Jun and Feng Zhu. The other half-hidden one was Master Ma, who was pretending to be Iha. The two members of the Hingyu clan never showed their presence. The Hingyu clan helps Wushu to move, and this method cannot be concealed from those who are interested. However, this is the business of the Hingyu clan, and others will not make random guesses. It would be another matter to show his aura and fight. It will cause endless trouble to the Hingyu clan. If it was really necessary to take action, the two of them would hide behind the scenes and make sneak attacks at any time. There was no explanation in the damage-free world. And with a long roar, 3 formations soared into the sky, directly hitting the two people who spoke in the first place. A group of people who talk nonsense, either have no good intentions, or blindly follow the crowd. But how many people who can cultivate such a realm will really follow blindly? Killing chickens to scare monkeys is what we should do at this moment. If fellow Taoist Su has any means, no one will be spared. The Tian clan didn't say a word, and they struck out with a killing move. It was clearly passive, but it had a hint of a sneak attack. 3 large formations hit one person at the same time, and that person exploded. The directions of the 3 formations turned, and they hit the 3 people next to them. Everyone was shocked and joined forces to suppress it, and the battle broke out instantly. After a moment, the monk who had just been shattered came back again, with fear mixed with anger on his face. He wanted to speak but suddenly stopped, then looked down at himself with a look of disbelief. The newly reborn body was like porcelain, shattered into pieces. He couldn't even say a word before his roots were reversed, and he perished completely. The nature of the battle changed at this moment, from just joining forces to leave a harmless boundary, to an endless battle. The war started with the relocation of the damage-free world, and lasted for more than 10 days. The barrier of the damage-free world was beaten to pieces. All 3 formations were destroyed, and the other party lost the life of a 7th-level heaven-striking person. Only then did the arrogance of Chu Jun and the others be completely suppressed. A fat and bloated monk gasped and stepped on the broken formation, which was half of Feng Zhu's body. He could clearly feel the fat man's refreshment in the non-destructive realm. He breathed a sigh of relief and was in a good mood. But what he showed was a solemn expression. The Tianyi clan was indeed under coercion. Fellow Taoist phone was cut off in half. But he still didn't say a word. Fellow Taoists, you and I have entered the non-destructive world to have a look. I'm afraid that the couple suppressed the Tianyi clan and threatened 3 fellow Taoists. There was a fierce look in his eyes. But he was not as afraid of Su He as others. When the avatar of the great freedom Bodhisattva fought Ji Tianxin outside the Luanyu world, he was right next to him, and could see it clearly. It was clear that the clone of the great freedom Bodhisattva had been beaten half to death by Ji Tianxin. Su He and the others just missed the mark. But they gained a great reputation. Naturally, in terms of combat prowess, he certainly couldn't compare. But there were 10 of them here. After 10 days of hard work and coordination, and jointly suppressing 2 people of the same realm, it was easy to catch them, and there would not be much loss. Fellow Taoists, please enter the harmless realm. Suppress Ji Feishue, and kill Su He, the bloated monk said loudly, and at the same time, he sent a message to everyone to eliminate everyone's fear of Su He and Ji Feishue. Everyone. One great world, I have already told you about the battle outside. So Su He really has the means to defeat you and me. He came out long ago. So why should he be a coward? His message made everyone eager to try. And then a voice suddenly appeared in the crowd. Who are you trying to suppress? The voice didn't belong to any of them. The bloated monk's expression changed. He turned around, and his vision went dark. A hand had already grabbed his face and lifted him up like a chicken. Su He's face was expressionless. He had previously thought that moving the non-destructive world would be too laborious, so he would quietly move the planet there. But Ji Feishue had denied it. In Ji Feishue's words, without going through hardships, without experiencing life and death, how would the Tianyi clan know that the planet is precious? How can I cherish it? His family is not a charity. Moreover, the Tianyi clan may not dare to accept the planet that is delivered to their doorstep. If the Tianyi clan could deal with the enemies outside, Su He would not have planned to take action if this officer had not mentioned his wife. You? Just when the fat monk was about to speak, Su He's fingers were sunken. His big head was crushed open by Su He, and a dark thunderbolt flashed across his palm. When the heavenly punishment passed, the soul dissipated and went against the underworld passage to smash the natal stars. Su He only now truly understands the state of Uncle Luo and the others. No wonder the 4 spirits are arrogant. The 4 spirits after the 6th level of opening the sky Killing the monks of the 7th level of the sky is like killing a chicken. Over time, arrogance is inevitable. At this moment, Su-he was a little short of being able to reach the 4th level of open heaven, but his physical condition already truly had the combat power of the 6th level of open heaven. Su-he turned around and looked. The expressions of the other people changed. Instead of retreating, they surrounded Su-he and jointly suppressed him. The eyes of several people were solemn, and they used their killing moves. This is the best option. This person can land among them silently, and his spatial abilities are unbelievable. If he escapes, he will defeat them one by one. Several attacks fell at the same time, but Su-he did not dodge. Instead, he opened his arms as if to embrace the attacks, accepting them calmly and embracing all the attacks. Magical power. Hidden front. None of the attacks failed. Instead, these people were more surprised than happy and turned around to leave. Then he saw Su-he raise his hand, and a water column shot out from between his fingers, just like an ordinary finger pointing. But he pointed to kill people, and pointed out a slender water column and shot it through, which was alive. No one can escape without exception. Su-he Jinghong was not inherited from Bai. With the magical power of the power of time, he was at the 7th level of the ordinary sky, and there was no possibility of evasion. The accumulated 7 attacks turned into 3 attacks and returned to kill 3 people. Su-he disappeared in a flash, flashing 4 times in the starry sky. When he returned to the barrier of the damage-free world, there were already 4 more corpses around him. Killing is so simple. Why do they need to fight like Chu Jun and others for more than 10 days? With both sides suffering? After landing on the barrier, Su-he looked back and looked into the depths of the starry sky. A mountain god seal hung above his head, shining brightly, and the sound spread in all directions. The Wushu realm and the Tian clan. The dragon turtle wants it. If you want to die, you can come and take it by force. There was no response from the depths of the starry sky until Su-he carried several corpses into the damage-free world. Only then can there be communication of spiritual consciousness. So domineering. So murderous. There are many unjust deeds. The dragon turtle clan has even their ancestor you killed by the Buddha realm. Abbot Wugua's battle with Huang will probably come to an end. Only 2 of the 4 dragon turtles will be left in a few years. How dare you borrow the dragon turtle? Make your name famous. Su-he landed in the damage-free realm and had taken away all the 7th level corpses of treading heaven. Only the half-body of Fengzhu was left in his hand. He returned it to Lord Chu and thanked him. Having half of the body cut off is considered a serious injury, but it is not a fatal injury. Being able to recover this half of the body can only be considered an ordinary injury, especially to the Tian clan. Jun was thanking him, but Su-he could see the uncontrollable anger in his heart. I was angry at the actions of the Bodhisattva Daizizi, and even more angry at the Taoist friends. Outside, when the Tian clan was useful, they were always guests in any world they went to. Now they have become a street rat. Everyone wants to step on them. Everyone wants to rob several of their clansmen, and even imprison a clan as slaves to reproduce for generations. Talk about it. Is it because they are too useful? Who wouldn't want to be able to repair and strengthen the inner world and the cave world? As expected, Taizu could see it clearly. Su-he shook his head and said, without damaging the definition of the lower body, you can take your tribe to the Buddhist world to get rid of the cause and effect. Ancestor Tian suddenly raised his head. A ball of light burst out in his eyes, and he was extremely moved. But then he shook his head. Buddha realm? Although I really want to. That is the Buddhist world. There are existences that can be tough with the Dragon Turtle clan. They have the Great Freedom Bodhisattva and the Abbot Wugua. Su-he smiled and said nothing. The news of his fruitless death had not yet been announced. At this moment, a dragon turtle roared, mixed with divine consciousness, and spread throughout the heavens. The Wuchen Sea, which had been sealed for a long time, was revealed. A transparent dragon turtle stepped on the huge waves, roaring in all directions. Under his feet, on the tip of the waves, was the limp body of Monk Wugua. Although the body was fresh, anyone with a discerning eye could easily tell that the monk had probably been dead for many days. Not everyone has the mark of a Buddha and can perceive fruitless death. After Huangzu failed to suppress the killing, he did not rush out immediately. Instead, he recovered from his injuries, strengthened his connection with Qinghua, and truly mastered Qinghua before breaking through the Wuchen Sea. For a moment, the starry sky was silent. The consciousness that was still complaining and communicating in the starry sky just now disappeared in an instant. as if it had never existed. Everyone in the Wushu realm was dumbfounded. It took a long time to react. But when he turned around, Suhi was no longer there. Only Suhi's voice came faintly. The Zizai was sealed by Taizu and died in vain. In the Buddhist world at the moment, there is only one threat out of 10, and adding insult to injury is everyone's favorite thing to do. I don't know how many beings will take the opportunity to bite the Buddha world. After such a catastrophe, the Buddhist world can still be passed on and prosper again in later generations, which is really unexpected. Jun's breathing became rapid. Wukwa must have died today. Fellow Taoist Su, he had known the outcome in the Buddhist world. He calmed his breathing and suppressed the anxiety in his heart. Although I want to take revenge, I have to arrange the non-destructive world first. After everything is stable in the non-destructive world, I will think about other things. When Su returned to the barrier, Ji Feishua had woken up from her epiphany. Judging from the situation, she was not disturbed by the external war, but that her epiphany had ended. He looked refreshed and his temperament was cold and somewhat ethereal, as if he would fly away in the next moment. She looked at Suhi and chuckled. I have some understanding of space. Suhi blinked. Didn't he have some understanding? This has been mastered. And the spatial meaning of his body was only seen in the later century when Feishua used the magical power of space. Is this the difference? Ji Feishua looked at Lu Guo and the space methods of the Hengyu clan, and realized what she had. Suhi was teleported by various elders every day, and it took several years to master short-distance teleportation bit by bit. Long-distance transmission was not possible until a few days ago. Seeing his dumbfounded look, Ji Feishua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suhi suddenly became angry and jumped up, rushing over, dragging her into his arms and chewing on her. Ever since Suhi showed up and quickly killed several people, hung the mountain god's seal outside the barrier of the immortal realm, and the news of the ancestral ancestors' killing of the monks to no avail was made public. No one dared to go wild in the immortal realm anymore. Not even the consciousness of the gods. Rode past. The world is such a reality. Time passes day by day, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. The Xiaolu hexagram has been completely condensed for a long time. This is the 4th hexagram that Suhi has condensed in this era. At this rate, it won't take long to reach the 5th level after reaching the 4th level. Maybe when you reach the 4th level of open heaven, you already have 2 perfect open heaven artifacts, and you can use which one you want. Suhi was delighted. The barrier sealed their residence, and Ji Feishua, and she rarely left the courtyard. Ji Feishua had just had an epiphany, and it was the time to consolidate her practice. Moving all the way. Practicing all the way. Naturally, the transfer of a world will not be like Suhi, who kicked the space and crossed over. At this rate, it would take more than a year to reach the Fuha Forbidden Land. Suhi was not in a hurry. He still had a lot of time. In addition to being obsessed with Ji Feishua all day long, maybe she can also find time to take the Tianyi clan to visit the Buddhist world. He kept thinking this. Until this day, the sun set and never rose again. At sunrise, there was no sunrise, and the place where the sun was empty. In the starry sky, all the stars suddenly trembled, and an inexplicable fear arose in the hearts of the creatures. The great solar eclipse is coming. The great solar eclipse in this world is not that the sun is blocked, but that the sun disappears. Suhi was startled and quickly threw the bronze basin out of the foreign minister's space. He slapped the sleepy bronze basin awake with 2 slaps. The time is up. Can you open the passage? The bronze basin blinked, raised its body, and looked at the dark starry sky, feeling confused. It's time for the solar eclipse. But I haven't arrived yet. It has not been 10 years since the last channel was opened, so it cannot open the next channel. Chapter 534 Drum Sound. Suhi was silent, while Ji Feishua put on her clothes and raised her sword. Let's go. I'll take you in again. I don't know why the great solar eclipse is advanced, but this embryo needs to go in on the day of the great solar eclipse, so I will send him in. At this moment, she can come and go freely in Guiwang Mountain, but she has lost face. The last time she climbed to the immortal drum cave to give her a task, she turned around and left, only to return back a few years later, arrogant at first and respectful at the end. Capricious? If Suhi didn't need it, he would never do such a thing even if he killed her. Suhi looked at her and shook his head. What are you thinking about? I am your man. I want face. How could Ji Feishua be allowed to do something she did in spite of herself? The only way to enter Guiwang Mountain is Bronze Basin. Suhi chuckled meaningfully and looked in the direction of Xianwang Realm. Concubine Ji Shuadai frowned slightly. Are you going to become a disciple? The way Su He can get in now is to let the Dragon Turtle clan take him in. Or to beat the Immortal Drum and officially enter. Su He probably won't harm the Dragon Turtle clan if he steals the treasure. Apprenticeship is difficult. Ji Feishua did not doubt whether Su He could play the drum of ascending to immortality. But she had experienced the state after beating the drum of ascending to immortality. It was somehow connected to the entire Guiwang Mountain. And there were all the powerful people in Guiwang Mountain. Pay attention. It is almost impossible to steal treasure without being noticed by everyone. But if you want to use your identity as a disciple of Guiwang Mountain to follow the regular path to collect treasures from Baoyin, you must first go through the apprenticeship ceremony. Then go through 100 days of questioning. And then be named and awarded. This series of processes will take at least 3 or 4 years. How could Su He wait until 3 or 4 years later? Everything depends on man-made things. How can it be absolutely impossible? Su He smiled, hugged Ji Feishua, who had just put on clothes, and asked, Are you going to wait for me here? Or go with me? Wait for me outside the door. Ji Feishua didn't say anything. She only took the hand that he had put into his clothes and pulled it out. But she didn't let it go. Her intention was clear. I'll go where you go. When he went to beat the Immortal Drum, she accompanied him. But it was of a different nature. If he hadn't broken his promise, Ji Feishua wouldn't have looked bad. Okay. Su He smiled and said to the outside of the barrier, Everyone, please protect the damage-free world. My wife and I will leave for a while, and we will return soon. Before Jun could reply, Su He kicked the space away and pulled Ji Feishua out. It was still the uninhabited mountainous area and the unremarkable river. On the river, Dongxiu Taoist was fishing in boredom, paying no attention to the disappearing sun above his head. He didn't care about the sun, but he cared about Ji Feishua. Sensing the fluctuations in the space, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Ji Feishua walking out in surprise. Eldest niece, have you figured it out? Ha ha! I knew it. Hey! There was a sword cry, and the fairy sword touched the top of the immortal drum above her head. Concubine Ji's face was as snowy as ice, and she raised her hand to stab without any hesitation. Hey! Taoist Dongxi was immediately anxious. He waved away the Dangxian drum and looked at Ji Feishua in horror. There was a big solar eclipse today. The Dangxian drum did not hide in the void. It has been suspended here, and was almost destroyed by the eldest niece. The Dangxian drum is not for fighting. This is obviously not because he has figured it out and wants to take on some responsibility, but because he wants to kill his relatives for the sake of justice. It's not justice. He looked at Ji Feishua in confusion, and saw the follower next to his eldest niece taking a step forward, cupping his hands and saying, I want to beat the immortal drum and return to Wanshan Mountain as my disciple. Taoist Dongxi blinked, as if he had heard something incredible. He looked around to make sure he heard correctly, and then said in disbelief, Bang the immortal drum? Today? Are you crazy? Big solar eclipse today. Although I don't know how crazy the big solar eclipse was 3 to 5 years ago. A big solar eclipse is a big solar eclipse. It is difficult to communicate between heaven and earth during a great solar eclipse. And the difficulty of beating the immortal drum has soared. If you come here to become a disciple today, you really don't want to become a disciple, right? He looked at Ji Feishua in confusion. Could it be that the eldest niece was unwilling to take responsibility and felt guilty? So she forced this kid here? This kid doesn't like it either. So if you choose today, don't you blame him if you fail? Deng Xiangdu's imagination suddenly opened up. Not only the climbing immortal drum, but also the monks hiding in the mountains were shocked. They were guarding here. But when they got something, they wanted to beat the climbing immortal drum. But they had not beaten it for many years. Going for a big solar eclipse? Is this a world of genius? Don't know. Beating the immortal drum has nothing to do with Taoism. Or even talent. Guiwangshan never cares about what others say about talent. And it is not that those who are considered useless by ordinary sects have not been cultivated into great talents. Even mortals can come and knock. Just like the Taoist master. It is said that the Taoist master was a mortal at that time. He learned secretly from a beggar's private school and steadily worked his way up and served as prime minister for 3 dynasties. After resigning in old age, he studied and maintained his health. When he traveled through the mountains and rivers and passed by this place, he used the scroll in his hand to beat the immortal drum 8 times. He became a Guiwangshan Taoist disciple on the day he entered the Taoist school. He only started practicing when he was 80 years old. But he was already a master in the sky when he was less than 100 years old. riding a bull. He traveled through the heavens and the worlds for thousands of years. When he returned, it was during the war between the Xianwang world and the Fengwang world. A bodhisattva of freedom sneaked into Guiwang Mountain in an attempt to steal treasures, and was almost beaten to death on the spot by the returning Taoist master. From the beginning of his practice, the first time he took action was the immortal master's method. Suhi looked at him. Can't you play drums during a big solar eclipse? Yes. Don't you put away the fishing rod? Of course you can. You can beat the immortal drum at any time. As he spoke, he raised his hand in the sky, pulled it down, and the immortal drum slowly fell. I'm telling you in advance, if the Dingxian drum is beaten once and it fails to ring, it will be at least twice as difficult to beat it the next time. He looked Suhi up and down, especially during a big solar eclipse. He might be able to force out this guy's potential. Normally, if you force out your potential, you still can't sound the drum of ascending to immortality. If you want to do it another day, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Suhi smiled and said nothing. He stepped forward and landed under the Dangxian drum. Then he rose up in the air and walked to the level of the Dangxian drum. He looked at the big drum in front of him and frowned gradually. He looked back at Taoist Dongxu and asked, What is the relationship between the Dangxian drum and the three sound drums? The Dangxian drum hangs high and is usually mysterious and indistinct. Only when you get the identity of the drummer can you truly get a glimpse of the whole picture. The Dangxian drum is 79 times similar to the Yuanzun clan drum that suppressed the Xianwang world in the ancient times. If the Taoist rhyme hadn't been completely different, Suhi would have even suspected that the big drum had landed here. Huh? Taoist Dongxu looked surprised. Have you ever seen three drums? It's impossible. That thing has been broken since ancient times. The natal drum of every Yuanzun clan member is called the San Shenggu. But it is obvious that Suhi is talking about the original one, which is the Yuanzun clan's clan-suppressing artifact. He smiled and said, I have good eyesight. I swallowed all three drum fragments. It looks a bit like it, but it is normal. But don't worry. It has nothing to do with the Yuanzun clan anymore. He smiled. In fact, there are many treasures in Guiwang Mountain. They were all stolen from the Yuanzun clan and refined again. There is no need to worry about it. Isn't it natural to kill enemies and steal treasures? Suhi turned around and looked at the big drum, suddenly having the illusion that time was passing by and he was not old. People are different, but the world has changed a lot. Is this the daily life of Taizu and Fengzu? To see the mountains and rivers change? To see the world reborn and shattered? He was only a few years old, but he actually gave birth to the emotion of an adult dragon turtle. Suhi smiled and took a step forward, raised his hand, and punched the Dangxian drum. Halfway through the punch, it slowly stopped. He can no longer sense where the Dangxian drum is. The Dangxian drum was clearly right in front of him. But Suhi knew that his punch would definitely not hit the Dangxian drum. Beating the Dangxian drum did not rely on brute force. The barbarian king probably had some objections. Suhi stopped and tried to communicate with Dangxiangu. Taoist Dongxu below laughed. Normally, this guy would probably know what to do as soon as he gets close to the Dangxian drum. But today's big solar eclipse, he can't even feel it by climbing the immortal drum. Dongxu quietly approached Ji Feishue and said furtively, Niece, this guy you brought is useless. But for your sake, do you want me to help him? I can erase this test, record it, and let him try again after the eclipse. Ji Feishue, however, did not even look at him. She only looked at Suhi and said lightly, No need. She believed that her husband was just ascending the immortal drum. Taoist Dongxu curled his lips. The world is so self-righteous. I am arrogant and feel that I am different and the special one. If you don't hit your head and bleed, you won't be able to recognize reality. He smiled and sent the message back to Wang Shan. Don't be in seclusion. Mr. Ji Feishue is here to play the drum. Don't you want to see what kind of man Ji Feishue can fall in love with? He doesn't have many heads, but many pairs. Wings! He teased. Ji Feishue's identity was completely different in Guiwang Mountain. Of the three mountains in the world, Guiwang Mountain was the only one with a continuous inheritance. No disciples have ever appeared in Xianting Enginyo. Ji Feishue is the first Xianting disciple in thousands of years. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the master of Xianting, especially in the eyes of the real senior officials of Guwangshan. Those who knew Ji Tianxin's identity would naturally look at Ji Feishue even more differently. Ji Feishue's husband deserves to be the focus of attention. Several eyes from Guiwang Mountain looked over, looking at Suhi, who was still in the air. He was stunned at first, and then shook his head. Ji Feishu has good eyesight. This boy is extremely talented and good-looking. He has no problem beating the immortal drum. But there is a big solar eclipse today. Unless there is a Taoist fate like that of a Taoist master. Can anyone beat the drum of ascending to immortality? They smiled and looked at Suhi, who was motionless in the air. Time passed little by little, and they were so impatient that they already looked away. Guowang Mountain seems to be a leisurely place. But in fact there are so many things to do. How can I have time to look at this person all the time? Only when you really beat the immortal drum and walk to Wenyu Gate can you be worthy of everyone's attention. If it weren't for the name, Ji Feishu a husband, that attracted more people. More people wouldn't even take a second look. A person withdrew his gaze, and once again faced the few herbs in front of him with all his heart. As soon as he was immersed in it, he heard a soft sound in his ears. Is he giving up? Some brothers were surprised. The Taoist shook his head and smiled. And the great solar eclipse beat the drums. Giving up was the best choice. He was either a random person or a Taoist master. The great solar eclipse could beat the drum. So he stood on his head and ate all the yang-boosting herbs in front of him. Just when he was thinking this, a sudden drum sound came. Boom! The sound of a drum sounded like the scorching sun dispelling the darkness in this pitch-black day, and actually gave people a sense of warmth. The herbal medicine in his hand was cut off by the Taoist. With a look of disbelief on his face, he looked directly through the cave to the immortal drum outside Guowang Mountain. Suhi slowly opened his eyes, with a smile on his lips. I see. The Dengxian drum lives up to its name. The drum of ascending to immortality is not beaten by Taoism, nor by knowledge or realm, but by the glimmer of inspiration in the heart, or the feeling of immortality in the heart. When this insight reaches its extreme, the cultivator can become an immortal, and then he can rely on this insight to beat the drum of ascending to immortality. Even if the drummer doesn't know what a fairy is. Thousands of people come to play the Dengxian drum, and everyone plays the Dengxian drum in a different way. Of course, it is also possible to use immortal to beat the immortal drum. It is just Suhi's way and Suhi's perception. Maybe others will not become immortals? Suhi noticed that the Dengxian drum had the ability to ask questions. And perhaps there was more than just this way of beating the Dengxian drum. However, it is enough for him to know that he is a bit of fairy spirit. There are many ways for Suhi to reach immortality. As a dragon turtle, as long as he follows the steps, he will be indistinguishable from the immortal at the 7th level of the open heaven. The same is true for the path of Xuanwu and White Tiger. Any one of the hexagrams in the body can be understood to be the path to immortality. It is not impossible to even understand the path of becoming an immortal. Suhi can choose at will from the path to immortality that others are struggling to pursue. Using this magical trick, Suhi positioned himself on the immortal drum, punched it, and a drum roared into the sky. As soon as the drum sounded, a connection between him, the Dengxian drum, and Guowang Mountain emerged. He could feel that several eyes from Guowang Mountain were looking this way. The number of people was much greater than when they first entered Guowang Mountain. The war in the starry sky had eased, and many outsiders had returned. Suhi looked at the Dengxian drum and the fist in his hand. It stands to reason that as long as he passes Wenyu Gate, he can become a disciple and return to Wanshan Mountain. But it will take too long to become a disciple and return to Wanshan. It's a bit unrealistic to sneak in and then steal the treasure. Suhi could sense that there was an ethereal consciousness in Guowang Mountain. There must be a real powerful person returning, always paying attention to the situation in the mountain. His clone method may not be able to evade such a powerful person. Suhi licked his lips and laughed. If you can't steal, then take the serious path. But I can't wait until 3 to 5 years to become a formal disciple. Suhi looked at the immortal drum in front of him and hit it with his fist again. Boom! A drum sounded, swinging in all directions. The monks who returned to the outside of Wangwang Mountain to realize the world and waited for improvement before playing drums looked envious. Twice, on the day of the great solar eclipse, even if they could ring a bell on an ordinary day, they no longer had to stay here. The second drum beat sounded, and the third followed soon after. Boom! This sound with an accent seemed to ring in the hearts of everyone. There were 2 consecutive sounds, and each sound sent an inheritance into Suhi's mind. However, it did not explode, but turned into crystal and suspended in the sea of consciousness. Wait for Suhi to finish playing the drum and accept it actively. The Dengxian drum starts from the second ring and is passed on one after another, pointing directly to the immortal avenue. If you can ring 7 times, you can skip the moon gate and directly become a disciple of Guowang Mountain. If you can ring 8 times, you will be the disciple of the Taoist master. If you can ring 9 times, you will be a disciple of the Taoist ancestor. Since the records of Guowang Mountain, there have been several people in Qixiang. There is only one current Taoist in 8 Xiang, and there has never been one in Jiuxiang. Su He's goal is to ring 7 times and be directly promoted to a disciple of Wanshan Mountain, without all the complicated procedures. To enter the Fanbaoyan in one day and obtain the phalanx of the Taoist ancestor. 3 times in a row. Everyone looked over. And even the ethereal consciousness looked this way. Chapter 535 9 Rings. After 3 drum sounds, Su He slowly closed his eyes, while looking at the immortal drum in front of him. I can't feel it anymore. The Dengxian drum was still in front of him. But it disappeared again when he sensed it. The immortal machine could no longer connect to the Dengxian drum. Even if Su He had dragon turtle blood, he would not be able to sense the existence of Dengxian drum. Xuanwu. Suzaku. Everything is imperceptible. As if the immortal drum has completely disappeared. He looked at the Dengxian drum in front of him and grinned. Sure enough, beating the drum couldn't be that simple. The first 3 sounds were magic tricks. Su He walked all the way to immortality, knocking 3 times without any pause. But don't know what's next. Su He was silent. Returning to the mountain. Spiritual consciousness alternates. May I ask, senior brother Dongxiu, what does this fellow Taoist beat the first 3 drums with? Senior brother Dongxiu is the weapon spirit of the Dengxian drum. Although unlike the ordinary magic weapon and the weapon spirit that are one and the same, it would be difficult for brother Dongxiu to reintegrate with the Dengxian drum. The weapon spirit is the weapon spirit and can always sense the inside. A voice from the cave came. Knock the drum with the immortal way. Everyone nodded. The immortal way is indeed the most common way to play the immortal drum. Half of those who worship at Guowang Mountain follow the immortal way and play drums. Common does not mean simple. Drumming is never simple. All methods in the world can become immortals. Every word, sentence, article, and book can even reach the pinnacle of mortal martial arts and medical skills. The great truth contained in them can push people to the realm of immortals. But if you want to rely on the immortal way to beat the drum of ascending to immortality, it is not just that you know this way, but that it is feasible for you to follow this way. Only when you really have the means to get through it can you truly become an immortal. In other words, only if the path to immortality is smooth. Otherwise, wouldn't it be possible to beat the drum with just one immortality technique? Although the path to immortality is difficult, as long as the person who worships and enters the gate is a human being. But if he can beat the immortal drum during the great solar eclipse, his enlightenment will surely reach Qingyun. The great solar eclipse increases the difficulty. Previously, 3 points of immortality were enough to play the drum. But now it takes at least 5 points. If you can knock 3 times in this state, this person is expected to take a further step in the path of immortality. It's not an insult to match his family Ji Feishue. Everyone looked at Su He. Su He slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, and raised his hand to touch the 3 drums, as if he couldn't believe it. Put your hand on the 3-tone drum and beat it lightly. Boom! A drum sound spread throughout the countryside, louder than the previous 3 sounds. After the dull sound, it was like thunder, rolling away in all directions. People. The first 3 drums asked questions from immortals. The middle 3 drums asked questions from people. Su He knew clearly in his heart, when he understood what the 3 drums were beating. The Dengxian drum was felt again, and a light blow resounded throughout the world. Humans are not human. All living things in the heavens and the world, including vegetation, fish and animals, are all human beings. This truth was deeply understood when Su He opened the 3rd heaven and gathered all living beings. In Su He's eyes, every plant and tree in the inner world was no different from the fish and animals swimming around. Humanity and immortality are always on par with each other, and there is no distinction between them. Just like Yaya's imperial way, it is also a branch of humanity that has reached its peak. His father-in-law? Immortals are ethereal, while humans are self-improving. Su He murmured. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman strives to constantly strive for self-improvement. Boom! Before Su He could beat the drum, the Dengxian drum began to sing. This drum sound was not like the previous thunder, but instead sounded a bit silent and unruly. The sound of the drum spread all over the place, and the immortal drum was everywhere, and everyone had an illusion at the same time. The rain is pouring, the torrents are raging, and everyone is struggling to survive. The goshawk screamed with blood, fluttered its wings in the sky, broke through the clouds, and flew up, its feathers shining in the sun. The gray wolf struggled to dig its claws in the flood, and emerged again and again after choking in the water. 10 times, 100 times. It was finally free in the water, and even had fins instead of claws, becoming a water spirit. Some people build houses on high ground, built dams to block water, dug mountains to divert water, and sang songs during heavy rains and floods. A gentleman strives for self-improvement. A drum beat, carrying Suhi's murmur, spread to all parts of Xianwang. Although the sound was small, it was as powerful as the sky or the sun. At this moment, it was as if the coldness caused by the great solar eclipse had been dispelled. Gui Wangshan's teasing and advice all fell away for a while. It fell into silence, and it took a long time before the sound of "don't you" came. With just this sentence, "He is qualified to enter Guiwang Mountain, to fight for the throne." Only Taozi is qualified to inherit the position of head teacher. Guiwang Mountain does not distinguish between main and branches, and anyone is qualified to compete for the position of Daozi. With this sentence, you can compete for the position of Daozi, as long as you don't run into evildoers. You even have a good chance of success. Don't you side with emotion? And saw Su-He taking another step forward, and another voice came from his mouth. "The terrain is poor. A gentleman carries his wealth with kindness." Boom! Another drum beat echoed in all directions, and the vision changed. After the flood, the earth recovered, and the grass was saturated with water and could no longer grow. The big tree broke off its trunk that was damaged by the flood, and the roots sprouted again, and another big tree grew. Beasts compete and humans multiply. The earth holds everything. Su-He studied the hexagrams, but still had no clue. Everyone's understanding of hexagrams is different, and everyone's interpretation of hexagrams is different. When the great easy breaks, the study of hexagrams becomes more and more personal. Su-He can only find the answer from his past life. It's a pity that I didn't read the I Ching thoroughly in my previous life, so I couldn't create things out of thin air. But knowing 30 or 50 classic lines is no problem. In the past life, many people had never seen the I Ching, but they were familiar with its contents. Even they did not know that they were talking about the I Ching. He has been integrated into every bit of life, engraved in the blood, and cannot be removed or erased. Su-He understood the hexagrams by picking up some missing sentences. 6 bells rang, and Xianwang was completely silent. Most people didn't know what happened, but the vague sound heard from the bells made many people fall into enlightenment. Dangsing Didongsu. His expression became rarely serious. He turned to look at Ji Feishua and bowed deeply. "The fairy is right. No need. If you have a husband like this, why do you need help?" With this kind of realization in his body, not to mention the great solar eclipse, not even the Dharma ending age could stop him from beating the drum of ascending to immortality. After listening to what he said, concubine Ji showed a smile on her cold and pretty face for the first time in front of outsiders. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, but the look he looked at Su-He was filled with endless pride and righteousness. Others' admiration for Su-He made her even happier than herself. After 6 drum beats, Su-He did not leave, still standing in the air looking at the Dengxian drum. At this time, even the world became quiet, and the eyes looking at Su-He in the mountains and rivers outside were no longer full of sour envy and jealousy. There were no comments in Guiwang Mountain, and everyone looked at Su-He with bated breath, waiting for the next sound to arrive. The last 2 sounds suddenly made them look forward to the 7th sound. Such people should go to Guiwang Mountain. Su-He still kept his hand raised, looking at Deng Xianggu with confusion in his eyes followed by a wry smile. Road. The first 3 times are asking for immortals. The middle 3 times are asking for people. And the last 3 times are asking for help. In other words, it has always been asking. But Su-He himself set the tone of immortal and human for it. Immortals are the Tao, and humans are also the Tao. Su-He failed to see through and get to the root of the problem. So there were immortals and people. But when the Taoist master, as a mortal old man, beat the Dengxian drum 8 times in a row, he must have directly seen through the Dengxian drum's desire at a glance. Asked 8 rings. It must not be like Su-He, who rings 3 times, then stops for a long time, and then rings 3 times again, but one sound after another, resounding throughout the world. Otherwise, just the window period after 3 rings is enough to starve a mortal to death. The immortal drum consumes the gods. Anyone who asks this question will be so hungry that his chest touches his back. After being stabbed in the back suddenly after thousands of years, Su-He felt a little bit shocked. He shook his head to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. and slowly took a step forward, using the meaning emitted by the Dangxian drum as a guide to sort out his nearly 100 years of practice and understanding of the Tao. The universe circle of the inner world naturally floats up from Tai Mountain, hanging in the starry sky, connecting the three realms of heaven, earth and man, emitting the intertwined brilliance of yin and yang. And a pair of yin and yang fish chase and play among the stars. The Kaikion artifact is originally the condensation of the great way of divine beasts. The rhyme of the Qiankuan circle slowly fell on the Dangxian drum. The Dangxian drum, which had been silent for a long time, gradually lit up. Then, there was a drum sound. And each drum sound seemed to have an accent. The yin and yang intertwined drum sound spread in all directions. Sure enough, it rang 7 times. Everyone was sighing and sighing. But they felt it was natural. It's just that the 7th sound doesn't seem to be as stunning and heavy as the 5 or 6 sounds. It would be amazing if those 2 sounds were placed here. Dongxiu looked at Ji Feishu as strangely. Others can only perceive the yin and yang avenue in the sound of the drum. But as the immortal drum spirit, he can perceive the profoundness of the dual cultivation of Su and He. Ji Feishu's expression remained unchanged. Her expression still cold and frosty. As if she wasn't checking. Only when he looked at Su He did he feel a little bit of shame and anger. The way this pervert has realized is actually like this. The others didn't know what was going on. They just listened to the faint drumming and looked at Su He, who was about to stop. A twinge of regret arose. Is 7 sounds the limit for this fellow Taoist? For some reason, the ancient existence of Guiwang Mountain could only ring the 7 bells on 2 hands. But Su He made people feel regretful. Su He was very satisfied. Qishan goes straight to Guiwang Mountain, saving a lot of trouble. After being able to sense the 7th sound, the Dangxian drum has already sent his message to the underworld. There is no such thing as a life lamp in Guiwang Mountain, but it has its own territory in the highest place. Su He sensed that the marked place was very familiar with his natal starry sky, the place where monks gather their natal stars after reaching the 2nd level of the sky. Although he does not have a natal star, he has broken many other people's natal stars. Guiwang Mountain is Guiwang Mountain, the place where the Tao originated. It is indeed different. The disciples' imprints are all left in places like this. Su He smiled and was about to walk down into the air. At this moment, a voice came into his ears. Guizi! Knock 9 times. The voice is gentle and gentle. Taizu. As expected, the old guy's eyes kept falling on Su He. Su He was stunned, looked back at the Dangxian drum, and looked around for Taizu but could not see him. That old turtle is no longer in the universe. Su He blinked. What did the ancestor think? Can you knock the Dangxian drum whenever you want? He squeezed it dry. With Bai Ling cheating on him, Su He Kaitian had never understood the great Tao. So he was gifted to be able to ring the 7th tone. Ancestor wants to operate in secret? If Taizu knocks, it would be abnormal if he couldn't knock 9 times. Su He thought for a while, then raised his hand to touch the Dangxian drum, and hooked it with the Dangxian drum again. The consciousnesses that were about to disperse in all directions gathered together with his movements. And they all showed surprises. Was it just an intermission? To be able to speak such mantras? It's only natural that you have a profound understanding of the great Tao. Right? After Taoist master, is there anyone who can knock the 8th ring again? Everyone looked at Su He in midair. And suddenly their breathing became rapid. And even the ethereal will in the mountain fell here. Those who were watching the excitement in the mountain stared at it without blinking. There was no longer a look of jealousy on his face. Everyone is like this. When the opponent is out of reach, all distracting thoughts disappear. When Su He sounded the 4th tone, they felt that the distance between them and this unknown Taoist friend was already immeasurable. When the 7th tone sounded, Su He was no longer a competitor. Ji Feishu looked at Su He with a cold expression. But there was a smile in her eyes. But her thoughts were not focused. And her mind was divided into 2. Half on Su He, and half on comprehending Su He's true words just now. Su He frowned slightly and communicated with Ding Xiangu, but did not sense where Taizu's assistant was. Taizu shakes him a bit. Or does he really want him to play the drum on his own? Beating the immortal drum is a private matter. The first 3 sounds may help. But starting from the 4th sound, others will never be able to intervene. But at that time, if Taizu really wanted to intervene, he must have some means. The others waited as silently as a cicada. But no movement was seen from Su He. And the buzzing sounded quietly again. But he didn't doubt whether Su He could beat the drum of ascending to immortality. Instead, he wondered whether the great solar eclipse caused this fellow Taoist to be unable to perform well. The astonishment of the fifth and sixth sounds made them have a fascination with Suhi. The seventh sound was a bit worse, but they could also understand the complexity of the yin and yang. Yin and yang are the avenue and the foundation. If there is yin and yang, there must be derivatives. Perhaps the avenue of derivatives is covered by the solar eclipse? Sure enough. You shouldn't be playing drums at this time. Suhi was silent for a long time, but Taizu didn't see any movement. The corners of his mouth slightly curved, and Taizu asked him to knock on his own. Suhi smiled. Then don't blame him for cheating. There are 3,000 avenues, and Suhi has none of them. But he has them all. Suhi closed his eyes, placed his hand on the Dengxian drum, and silently recited the Tao Te Ching in his heart. A touch of Taoist rhyme fell along the palm of his hand on the Dengxian drum. The Tao Te Ching belongs to Suhi. He is the only one in this world who can't even teach it. It is Suhi's private property. It is engraved in the soul and integrated into the true spirit. It is indestructible and indelible, naturally available. Today, Suhi's Taoist rhyme can be controlled. It no longer scatters indiscriminately in all directions as long as it is recited silently. Suhi can condense the Taoist rhyme, control the scattering direction, and control the size. A touch of Taoist rhyme fell on the Dengxian drum. The entire Dengxian drum vibrated, as if it was trembling, and then seemed stunned for a moment. And then the green light bloomed. A wisp of blue light shines in all directions. And along with the blue light, a sound of drum sound seems to descend from the sky, and also seems to rise from the sky. The sound of the drum was so loud that you couldn't even hear it unless you tried your best to hear it. Great sound. The sound of drums rippled, and the entire Xian Wang fell silent at this moment. Birds froze in the sky. Fish swam in the water, and all the consciousness in Guiwang Mountain stopped, hearing the sound of the seven immortal drums. The spiritual consciousness that came here also stood still in midair, not daring to move at all, for fear of missing the sound of the drum, for fear of missing a trace. Even if you don't understand it or what it is, you can still listen and understand it instinctively. The rhythm of the Tao in the sound of the drum is unimaginable, vast and deep, as if the sound of the drum is everything in the world and the origin of all living beings. Beside Ji Feishue, Dongxi fell into confusion with the sound of the drum, as if being controlled by someone, walking towards the Dengxian drum step by step. His body gradually turned into starlight, and merged into the Dengxian drum bit by bit. Not only everyone who heard the drum, but also Su. He stood motionless in the air, immersed in the sound of the drum, and couldn't extricate himself. Having memorized too much Tao Te Ching and sensing Taoist rhyme, he was somewhat resistant to it. At this moment, Deng Xiangu used a strange method to interpret Taoist rhyme, and the impact on Su He was far greater than that of all those who heard the drum. With Dalian returning to her body, she felt as if she had met herself. That rhyme seemed to be his own rhythm. The Tao is him, and he is the Tao. It turns out that the Tao Te Ching is inseparable from him. After thinking about this, the Tao Te Ching seems to have found its home. A bright light shone brightly in Suhi's body, and each big word appeared from somewhere, falling on the physical body, falling on consciousness, falling on the inner world, flickering and appearing. Look carefully at every handwriting. There are dragons, turtles and peacocks, swimming or flying. I want to identify it, but I can't distinguish it no matter what. It's like reading words in a dream. You should clearly recognize them, but you still can't read them. But the moment this word appeared, the Dengxian drum sounded again, resounding throughout the world. The drum surface is like a mirror, showing 3 words, Dao Kadao. Boom! The Dengxian drum fell to the ground, as if it could not bear these 3 words. It fell from the sky to the ground, and it was about to break into pieces. Sir! Spare me! Dongxiu's voice came from the Dengxian drum. I'm here! I can't bear it! His voice was difficult, as if he was carrying a big mountain. Suhi suddenly came back to his senses and reached out to touch the Dengxian drum. Looking back, the 3 words, Dao Kadao, on the drum fell on the palm of his hand and disappeared. In Suhi's inner world, a few handwritings flickered, as if revealing their true form, and could be read. Road to road. Very avenue. This word slowly rose into the sky, fell down, and landed on the top of Tai Mountain. It hung high, giving people the feeling that it was close at hand and could be accessed at any time. But the real contact was elusive and elusive in the distance. All living beings in the inner world are insensible. Even Iha and Guijiang, who are on the 7th level of the nether realm, do not react. They seem to be unable to see the handwriting floating all over the world. let alone the beginning of the Tao Te Ching on Mount Tai. The white tiger, who was only wearing armor, tilted his head and looked at Tai Ashen like a fool. In the outside world, without the three-word suppression, Deng Xiangu gathered up his cracked body, staggered and flew up again, suspended in the sky, and then disappeared. The Deng Xian drum disappeared. For a long time, people from all directions looked at each other and asked in disbelief. 9 rings? They suddenly realized that it was not 8 rings like the Taoist master, but 9 rings. 9 rings, passed down from Taoist ancestors. Chapter 536 Shinyo. The Deng Xian drum disappeared, and Suhi stood in the air and felt the changes in his body. After a long time, my consciousness returned to my mind, and I felt a drum sound in my head. Sir, don't resist. Come with me. It was Dongqiu's voice. As soon as Suhi rang the 9th ring, Dongqiu's attitude suddenly changed. The superior Deng Xiangu changed his name to Suhi from that boy to Sir. Suhi didn't resist, and his consciousness drifted along with the sound of the immortal drum, and he didn't know where he was going. I don't know how long the scenery in front of him changed. It was an ordinary island and a crooked pavilion. An old man sat fishing alone under the pavilion. The old man had a wrinkled face, no different from an ordinary old man. He did not use special means to look like this, but he was like that. He was old. His eyes were dim, and the float obviously didn't move. But he suddenly stopped his rod and said happily, "Big fish!" He picked up the empty hook and returned it to the water in despair. Turning to look at Suhi, "Come on! Come on! Can you fish? Help me catch one. If you don't catch it, I will forget the smell of fish." Suhi smiled. "I've only caught shrimps, not fish." He recognized the fishing rod in the old fishing man's hand. It was in the hands of Baiyin in ancient times, and in the hands of Uncle Lei in this world. Later, Uncle Lei gave it to him, so that he could fish out unique prawns in a magical lake through the void. He had never caught a fish before. But Suhi was not polite. He walked forward, took the fishing rod, and plunged into the water. A moment later, a fish bit the hook, and when he pulled up the rod, a big and lively catfish was pulled up. The old man put his hands on his hands and laughed. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" He laughed, excited, holding the fish basket, and hurriedly put away the catfish, and hurriedly closed the lid, fearing that the catfish would escape. Holding it in his arms was like holding the most wonderful thing in the world. "Okay, there are many fish in the lake, but I just can't catch them. It's useless to change any bait." As he spoke, he felt aggrieved. Suhi looked at the old man. Although it was his first time meeting him, he felt like he had seen him before, as if he had known him for a long time. This place is also very special. Suhi is in an ideological state at the moment. The consciousness body is synchronized with the ontology. The ontology is Xuanwu. The condensed consciousness body is Xuanwu. The ontology peacock condenses the peacock. Suhi was currently in human form, but had peacock wings. But the consciousness body condensed here is completely human. When we got here, the Deng Xian drum disappeared. There was no sound of drums and no words. Suhi bowed to the old man and said, "I've seen Senior, but I wonder where this place is." The old man held the fish basket and glanced at him. Dissatisfied? "Call master?" Question mark. Suhi was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes were filled with surprise. "Tao ancestor." The old man nodded, stroking his beard in a proud gesture. "Dao Zu is still alive?" "No. No." Suhi fell silent again. Just after fishing, he discovered that fish are easy to catch. But the bait for fishing must be alive. Only living people can catch swimming fish in this lake. "Dao Zu, you can't catch him." It is extremely simple to imitate a bionic machine. But the Tao ancestor in front of him seems to disdain to do so. It seems that fishing with imitated vitality is a stain on fishing. It's probably like a fisherman seeing someone lowering a net and frying fish. The old man held the fish basket and looked at Suhi with a smile. When the Deng Xian drum rang 9 times, it was not whether Suhi wanted to become a disciple, but that he had already become a disciple and was a true disciple of the Tao ancestor. Suhi pondered for a moment and bowed to the end. "This disciple has met the master. Since you go to beat the Deng Xian drum, you agree with the rules of the Deng Xian drum. If you knock out 9 rings, you will naturally be a disciple of the Taoist ancestor. Is this what Taizu wants? He is asked to become a disciple of Taoist ancestor. But he doesn't know why." Dao Zu burst out laughing and was in a very good mood. "Yes! Yes! There were 3 disciples under my sect. The uncle's name was Tian, and his lay name was Ji. Later he changed his name to Tianchen. Zhong's name was Ming. I don't like this name and never use it. She is the only female disciple under my sect, so I call her girl. My uncle's name is Xian, and he has the most stable temperament, unlike the domineering and cold arrogance of the first 2. Now you are the youngest, and you are Ji. As he spoke, he looked at Su He again. Su He bowed and said, My disciple's name is He. Su He. Daozu laughed. The name is good, so I won't change it. I always feel that my mouth is bad, and changing the name will bring disaster. I changed the name of the eldest son. Although he was the emperor of heaven, he suffered disaster. He never called the second child his real name, but the second child never felt better. The third child, on the other hand, is safe and sound. If it weren't for the 3 of them, they would still be the ancestors of the Taoist sect. Daozu looked at Su He. Although you are my disciple, I can't teach you, but my disciples must have what they should have. What do you wish for? He looked at Su He, waiting for Su He to speak. Dao ancestor has such a foundation, even if he no longer exists, but somehow leaves his figure in front of him. He can still make Su He wish at will. Any! Su He was suddenly moved, but for a moment, she didn't know what she wanted. It seems that whatever he wants, he has. Ask where the true form of Taozu is, and how can we defeat Yuan? Su He's heart was moved, but Taizu's voice came to his ears. Guizi, don't make any wishes. Keep the opportunity to get back Daozu's hairpin. Taizu is indeed everywhere. Su He bowed to Dao ancestor and said, Thank you very much. Master, I have nothing to ask for. Can you give me your hairpin? Daozu held the fish basket and chuckled. Have you made up your mind about your wish? Su He was confused and said again, Disciple wants your hairpin. Daozu smiled and groaned. Taizu sighed softly. No need to say more. Daozu has disappeared long ago, and there is nothing more than an afterimage in front of me. You can just go up and take the hairpin. Taizu asked him to knock 9 times. Was it actually for this hairpin? What does the ancestor want to do with hairpins? Su He asked curiously. Taizu's voice came. Don't worry. I'll just borrow it for a while, and then return it. I've asked the Taoist master about this, so you can take it with confidence. Su He said no more, and bowed to the residual image of Dao ancestor. I'm sorry, Master. I will take away your personal belongings when we first meet. When you return, you can come and punish this disciple. Su He said, stepped forward, and gently took off the hairpin from Daozu's hair. After taking away the hairpin, no dice came. Instead, as if a mechanism had been triggered, the island and lake disappeared in an instant, and the surrounding environment was shattered. He was still suspended in midair outside Guiwang Mountain. With wings spread out, he stood with his eyes closed. The energy consumed by beating the drum was almost exhausted, but I don't know how to replenish it to the extreme. And just like dual cultivation, the human body is no longer counting down. An ordinary hairpin in his hand vibrated and flew away, disappearing through the air to an unknown destination. Su He was startled, opened his eyes, and shouted hastily, Taizu, please help me. It's a bit like playing Dafa. Originally, I just wanted to beat 7 drums, worship at Guiwang Mountain, and immediately go get the Taoist phalanx as a formal disciple. At this moment, knocking 9 times in a row, every move will probably fall into the eyes of everyone. I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause if I go to remove the finger bone. With Taizu as a guarantee, you always have to be more secure. Su He spoke softly, but did not hear any response from Taizu. His current state, the sound cannot be transmitted. After ringing 9 rings, the place he was in became strange. Not only did his personal time no longer count down, but he could not hear any external sounds, and could not see the people outside clearly, as if independent from the world. When Su He was at a loss, the Dengxian drum slowly appeared from midair and landed at Su He's feet, lifting him up like a flying magic weapon. Don't you appeared? His clothes were completely different from before, becoming more simple, and yet more natural. 9 drums sounded, and the Taoist rhyme that fell on the Dengxian drum seemed to bring him a lot of gains. Even his appearance looks younger. He was 1 step lower than Su He and bowed. I've met Mr. Fourth before ascending the immortal drum. Although Daozu is not here, 9 bells are 9 bells. The rules established by Daozu remain unchanged forever. The identity of Daozu's direct descendant will not change due to Daozu's absence. Who can say when Daozu will suddenly appear with such an existence? In terms of status, he is the same as the Taoist master at this moment. If his Taoist behavior is not a little lower, it is not difficult to be higher than the Taoist master. In Guiwang Mountain, all the disciples had already walked out when the immortal drum rang 9 times. Seeing Sui wake up, they all bowed in unison. We have met the 4th patriarch. There are not many people. The population of Guiwang Mountain has always been very thin. It is rare to be able to sound the immortal drum. There are even fewer people to visit the Moon Gate. The number has been pitifully small since ancient times. Like 4 spiritual beasts, Sui was silent. As an ancestor, should he give these people a meeting gift? Looking down, he saw that Ji Feishua seemed to want to dig into her pocket. And even in her mind a toad was rummaging through her pocket. The disciples of Guiwang Mountain have all truly seen the world. But the gifts given to them cannot be shabby. Sui smiled, pointed forward with one finger, and 17 rays of green light fell between the 17 people's eyebrows respectively. No need to be polite. In terms of age, everyone present was older than him. If we were to talk about mortals, most of them would be his ancestors for 8 generations. Everyone was startled, feeling the green light between their brows. And they were overjoyed. Even the Qin cultivators could hardly control themselves. And they all bowed down. Thank you, ancestor, for the gift. No wonder the ancestor can knock 9 times. The ancestor is the ancestor. What Sui shot was a touch of Taoist rhyme from the Tao Te Ching. There was no scripture and no content. Just a derived Taoist rhyme. Compared to the time when Baiyin refined her hair and turned it into Taoist seeds, which were planted into the true spirits of the witches and the others, it was slightly inferior. But this rhyme is all-encompassing and points directly to the root. The sword is like a sword, and the weapon is like a weapon. If you can understand it thoroughly, you will reach the sky. To those who practice Taoism in Guiwang Mountain, this is more precious than any treasure of heaven, material or earth. After being overjoyed, each one of them suddenly felt infinite sympathy for those fellow disciples who were in the outside world and had never returned. The blessings given by the 4th ancestor will naturally not always be there. Just like the predecessors leaving the customs, this is the last treasure that only those who are facing the customs have. An old man bowed and bowed. I would also like to invite the 4th patriarch to return to the mountain. The master of Jixia Academy has gone to replace the headmaster to suppress the emperor. The real headmaster will return soon and come to pay homage to the 4th ancestor. Incense is also burned in the ancestral hall to pray. Tell the Lord that the Taoist master should also return in the near future. According to Tao ancestor, this will be the biggest event in Guiwang Mountain, Xianwang, and all the worlds in at least 1,000,000 years. Sui suddenly felt worried. He doesn't belong to this era. But for this era he seems too ahead of his time. Compared with the Taoist ancestor's personal transmission, the suppression of the clone of the Great Self is nothing at all. Perhaps the suppression of the true body of the Great Self can set off an approaching storm? It is impossible that Taizu didn't know this. But he asked him to beat the drum 9 times. And later generations did not record this incident in detail. No one in later generations would have guessed his existence. What means did Taizu use to erase history? Like the 4 sacred beasts and hexagrams that were erased? Sui didn't know why. So he was surrounded by people and headed towards Guiwang Mountain. He looked back to look for Ji Feishua, but he couldn't see her. Looking around, he found Ji Feishua hiding far away and refusing to stand in the center of the crowd. He had already entered Guiwang Mountain first and stood on the top of a mountain, looking at him quietly across the world. Sui smiled and followed the others into Guiwang Mountain. He looked at the 3 mountains in the center again, feeling filled with emotion. The first time I came here was to be a thief. Second time here, still a thief. It's just that the first time he was a foreign thief, and the second time he became a domestic thief. The door looking back at the world behind rotates and disappears, as if it never appeared. I don't know where Guiwang Mountain is, but I just habitually open the main entrance where the Xianwang Dengxian drum is. As soon as Sui came in, he noticed the difference in Guiwang Mountain today. The fairy light on Xianting Mountain is shining everywhere, and the 49 fairy islands are competing to shine, seeming to welcome Sui's arrival, and constantly scattering summons, calling Ji Feishua to return, probably because he was anxious. There was only Ji Feishua in Xianting Mountain, so how could he not represent Xuaning's welcome? There is no need to say more about Guiwang Mountain. The looming blue light is no longer calm, but it exudes the meaning of welcome without any concealment. As for Jinyo Mountain, on Jinyo Mountain, A yellow spring hangs down from the top of the mountain. The slide generally falls at the feet of Su-hee and turns into a ladder of yellow spring, inviting Su-hee to climb the mountain. When Su-hee moved a step, the ladder moved a step in front of him. Su-hee looked at everyone, and everyone looked surprised. Different from Xianting Mountain, everyone can climb Xianting Mountain and search for opportunities. But they could only go to the foothills of Jinyo Mountain. Not even the mountainside. They didn't know what was on the top of the mountain. I only know that Jinyo was left by Mr. Air. And this is the first time Jinyo has shown a vision in ancient times. Su-hee smiled and said to everyone, "Everyone, wait a moment. I'll go to Jinyo to take a look." Jinyo Mountain. Ming. The dojo of the second senior sister who has disappeared and has never been seen before. Su-hee nodded to Ji Feishu in the distance. And Ji Feishu walked through the air and climbed onto Xianting Mountain. Su-hee stepped onto the underworld ladder. The ladder automatically retracted and took Su-hee straight to the top of Jinyo Mountain. In the Sea of Stars, at the exit of the Star River that connects to the forbidden area of Fuha River, Taizu lay comfortably in the Star River, with a hairpin circling around him, jumping for joy as if grateful to him for taking it out of the dark place. There is no shore on the shore of the galaxy. It is just the void without the galaxy. An old ox lowered its head and gnawed at the stars, as if eating grass. Next to the old scalper, a Taoist priest was sitting cross-legged casually, with a board of black and white chess beside him, playing chess with him. Put down a black piece, kill the big dragon with white pieces, and look at it without squinting, and try your best to think about how to break the situation from the perspective of white pieces. While thinking, he said, "Why did Taizu want to take out Daozu's hairpin?" The old turtle chuckled and said, "The hairpin is an ordinary tree, but it was created by the Taoist ancestors. It has been nurtured day by day. It is close to Baihui, where the divine will condenses. Therefore, only when everything goes according to one's heart and can create things out of thin air can I dare to promise to Turtle Boy. You can make any wish. This hairpin is very useful." Taizu smiled, as if he answered, but didn't seem to answer. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Taozu personally passed it down to this world. You won't go back?" A Taoist master must look like a Taoist master. The Taoist master shook his head. "Let's wait until we meet again in 730,000 years. I'm afraid he won't even have time to hide from me now." The majestic Taoist master, the immortal lord, really went back. But a tortoise of the third level opened the sky to divide the treasure rock. Come and go freely, and steal treasures at will. Does he still want to lose face? Taizu chuckled. "Why don't you go back and sound the ninth immortal drum?" The Taoist master shook his head and said with a smile, "Ancestor, please don't make fun of the poor Taoist. Can you just knock the nine-sounding immortal drum if you want? So far, only the 4 disciples of the Taoist ancestor have beaten it." Taizu looked at him with a half-smile. "Yes, only the 3 disciples of Daozu could ring the bell. And Turtle Boy still cheated. But back when he was still immortal, Taizu knew he could ring." The Taoist master chuckled, skipped the topic, stretched out his hand to catch a big catfish, and laughed loudly. "Old ancestor, this is a treasure I got from traveling in western Xinjiang. It has never turned into a strange beast in 40,000 years. The big catfish that turned into a demon came here to honor our ancestors." Taizu blinked. "Don't make trouble. I am a turtle, and I like shrimps." "Huh? Did I remember wrongly? I still remember that my ancestor loved catfish the most." Chapter 537 The Woman on Jinyo Mountain. Su-hee climbed the Jinyo Mountain on the Yellow Spring. The top of the mountain is dim, and the atmosphere is somewhat depressing and silent. The mountain is full of dead trees, and the silence is terrifying. The evil wind blows through the branches and makes a miserable sound, as if entering a netherworld. Especially the suspended and winding Huangquan River outside Jinyo Mountain adds a bit of weirdness. The top of the mountain is clearly a serious building, under the atmosphere and light. It looks like the palace of hell in the underworld. The underworld stairway landed in front of the Hall of Hell, and then retreated. Su-hee looked at the palace door and raised his hands and said, "Su-hee, which fellow Taoist has called me here?" In the past, when meeting people, I would call him Senior from time to time. From now on, he is the Senior. Su-hee felt the extra rune between his eyebrows, just like the identity mark of the ancient Jingjai Buddha. When Su-hee came out of the space where Daozu was, there was a rune between his eyebrows. This rune was very overbearing. As soon as it appeared, it would directly swallow up the Buddha's mark instead of erasing it. If Su-he needed to reveal the Buddha's mark, the mark would be on his own. It can be transformed into the mark of the Buddha. Normally, it is a symbol of Taoist disciples. If Su-he shows this mark, anyone who sees it will know that Su-he is a direct descendant of Tao ancestor, one of the only 4 in the world. And there is absolutely no possibility of counterfeiting Daozu's disciples, except for Daozu and his senior brothers and sisters. All are juniors, including Taizu and Mingzu. Speaking of which, Ji Feishua had to call him uncle. I feel a little excited for no reason, Su-he asked. And for a long time, a voice that sounded like someone from under the 9 netherworld came from the hall. Come in! The voice wasn't unpleasant. It was even pleasant. But for some reason it fell on me. And I always felt cold. Cold and cold are not enough to describe it. Only the coldness can really be described. There is a woman inside. Su-he arranged his clothes, knocked on the door, and waited in silence for a moment before pushing the door open and entering. To be able to stay on the top of Jinyo Mountain without being known by Guiwang Mountain. I don't know how I exist. So I must be very polite. Pushing the door open, a burst of ice and snow hit my face. Even Su-he shuddered and looked inside to see a piece of ice. Only these 2 words could describe the scene in front of Su-he. Doors, windows, floors, stone pillars. Everything is frozen. But the ice is glowing with a faint purple color, giving people a cold and depressing feeling. Looking forward, he saw a woman sitting quietly on a frozen throne. I don't know how long I sat there. My body was assimilating to the ice. And with great difficulty I lowered my gaze and landed on Su-he. Su-he breathed heavily. His eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the woman on the throne in disbelief. And his breathing became heavier. Bain! He shouted. Although the woman sitting in the seat is dressed in purple, and has a completely different temperament from Bain. She clearly has Bai Yin's appearance. In this era, Bai Ling was far from being born. So it could only be Bain. Su-he rushed forward with a quick stride. But then he froze his body and then frowned. No! Are you coming up? The woman on the seat looked at him. Her cold eyes slowly melting and turning into confusion. She must have not interacted with others for a long time. And her speech was a bit unfamiliar. Su-he frowned and looked at her. You are not Bain. Who are you? Bain? The woman asked in confusion. Her eyes blurred as she tried to think about something. After a long time, she came back to her senses. A ray of light shot out from her eyebrows and fell on the hall, turning into a retrospective scene. In the picture is this frozen hall. The ice remains unchanged forever. Everything is frozen. And the silence is terrifying. From a shooting perspective, it was taken from the view of the throne. The scenery remained unchanged. And Su-he waited patiently. For an unknown amount of time in the scene. The palace door was suddenly hit by someone. It trembled for a moment, and then recovered. But then, there were a few more hits. And the door suddenly opened. But there was no figure outside. After a long time, it seemed that there was no danger in the house. And then a head poked in, looked around, and then a figure as nimble as a lark flashed across the room. Come in. He closed the palace door with a wave of his sleeves. As soon as he came in, he patted his chest and trembled with pride. I'm scared to death. Scared to death. I thought Pluto would leave behind some terrible means. But it turned out there was nothing. Only a Pluto artifact? She was talking to herself, saying that she was scared to death. But her expression didn't show any fear at all. Instead, she looked very disappointed, as if she didn't see Pluto's methods, which was a pity. Hey! The woman shouted in the direction of the shooting. Are you still alive? Just make a sound if you are alive? After a long time, a voice came from the throne. Gee. The woman was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, like a ha-ha, holding her stomach and bending over with laughter. Her smile was full of flowers. Her laughter was heavy and trembling. Then she wiped her tears and said, No, no. Since if you give half of your existence to that guy, your laugh point is low, and you can laugh at anything for a long time. She looked at the throne and said, Based on this joke, you should be rewarded with one as a weapon. But it's a pity that you are a magical weapon and can't eat it. The woman was quite regretful. She tilted her head and thought for a long time, then patted her chest and promised. That's it. When you gather your weapon spirit or cultivate your body, go out and look for me. If you can't find it, just grab someone and ask, and I'll be free of charge. The phonetic name will definitely work. Even better than your master's name. Not many people know about her these days. The woman's face was filled with pride and emotion, and the changes in her expressions were so beautiful that it made people feel frightened. If it's not Bain, who will come? Seeing this girl again, even if it was just a retrospect, made Suhi's mouth curl up. The camera in the flashback scene is deflected so that the throne is no longer the visual focus, but is hung on the beam of the hall and shot downwards, giving a clear view of the scene in the hall. On the throne was not a woman frozen in ice, but a ball of brilliance, like a bird's nest. Bain circled it a few times, frowned and asked, "Why is there no aura of Pluto? Has the majestic Pluto really dissipated?" "Hey!" Bain poked the bird's nest on the throne. "Do you have any way to contact Hades?" The brilliance on the throne was spinning, and it took a long time before he replied. Squeak. Stupid? Bain was confused. His face looked like this thing really had no intelligence, and could only make noises. Bai Yin's face seemed to be able to speak, and she didn't even need a sound transmission. You could tell what she wanted to say at a glance. "Your majestic Pluto. Your weapon refining techniques are so bad?" Bain raised his finger to inspect the glory of the bird's nest, and his brows gradually wrinkled. He snorted, his eyes showing dissatisfaction. "You can clearly summon the remaining will of Pluto, but I am not qualified? Even the Immortal Lord is not qualified. Do you want to rebel? Only when Tao Ancestor comes in person will you come out. Even this piece of shit has been refined to the extreme. It can't be changed even if I want to. How can I add some intelligence to this thing?" Pluto took practicality to the extreme when he created his creations. IQ was not given at all, and could only be slowly polished out the day after tomorrow. It was a drop of effort, and would not be useful for tens of millions of years. Even after hundreds of millions of years. Stones are still stones. Bain rolled his eyes and said, "Shall I help you? I'll help you change your appearance, so that you have the most intelligent appearance in the world. This will definitely help you gather your intelligence early." True to her word, she stretched out her green jade finger and touched the bird's nest. The brilliance of the bird's nest squirmed, condensed like water, and transformed into a human form bit by bit. A stunningly beautiful woman sat on the throne in a state of enchantment. But it was a pity that she was only fully clothed when she was condensed. Bain looked at the appearance that was exactly the same as his own, nodded with satisfaction, and walked around twice. Then he thought of something, and a trace of nervousness appeared on his face. Hey, let me tell you. You are not allowed to act like me in the future. If you meet a wretched little thief, he is a dragon turtle that can turn into a human body. You are not allowed to seduce him, and you are not allowed to be seduced by him. He is mine." After finishing speaking, he seemed to be still uneasy, and waved his little fist. "If you dare to mess around, I'll beat you." As he spoke, Bain's eyes changed, and even his voice changed. "Why don't you mess around for a while? It would be fine to think about it." After returning to this point, they dispersed with a pop. He looked at the woman on the throne. "Gone?" The woman was silent for a long time and said with difficulty, "No, I'm trying to hook you up." Suhi. "Dot. Then why did you call me up?" "You can't just tell him and not seduce him." "Right." The woman was silent for a moment. "Master. See you. Owner? Hades? Second senior sister?" She addressed her simply. Her name and title were the same. "I'm here." Su Hugong made a confused sound. The temperament of the woman on the throne had completely changed. Her voice was no longer simply cold, but there was emptiness in the coldness. The ice on the woman's body slowly melted, revealing her perfect figure. She looked down at Su-hee and spoke after a moment. "I haven't reached Jiazi yet, and I can open the 3rd level of the sky, but I can open the 4th level. I'm a little slow in practice." Su-hee. "Dot. Why do these beings think he is slow in cultivation? Apart from him, who else is not good enough to be able to open the 4th heaven at any time?" Su-hee smiled bitterly. "Senior sister called me here. What are your instructions?" Probably because he has seen a lot of powerful people. Ji Feishua has the aura of an immortal, but she transforms into a dragon body and hangs around him all day long to tease her. Bai Yin was a real immortal, but Su-hee kept holding his hand and was able to tease him a bit. Tantai is similar. Taizu was stronger, but he was an old naughty boy, and he rarely put on the airs of being an ancestor in front of Su-hee. After slowly tempering, Su-hee was able to be indifferent even when faced with Pluto's pressure. A flash of admiration flashed in Pluto's eyes, and he said, "You can beat the immortal drum 9 times and see the master's spiritual treasure. So you are my younger brother. The master is missing. The senior brother is not here. And the junior brother has reincarnated. I have a god with this in mind. I should see you. Suhi smiled, raised his hands and saluted. Thank you, senior sister. But seeing me won't cause any damage to senior sister's spiritual sense. Right? These beings have left behind spiritual thoughts. And they all have backup arrangements. Before the time comes, a little damage may cause the whole game to lose. Pluto shook his head. It doesn't matter. It was just a divine thought. But it was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Let alone the distance. There was no problem in killing Suhi at this moment. She looked at Suhi and her voice was as cold as before. Now that you have entered the master's door, you can practice in Xianting, Jinyo or Guwang Mountain. We will open all restrictions for you. Or you can raise your own right now. Mountain. A gleam of stars fell in Suhi's eyes. And all the privileges that a Tao ancestor disciple should have were passed on to her. Perhaps the fundamental reason why she woke up was to become a disciple. However, Pluto continued, if you raise your mountain at this moment, you must also shoulder the responsibility. I suggest that it is not too late for you to open the 5th level of the sky and raise the mountain. Disciples of Tao ancestor naturally not only have fame and convenience, but also bear great responsibilities. Seeing that Suhi was about to speak, she raised her hand to stop Suhi. If you don't rise to the mountain, I won't tell you anything. If you rise to the mountain, you can know everything in the world. You don't need to make a decision in a hurry. It's not too late for you to make a decision. It is only the 5th level of open heaven. If you are willing to work hard, you can reach it in no time. Suhi took a deep breath. That's okay. Hades knows that he does not belong to this time. Can you tell just by looking at it? Is Pluto an immortal? Or is he a being beyond the immortal? It should still be the immortal lord. Pluto nodded. It will take at least 10 days to prepare for the ceremony in the outside world. It is a waste of time to welcome and send you off. You can practice here with me. I will supervise you for these 10 days. And the inner world will be improved to the extreme. Suhi, imprison me for 10 days? Then I won't be beating the drum in vain? Why do I become a disciple? May I ask, senior sister, what is the ceremony? Pluto glanced at him and said, Master is not here. So although the apprenticeship ceremony cannot be held, we must always pray to heaven and earth. Even if the times change, some things still cannot change. Although I have never contacted the disciples of Guwangshan in this era, I think the rules are the same. Tell the world to know, and the Taoists will accept the disciples. You don't want to be here? Do you want to go and send us off? Suhi shook his head. Only a ghost in this era wants to contact so many people. But the great solar eclipse only lasts for this day. He was quiet for a moment and said softly, Senior sister, I have a wife who is now in Xianting Mountain. How about I create a clone and go see her? She is probably still worried about me at the moment. Don't worry. It won't affect your true body practice. Hades nodded. She just had a cold temperament and had too many experiences. So she looked down upon everything. If your status is too high, you don't need to be vain and conciliatory. It doesn't mean you don't understand the ways of the world. Xianting Mountain? Who is it? It's just a spiritual thought at the moment. And it's not good to waste it and spread it out for exploration. Suhi separated his domain clone, used the snow hidden and hidden runes, quietly escaped from the hall, flew out of Jinyo Mountain, and flew towards Xianting. Suhi's body in the main hall smiled and said, Ji Feishue. Senior brother's daughter. Pluto looked at him strangely, and then stopped talking and seduced her niece. As long as her senior brother didn't beat him to death, she didn't care. The green onion jade pointed downwards, and a tunnel opened in the ground. You can go to the underground palace to practice. Suhi nodded and was forced to practice. Okay, again. This senior sister was more domineering than Feishue and her aunt in the current century. Judging from his temperament, he should be accustomed to being aloof and in an absolute leadership position. He habitually gives orders without any doubt. Suhi walked into the underground palace, turned around and asked, Senior sister, let me ask, where is your true body? Pluto glanced at him and said expressionlessly, Dead. When will you be resurrected? The body has been cut into pieces with no chance of resurrection. Suhi's face turned cold. Who did it? I. Suhi. What kind of perverted answer is this? He wanted to ask again, but Pluto frowned. And Suhi turned around and walked into the underground palace. Walking down, I was suddenly shocked. This is not an underground palace. This is H.L. There is no need to describe this place. It is a complete regional style. It is worse than all the netherworld Su he has ever visited. Even the Wopan, Hacksaw, and Mountain of Knives are still vivid in his mind. As soon as he entered the underground palace, the entire H.L. world suddenly came over him. This was the suppression of a pure world. The inner world immediately counterattacked automatically, and the power of the world rushed in all directions like the sun, resisting the suppression of H.L. Suhi groaned and turned slightly pale. The source stone of the inner world was consumed tenfold in an instant. No wonder Pluto asked him to reach the limit of the world within 10 days. This was like practicing martial arts in a forest of swords. If he failed, he would be injured by the sword. Just like Suhi, the inner world cannot withstand the suppression of H.L. So it will be suppressed here. Suhi was sure that if he was really suppressed, Pluto would not be able to fish him out even if it lasted for hundreds of years. That woman doesn't even know what caring is. Suhi roared, transformed into Xuanwu form, and screamed urgently in his heart. Toad! The green flowers appear silently in the inner world, and the origin stone is swayed to help refine it. His expression was a bit downcast, and while he was swaying the origin stone, his eyes were filled with confusion. Suhi glanced at it and didn't ask any questions. Ever since I started beating the immortal drum, the toad has been acting abnormally. Maybe he is thinking of something else? When it wants to say it, it will say it naturally. I don't want to say that he doesn't know how to press. Suhi's clone flew toward Xianting Mountain. Halfway through the flight, he was sure that Pluto was not spying on him. So he turned around and flew towards Guowang Mountain, straight into Finbao Rock. Everything in Finbayan remains as before. It seems that no one has come in during the years since he left. Even the formation set up by Monk Kuran have remained intact. Suhi felt a little at ease in his heart, and quickly walked towards the bottom of Finbao Rock without stopping. The journey was smooth. The mark of Taozu's true inheritance was even more useful than the token given by Taizu. He rushed all the way into the cave below without any accidents. It was so smooth that Suhi couldn't believe it, and even felt a little uneasy. Until I saw the pool again, where the Daozu's finger bones were stored. The barrier had been opened. During the great solar eclipse, the closed borders will open automatically. The finger bones of Taozu and the turtle Sh.L., the most precious treasure of the dragon turtle clan, float quietly on the pool, living in peace, just like a pair of good neighbors who do not interfere with each other. Suhi reached forward with both hands at the same time, grabbing the finger bones with one hand and the turtle Sh.L. with the other hand, and fished them back at the same time. 2 dice fell down. At the same time, a cold voice came from behind. Is this why you lied to me? Suhi was startled, turned his head suddenly, and saw Pluto standing behind him with an expressionless face. Her eyes fell on him without any emotion, without anger or scrutiny, just looking at him quietly. Suhi looked at the finger bones and turtle Sh.L. in his hands. The turtle Sh.I. was in his hand, and it turned into 2. The dice shattered on the phalanges and then reassembled, over and over again, just like when it fell on the hexagram. It was the same. Daozu's finger bones cannot be copied. Only the quality can be improved. Suhi gave a bitter smile and looked at Hades. Senior sister, if I say that this is the acquiescence or even instigation of the contemporary Taoist master of Guowang Mountain, will you believe it? Pluto glanced at him, his voice still cold. Letter. Without Taoist master's acquiescence, how could Finbayan be so cold and cold? With almost all guards shielded, and even the master's finger bones placed here openly. Wouldn't they be stolen? But, so what? You lied to me. Pluto looked at Suhi, his eyes still calm. As for the treasures of Baoyan, as the younger brother, if he wants them, what if I give them all to him? The third child will not have any objection. But he deceived his family when they first met. Chapter 538 Gu Hexagram. Pluto looked at him with a cold expression. Suhi suddenly realized. In the past few years with Ji Feishue was like this. She never showed her emotions. If you want to know her heart, you have to guess. Suhi put away the Daozu's finger bones and 2 turtle Sh.L.s without leaving a trace, put his toes on the ground, and whispered, Well, although it is said that elder brothers are like fathers and elder sisters are like mothers, but I already have a wife, so I still need to. Are you being punished for lying? Who hasn't lied to their parents, brothers, and sisters? Pluto looked at him obviously stunned, and then anger rose in his eyes. The evil spirit is soaring to the sky. How dare you make excuses? She snorted coldly, and the Suhi domain clone in front of her couldn't bear it and broke into pieces with a pop. in the Jinyo underground palace. Suhi looked up. A cold voice came. You are a dishonest person. I will punish you with confinement for 30 days, and cancel your ability to pray to heaven and earth. Pluto's eyes fell on Suhi through the underground palace. Since husband and wife are one body, I will transfer this opportunity to your wife and pray to heaven and earth to receive rewards from heaven and earth. It has nothing to do with you. Pluto imposed punishment, disappeared, and never contacted Suhi again. Although Pluto showed his anger and was punished, Suhi breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had very little contact with him, a person like Pluto could move forward without changing his expression. He could even cut himself into pieces and cut off his chance of resurrection. What else could shake her heart? Even though he was deceived by Suhi, his eyes were calm until Suhi said, A sister is like a mother. Punishment. Only then did he feel angry. Just as Suhi thought, how could any child not deceive his parents? Only towards his family does Pluto have emotions. And I always feel that my senior sister is helping me. This is not Suhi's era. Although the anchor has been set, it may not be a big deal to make a name for himself in this era. But directly praying to heaven and earth to connect heaven and earth is a bit desperate. He jumped repeatedly in front of the King of Hell's palace. But nothing happened. The senior sister took away his authority and gave it to Ji-Fei-Xue. But she seemed to be protecting him. As for Suhi's reward of praying to heaven and earth, it's not like he hasn't received it. It's just some meritorious deeds. But he's still stingy in front of his wife? If Suhi was given a favor to someone else, but Ji-Fei-Xue was not concerned at all. Even if the merit really fell on Suhi, he would find a way to pass it on to Ji-Fei-Xue. With Daozu's finger bones in hand, he was almost ready to leave. Ji-Fei-Xue's temperament at this time does not leave enough protection for her. How can Suhi feel at ease? Suhi resisted the suppression of H.L. and tried his best to refine the inner world. At the same time, he took out Daozu's finger bones and 2 turtle SH.LS and looked at them carefully. I don't know if this turtle SH.I was left by a certain ancestor and refined through generations of sacrifices, or it was the merger of countless dragon turtle SH.LS. Suhi was unable to play the true role of the turtle SH.L. and the turtle SH.L's methods were unprecedented. But being able to be the most precious treasure of the dragon turtle clan, its power is unimaginable. Even with such a tortoise SH.L, the dice can be copied into pairs. But the hexagrams and Daozu clones cannot be copied by the dice. Suhi's eyes moved from the turtle SH.L to the finger bones. The finger bones were ordinary. After improving the quality by 3 points, even the original feeling of the root of all things and the origin of everything disappeared. It's really like an ordinary finger bone. If it weren't for the huge weight, it would even make people think that this is a mortal finger bone. Before the quality improvement, it was the little finger bone of Daozu's third avatar. I wonder if after the quality improvement and returning to nature, it can have some power of Daozu himself? What Taizu wants is the improved quality of his phalanges. Does the old turtle know that the quality of Daozu's finger bones will definitely be improved? Or can it be used by improving the quality or copying it in pairs? Suhi was confused. Under the Fanbao rock, Pluto's green jade finger pointed in the air, and a piece of golden dice spun in the air between her fingers. She frowned, her eyes sparkling, trying to see what was between her fingers. But she couldn't see it no matter what. But she knew there had to be something there. When the junior brother stole the treasure earlier, 2 forces fell from nowhere. One force repeatedly shattered it, and finally increased the power of the master's finger bones. And the other force actually duplicated the turtle SH.L into pairs. She tried her best to capture a small part of the broken power. But she couldn't see what it was. Although she is a divine thought, she has borrowed her true form to forge artifacts with her own hands and appears in this world. So she has no shortage of strength and means. She couldn't see clearly, even if the real body could be resurrected. She couldn't see clearly either. This power is somewhat similar to Master Jing. It is like the source of all things and can create things out of thin air. No wonder the threads of cause and effect on the younger brother's body are all twisted into a ball. Part of the source of the Great Avenue is in his body, which naturally attracts all things, regardless of whether he is an enemy or a friend. Wherever such people go, incidents will occur frequently. Like a disaster star, it will cause many changes. Things that originally had nothing to do with him, or even things that shouldn't happen at a certain time, will suddenly happen because of his arrival. Unless he can have the power of a master to suppress everything, he can enjoy a moment of comfort. Pluto waved his hand to disperse the invisible power between his fingers, and his body turned into a river of sticks and disappeared. In the sea of stars, the Taoist master who didn't know what kind of riddle he was playing with Taizu was startled, then smiled bitterly, turned back to Taizu and said, "Old ancestor, the second ancestor of Jinyo Mountain has woken up. Do you want to see her?" Taizu waved his paw casually. "I don't recognize her." "Why do you see her?" Dao ancestor shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Second ancestor sent a message. She deprived Taoist Su he of the qualification to pray to heaven and earth, and asked Fairy Ji to do it. She asked me to announce the return to Wangshan Mountain." As he spoke, he looked at Taizu again. That one is not without a backer. Taizu had a nonchalant expression on his face, his head sinking into the Milky Way, while Gulyalu blew bubbles. The Milky Way was not real water, but he really blew bubbles. "Then take it away. It's not like giving it to others." "It's not possible for others, but it's really okay to give it to your grandson's wife." "Me?" In Xianting Mountain, Ji Feishu had turned to look at Dongxiu. At this moment, Deng Xiangu shrank, following Dongxiu, and had just been crushed by Dao Dao once. Deng Xiangu and Qi Ling could not be separated too far for the time being, and they had to completely absorb Dao Yuan. Ji Feishu looked at Deng Xiangu suspiciously. Her eyes were calm, but underneath the calmness was suspicion. She suspected that Deng Xiangu was going to become a monster again. "Only I can pray to heaven and earth." Ji Feishu's voice was cold. Praying to heaven and earth is a method that has existed in the Xianwang world since ancient times. The monks developed exercises, weapon refining techniques, etc. that can promote Xuanhuang's cultivation. They can pray to heaven and earth, and heaven and earth will have their own rewards. But only the originator can do this kind of thing. No one else can do it. The disciples of Taoist ancestors are even better than those who created the techniques. How can they be replaced? Dongxiu smiled and straightened his back, with a bit of arrogance on his face. "This is Guiwang Mountain. Heaven and earth have the rules of heaven and earth, and Guiwang Mountain has the rules of Guiwang Mountain. When the two collide, Guiwangshan has the final say." Guiwangshan said that praying to heaven and earth can be replaced by others, so that can be done. Seeing that Ji Feishua's eyes began to glow dangerously, and she even touched the fairy sword with her hand, Dongxiu hurriedly said, "Niece, Mr. Force said that he has a secret code with you. If you don't believe it, you will believe it if you tell me the secret code." "Huh?" Ji Feishua looked at him. Dongxiu was confused. Mr. Force said, "Swing." Base. The immortal sword was unsheathed and pointed at the Dengxian drum. Dongxiu was instantly anxious. "Niece, this is what Mr. Force told you. If the code is wrong, it has nothing to do with me." Ji Feishua looked cold. "Yes, but you deserve to die." Dongxiu looked at Ji Feishua's expression. There was a hint of shame and anger under the cold murderous intent. This was not a sign that the code was wrong. The eldest niece has always been murderous and has serious opinions towards him. "Is it because of my appearance?" Deng Xiangu asked in a low voice while trying his best to avoid Ji Feishua's attack. At the same time, he explained, "This appearance is that of a mortal who was copied casually by gathering weapon spirits back then. I saw that he was quite popular with others, so I transformed into his appearance. If my eldest niece doesn't like it, can I change it to another one?" As he spoke, he turned around and transformed into another person. But she was an ordinary woman, just like the aunt who washes dishes in a mortal restaurant. She is tall and round. Her clothes are simple but very clean, and even her voice changes accordingly. "Eldest niece, how do you like me now?" Dongxiu is the spirit of the immortal drum. There is no distinction between men and women, or even species. He can take any form he wants. Ji Feishua looked at her aunt in a daze, and was slightly stunned. The fairy sword in his hand was finally put away. There was still a cold look on his face. "Not only can you gain merit by praying to heaven and earth, but you can also use the perspective of heaven and earth to survey the world. Don't you want this opportunity?" The aunt chuckled. "Mr. Force said that he has already experienced the perspective of heaven and earth. One such opportunity is enough, and I want you to go this time." Well, she didn't know whether Mr. Force said that. Anyway, that's what the second gentleman said. Ji Feishua was silent for a moment, with a smile on her lips. Good. Was that guy afraid that she would suffer a disadvantage in this era? So he gave her the opportunity to pray to heaven and earth? Isn't it possible that he would use his status as the fourth patriarch of Guiwang Mountain for this purpose? Pretending to be a public servant for personal gain? Dongxiu breathed a sigh of relief, said H, low with a smile, and left Xianting Mountain. Sure enough, it was still an image problem. if she changed her image to a woman. Her eldest niece's attitude was indeed much better. If I had known this, I would have changed to this image. It's just that the appearance has changed. Do you want to change the Taoist number? There is a woman named Dongxiu. But I always feel that she is not suitable. Dongxiu was thinking wildly. Ji Feishu had turned around and looked at the wooden sculpture of Qing Long in silence, not knowing what he was thinking. In the underground palace, Suhi let out a long breath and pressed his forepaws on the ground to push himself up. The inner world seems to be accelerating time, and all living creatures are accelerated at an alarming speed. The Source Stone will be exhausted in 3 to 5 breaths. If the inner world continues to advance at this speed, the consumption to reach the 4th level of Kai Tian will be 5 or 6 times that of normal advancement. Fortunately, my mother-in-law provided enough Source Stones. Suhi sighed. Pluto is merciless in his attacks. Hell is firmly pressing on the edge of his limit. If he relaxes even slightly, he will be forced to climb down in an instant. It took several hours for Suhi to gradually adapt. I had more time to look around. This place is not very big, and you can see the border at a glance. The borders are very different, as if they were cut off somewhere. Senior sister, do you have anything to do with the underworld scattered across the heavens and the world? Suhi looked at this place and asked in confusion. The name is the same, but the underworld palace of Hades does not give Suhi the feeling of the underworld. And there is no atmosphere of the underworld. After Suhi asked, it took a long time before a voice came. I opened the underworld. Suhi, I thought you conquered the underworld with your fists. Pluto's voice was cold. I never take anything from others. Suhi, do you think I believe it or not? Senior sister should not be called Pluto, but should be called Pluto Ancestor. Okay. Pluto's voice was still cold. Suhi, there is a collision of names with the ancestor of his family. The names of Lao Gui and Pluto are already the same. They all have a single name with the word Ming. Reincarnation? But Mingzhu is a male turtle. Suhi was brainstorming when he heard Pluto snort coldly. If you have enough energy to think wildly, you should add more suppressive power. Suhi, if he hadn't been suppressed and couldn't jump up, he would have jumped. Sister, please be merciful. I really can't hold it anymore. Is this what it feels like to have a master? How could Baiyin do such a thing as the king of hell? On the upper floor, Pluto ignored the noisy junior brother, closed his eyes slightly, twirled his fingers, and a formation disc appeared in front of him. Is there another creature in the world called Ming? The names of their masters and disciples are not something that many people can bear. If ordinary people call them, or it doesn't matter. The more advanced they are, the more taboo they should avoid. Even the word Ming in the name can cause great disaster, let alone the exact same name. The senior brother's name was too easy for others to share the same name, so the master forcibly changed it. If a dragon turtle becomes the ancestor of a clan, it calls Ming. That must have a very deep cause and effect with her, so deep that heaven and earth cannot distinguish it. Is it a backhand left behind by the main body during his lifetime? Pluto speculated and wondered, but found nothing. So he propped himself up and quietly hid a little away. There was no sound above his head, and the underground palace became quiet again. Suhi practiced diligently, and after another long while, the dragon's head poked out to look at the oil pan next to it. For some reason, this oil pan always gave him a strange feeling, as if he had seen a treasure from heaven and earth and wanted to grab it. Suhi tilted his head and looked at it for a long time, then crawled over, lowering his head and looking inside. The oil pan was not on fire, so he stretched out his tortoise claw, raised a fingernail, and touched the oil surface. As soon as it touched the pot of cold oil, he followed the fingernail and rushed into Suhi's body, following the light of the inner world. Suhi was shocked and quickly looked into the inner world, and saw a pot of cold oil rolling and twisting into strange runes in the inner world. Although he couldn't understand what it was, the little Goo Goo Gua in the inner world jumped up happily, wishing he could bump into the new runes. Cold oil is a trace of Goo Goo Gua. There are hundreds of such oil pots in the underground palace, and they are densely packed like volcanoes all over the underground palace. Senior sister cut the goo hexagram into pieces. Come out. Taking something without telling him is called stealing, and taking something by force in front of his face is called robbing. Taking something from Pluto will kill someone. Suhi shouted and was about to take out the goo hexagram rune, but the rune trembled and flew up to Tai Mountain and got behind the small goo hexagram. Suhi, the resistor, came here and refused. Left. I don't know what I have experienced at the hands of the world, but I am stuck by a stranger and refuse to leave. Suhi coughed and hummed. Come out. The hidden goo hexagram runes were forcibly moved out of the inner world by him. Suhi looked at the oil pot and the fragments of the goo hexagrams, wondering how to restore them to a pot of cold oil. He looked up at the top of the underground palace awkwardly. Senior sister. I didn't mean it. Pluto's voice came. It doesn't matter. You can take it if you want. Suhi's turtle eyes widened. This is a hexagram. I recognize it. Senior sister. You don't need it anymore? I am dead. It is just alive. Just a hexagram. The underworld is already broken. What's the use of the oil pan coming? If you get a hexagram for nothing, you should be happy. But I always feel like it's not good to laugh right now. Suhi was silent for a moment. Senior sister. Is there anything you want me to do? You are too weak. Suhi was silent for a moment, then took back the rune he had just thrown out with his tortoise claws, then turned around and climbed to the next oil pan. The most hurtful thing in the world is this sentence. Suhi reluctantly crawled to the next oil pan, inserted a paw into the oil pan, turned back, took away the pot of cold oil, and added a stroke to the rune. Then he lay on the ground and gasped. Withstanding the suppression of the entire underground palace, he had to use all his strength to crawl between the two oil pans. Suhi just crawled, collected oil, panted, and rested. He estimated that he could collect up to 10 pots of cold oil in one day. After taking away 3 mouthfuls, Suhi grinned, raised his head, and said with a smile, Thank you, senior sister. Suhi is inexperienced, but not stupid, crawling among the oil pots. The suppression of the underground palace was not only suppressing the inner world, but also suppressing his physical body. Climbing was difficult, almost impossible to move, but it also integrates the power of the whole body. Suhi advanced so quickly that he could not fully master his own power like ordinary monks. A true monk would like to have a very effective effect with every effort he exerts. But Suhi always relies on his strength and strength to hit 3-pointers. Killing is the criterion. He has never considered other advancement speeds, and there is no time for him to think too much. Pluto's underground palace is a rare treasure. Hades did not reply, and the suppression remained the same. Suhi stopped talking and measured the underground palace step by step, crawling among the oil pots to collect cold oil. The little goo-goo-gua in the inner world is happy and jumping for joy. Time passed day by day. Suhi went from Xuanwu to peacock to human body, bit by bit in the underground palace, and the inner world improved day by day. Although it has not reached the limit of 10 days mentioned by Pluto, it is not far away. It has now reached 77%. It's not the effect of Pluto's underground palace. Previously, he had practiced double cultivation with EP521, and the speed of advancement had been slowly increasing. It just broke out all of a sudden during this period. When you truly fall into practice, time flies by. Collecting hundreds of oil pans, 10 days fly by in a hurry. Suhi looked at the goo hexagram that was perfectly integrated into the inner world and grinned. This time I traveled through time. I didn't pursue a single hexagram, but all the hexagrams happened to appear, and I had collected 5 of them unknowingly. If there are enough source stones to stay here in this world, there is a real chance that the 5th heaven will be opened in 2 or 3 years. Suhi thought like this and felt that the world was abnormal. At this moment, the world seemed to be solidified and suppressed. It is not the suppression of the underground palace, but the real heaven and earth. If the anchor had not been set, I would have been thrown out of this era at this moment. Pray to heaven and earth? Suhi asked in confusion, then felt a flash of space and landed in the hall of the king of hell above his head. Pluto stood in front of the throne, looking at the outside world with his body half frozen. Suhi followed her gaze and saw EP521, dressed in white, ascending high in the sky. It's like a concubine and fairy. Intoxicating. Chapter 539 Slap. Climb high in the sky. A short sacrificial text, telling the Taoist ancestors of heaven and earth to accept disciples. Although there were visitors at the foot of Guiwang Mountain who were surprised. Why was it EP521 who prayed to heaven and earth, and not the legendary Taoist Suhi? But no one said anything. This was Guiwang Mountain's matter, and it was not easy for them to comment. Moreover, those who can come in are the real ancestors of the 4 spirits and the 10 immortal sects, and they know more or less the secrets. I won't inquire about this. The heaven and earth shook, and visions appeared one after another. The goddess scatters flowers, and dragons and phoenixes appear auspicious. If you have meritorious deeds and come to this world, you can worship your ancestors and gain great merits from heaven. Thousands of small portions of the auspicious energy fell towards concubine Ji. But most of them condensed into one stream and headed towards Su-hee. But at this moment, Pluto raised his hand. An array of purple energy fell on Su-hee. The merits of heaven and earth coming towards Su-hee seemed to have trouble finding a target. They circled back and forth above the sky, and finally spiraled helplessly into Ji Feishua's body. Ji Feishua stood quietly in the sky, not paying attention to the merits of splashing the sky. Su-hee knew that she was looking at everything in the world from the perspective of heaven and earth. When the dragon turtle had not yet attained enlightenment and was still fighting to the death with monks in the mortal realm, Su-hee could use the perspective of heaven and earth to see many secrets. At this moment, Ji Feishua was already a true power and could see everything. Yes, nature is vast. The golden light from the big sun overhead twisted towards Ji Feishua. Go and destroy this day. A cold voice came, and Su-hee felt a strong attack from behind. He was pushed out of the hall by the force of Hades, and rushed straight into the sky to stop him between Ji Feishua and Eri. Su-hee was startled and then returned to God. The sun belongs to the enemy camp. The great ancestor Feng Wang also intercepted Yuan's power by embezzling the great sun in the tomb of the great sun. Ji Feishua prayed to heaven and earth to let heaven and earth know that in this era, someone was worshipping the Taoist ancestor. How could the other party not take action? But for some reason, the sun seemed to have collapsed after the great solar eclipse. Just like the sun in winter. Fake. With only light but no heat. Moreover, Guowang Mountain is located in the world that the Taoist patriarch pointed out in the void. And the great sun has been weakened a lot here. The light that the sun was shining on Ji Feishua at this moment was only as powerful as an ordinary 7th level divine beast. Although they were invincible, both Su-hee and Ji Feishua had ways to avoid them. As soon as Su-hee appeared, he hit the sun and cast a shadow, covering Ji Feishua in the shadow. The foreign minister's Turtle Mountain appeared automatically, but it was like an iceberg melting under the sunlight. A sizzling sound filled his ears. The light shone through the Turtle Mountain and hit Su-hee's body, causing a burning pain. Su-hee trembled, licked his lips, and looked up at the sun. Is this a great sun that is shielded by this world and weakened countless times by a great solar eclipse? Even if this is so powerful, what will happen to Feishua in this century when she faces the dark sun? Although Ri is dead, he is controlled by the great ancestor of the emperor. Su-hee looked back at Ji Feishua. Ji Feishua was floating in the air with her eyes closed, her body trembling slightly. She looked at the same angle as the heaven and the earth, and synchronized the perspective of the heaven and the earth. In an instant, she knew that the heaven and the earth were searching for Su-hee, and she knew what kind of state Su-hee was in. How could she allow the eyes of the heaven and the earth to look this way? He used his own power to forcibly turn the world around without seeing, hearing or thinking about Su-hee. Su-hee's expression was slightly cold. Just as the second senior sister said, he was too weak. If Taizu could do it, what would happen to the world? One word to suppress it. Su-hee felt the severe pain of being burned by the sun on his body. With a long roar, he thrust his hands into the void and lifted it upwards, causing the Beiming vortex to rise into the sky. Beiming is specially used to suppress the Yuanzun clan, to deal with the existence of their same camp. Beiming is the first choice. Beiming rotated and hit the sun, blocking the sunlight in an instant. However, it also turned from a dark vortex to pure gold in an instant, and it was about to explode under the sunlight in just a moment. At this moment, Su-hee stepped forward, and the Taiyuan hole opened in the void, swallowing up Lien Beiming and the sunlight. Beiming exploded in the Taiyuan, and the light turned into a gadfly drizzle, shooting outwards, about to penetrate the Taiyuan. But a finger bone appeared in Taiyuan, turned into a white jade pillar holding the sky, and suppressed it like a world-grinding disc. All the sunlight in Taiyuan was wiped out in an instant. The disciples from Guangshan below looked at Su-hee who suddenly appeared in the sky, and were surprised. It's the fourth ancestor! Has the fourth ancestor broken through? The fourth ancestor had previously sent a message that he had gained something in Janil Mountain and needed to retreat urgently. He asked Fairy Ji to pray to heaven and earth on his behalf. But she appeared at this moment. Is the fourth patriarch worried about the great sun? Guangshan is certainly prepared for this kind of thing. The real master is back. The sun is rebelling. Just defeat it. Besides, we are well prepared for Guowang Mountain. But the fourth patriarch took action personally. Will they still suppress Eri? Everyone looked at each other. They all looked ahead at the blind old man. Although the old Taoist was blind, he looked up at the sky and said nothing. The two dragon turtles next to them also looked up at the same time. But they were Huangzu and Hongzu. But they were not called ancestors in this era. The two of them had far-reaching gazes, looking faintly at Su He in the air. Sure enough, it's Baiming and Taiyuan. Hong ancestor narrowed his eyes and whispered. But his huge body and his roaring sound almost spread throughout Guiwang Mountain. Huangzu stared at Su He. There is also a foreign minister. Very standard. It was not given by Dragon Turtle, but inherited. Bloodline magical powers can be given. Just like Yunyu gave Su He the Black Bird Escape technique. He used his own essence and blood to carry the inherited magical power, and landed on Su He. Of course, this method can only be passed down to one's own bloodline relatives. It is not difficult to bestow magical powers, and you are not afraid of them leaking out. But the Birdman is obviously not among them. Fengxi next to him nodded. Not only does the Dragon Turtle have magical powers, but the Phoenix True Fire is also pure True Fire. Phoenix True Fire can only be obtained by igniting the Phoenix Mountain in the Phoenix Clan's inherited Phoenix Nest. Even the Phoenix Clan subspecies may not be able to ignite it. Next to the Fengxi was the second ancestor of the Feng clan, with the phoenix feathers on their heads clustered together. I can't even think through my brain to figure out what kind of existence the boy in the sky is. As long as Su He only has one magical power, he can understand it. With examples like Ji Feishue's, it's acceptable. What is the situation with the two magical beasts? Someone edited the chapter on transforming beasts and created two kinds of mythical beasts. This kind of thing does not exist at all. A few people communicated, and they saw Su He in the sky panting and looking up at the big sun. The attack of the sun is like light, which stretches continuously without any gaps. If it breaks into pieces, it is still endless behind. When it hits the body, severe burning pain hits instantly. Baiming and Taiyuan cannot cut off the sun, unless Su He can suppress the sun in Taiyuan. But if he had the means, why should he be troubled at this moment? The sun is like a spear, shining on the outside and shining through Su He. This great sun has the power to point directly to the root. The outer appearance is not broken, but it cannot block all the sunlight. The Zonfeng pool rose rapidly. Su He endured the severe pain and panted. Baiming and Taiyuan gave him a chance to breathe again and again, waiting for the end of Ji Feishue's prayers to heaven and earth. Su He struggled to circulate between Taiyuan and Baiming. When he took the time to look back at Ji Feishue, his brows suddenly furrowed. Then boundless anger arose. And the sun marked Ji Feishue. The sun has no spiritual wisdom, and regards those who pray to heaven and earth as the disciples of the Taoist ancestors. Even if the ceremony is over, the pursuit will not stop. Thief sun. Su He was furious and raised his hand to strike at the sun. A column of water in his hand smashed into the sunlight and shot up into the sky. The hidden front that had been accumulated for a long time roared out. The water column turned into a dragon shape and roared towards the sun. Su He gasped, his eyes burning with anger. The injuries on his body caused by the strong sun were rapidly recovering. His consciousness was half sinking into the abyss, and fell on the Tao ancestors' finger bones, which were like white jade pillars holding up the sky. Su He cannot break the sun, and even the infinite sunshine cannot destroy the sun. The only thing in my body that can see the sun as if it were nothing is this finger bone. Su He had been watching the finger bone smash into the sun for a long time, but he couldn't learn the finger bone technique. The finger bones never made any movement. They simply stayed in the abyss. When the light of the sun came up, they shattered and exploded. The Taoist ancestor was dead, but the power that remained shattered the light of the sun. Su He thought about it for a long time, but gained nothing. The finger bones were still calm. Only by staying in Taiyuan could Su He feel the ubiquitous Taoist rhyme on it, like the source of all things. If it weren't for being in Taiyuan, I wouldn't even be able to sense this rhyme. But Su He couldn't learn this rhyme. The rhyme of the Tao Te Ching was similar to it, but completely different. Su He couldn't fight with the Tao Te Ching. Taozu's finger bones have power. Tao Te Ching. Power is related to Su He Dao Xing. Master, can you help me? How can I beat down the sun in the sky? As if sensing the fluctuations in Su He's mind, or perhaps the radiance of the sun causing changes in Daozu's finger bones. Su He felt his consciousness being pulled into a strange scene. An old man was walking in the clouds, stroking his stomach to eliminate food, and then looked back behind him. Girl, do you know? This great day originally belonged to the master, but was stolen by that guy. Su He couldn't see the person walking behind him, but he could feel the cold breath. Daozu sighed. They are all veteran subordinates. It is not easy for me to take action against them. You should practice well and slap that big sun to death in the future. Dari, can you shoot him to death? A cold voice sounded from behind. Daozu chuckled. If you can cultivate to the point of becoming a master, what else can you not do if your dreams come true? Do not believe. Huh? Daozu looked behind him in astonishment, then rubbed his hands, insisting on proving it. Let me give you a demonstration. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand, and slapped Dari. It was like shooting a rubber ball, and he hit the big sun directly in front of him. The fiery red sun was suddenly shot away. As it flew, it turned from red to dark, and gradually turned into a ball of darkness, completely losing its illuminating and nourishing atmosphere. He just crashed into the depths of the starry sky and disappeared. The sun is dead. Looking at the direction of the shooting, it is clearly the tomb of the great sun in later generations. The whole world fell into endless darkness at this moment. Look! Daozu turned around, put his hands on his hips, and raised his head with a proud look on his face. All your wishes have come true. If Daozu has his mind set on something, it will come true. He was so proud that his expression suddenly changed. No! Using the big to bully the small will really extinguish the sun. He turned around and disappeared, and a voice floated in the air. Girl, just say you did it. No matter who asks. You did it. The screen dispersed with a pop at this point. Suhi was speechless for a long time. Really? When I saw Daozu a few days ago, he vaguely guessed that Daozu, who had always been very high-end in his eyes, felt that his character had collapsed. Later, he also thought that it might be because he was not Daozu himself and not his real son. Now it seems, Suhi found that none of the powerful people he knew was the kind of person who stood on the top of the mountain with awe-inspiring majesty. In total, Huang Zhu is the most majestic. Suhi sighed, recalling Daozu's action of slapping the sun to death, pondering for a long time, and then gave up. If you don't understand, you can't learn. Daozu just swatted a fly casually. He had no means. How could he learn? Outside the Taiyuan, the hidden front water dragon had dissipated, and there was darkness above the 9 heavens. But only for a moment did the light of the sun shine down again, as if provoked by Suhi's attack on the hidden front. The sunlight condensed into strands and shot out. Suhi licked his lips and forced himself to relive the scene of Daozu suppressing Dari over and over again in his mind. As Daozu said, all your wishes come true. Is that the state of Daozu? Is it the source's means? In fact, Suhi also experienced a little bit of what he wanted to do. In the chaos, as long as he has enough ability and has thoughts in his heart, he can manifest them. In the inner world, everything you think about can come true. With a thought, the mountains move, the sea rolls back, and even after the 3rd level of the sky opens, Suhi can fabricate creatures according to his mood, and all his wishes come true. But how do you make your wishes come true in reality? If you want the great sun to be shattered, the great sun will be shattered? Suhi's spiritual consciousness groped for Daozu's finger bones. He couldn't make his wish come true, but it was easy for Daozu. If he could draw out the power of Daozu's finger bones, even if he couldn't destroy the sun, he could give it a pestle and break the mark on Ji-Feishua's body, and there shouldn't be any problem. The Northern Ming was spinning in front of Suhi, and Taiyuan appeared under the Northern Ming. I had the intention to plant a banner of the heaven of Nirvana, but the sun was misty, and I didn't know where it was. Even if you want to, you can't. If we are really close to the sun, without the shield of this world, we may be suppressed by the sun in an instant. Suhi experienced the power of the great sun when he died, and the power leaked and sent him to 730,000 years ago. What about the complete great sun? So, we have to hold on until the end of praying to heaven and earth, and then find a way to erase the mark on Ji-Feishua? Suhi thought like this, but there was always a feeling of unwillingness in his heart. His spiritual consciousness desperately stuck to Dao Ancestor's finger bones, trying to draw out Dao Ancestor's power. The finger bones didn't move at all. Suhi's pleasant calls were useless. Sure enough, it was not his words that I heard just now, but the stress reaction stimulated by the bright sun. Big day? Suhi looked up and looked at the golden light coming from the sun. He was startled for a moment and then laughed. Instead of avoiding it, he took Baiming and Taiyuan away, climbed higher step by step, and approached the big sun. Master needs stimulation. Then stimulate him. If this golden light is not enough, then go to the sea of stars and chase the sun. At worst, shout to Taizu for help. Suhi climbed higher step by step, and Biming and Taiyuan eliminated the golden light one by one. Compared with the previous sunlight, the golden light was more domineering. There was already a real attack from the 7th level divine beast of the open sky. Biming was almost broken by a touch. Golden light suddenly shot towards Suhi. But he saw a ray of light flashing across Suhi's body, and a dragon scale jumped out automatically. But it was the dragon scale left to him by his mother-in-law, spinning and enlarging, blocking the golden light. There is no power left on the dragon scales, but based on quality alone, it is not a problem to attack at the 7th level of Kaitian. Suhi grinned. Thank you, mother-in-law. Although the father-in-law didn't like him, the mother-in-law really liked her son-in-law more and more. He climbed up step by step with the dragon scales on his back, crossed the clouds, and entered the starry sky. The closer it gets, the stronger the power of the sun becomes. Bei Ming can no longer hold on, and will fall apart at the slightest touch. This is a living, complete sun. The sun just doesn't have intelligence, but it has strength. Every great sun has a power no less than that of the immortal Lord. Even in terms of strength alone, he ranks among the best among the immortals. It's just that it's not human, and can only be used in a regular manner. Suhi opened his eyes to face the sun. A storm suddenly rose on the sun, and a golden light turned into substance and came directly. Suhi's eyes narrowed. The life and death crisis struck instantly, and across the world. This blow had at least the ultimate power of the 7th level of Kaitian. Uncle Luo struck him, and that was it. Suhi's eyes were bloodshot, and the water waves on his body appeared and condensed into a basalt form, roaring toward the sun. Foreign Minister and Zhang Feng are the strongest when they operate without control. The dragon scales in front of him suddenly glowed green, but Suhi put them away. The dragon scales would be damaged by this blow, and there would be no way to explain it to my wife. Suhi did not retreat but advanced. His wings fluttered, and he rushed towards the sun. The sun seemed to be irritated. The golden light that shot towards Suhi slowed down in an instant, but turned from golden to red. Before the light arrives, the power to burn everything has already appeared. The waves on Gushan Mountain rolled and boiled, igniting flames. The Zongfeng pool rolled and overflowed, and Suhi made an overwhelming sound, but he seemed unable to feel it. His wings vibrated, and he used the blackbird escape technique to fly straight into the sun. Understood? Suddenly I understood. The bright sun in front of us is not a problem at all. Below are the 4 spirits, the ancestors of the immortal sect, and the Taoist master of Guiwang Mountain. On Jinyo Mountain, there is even a senior sister. How can a mere bright sun set off waves? Senior sister is really helping him get to know Dari. Around the time Suhi stole Daozu's finger bones, senior sister knew the purpose of his trip. Or did she have communication with Ji Feishue? Or knew it originally, knowing that when Suhi returned, he would face the dark sun controlled by the great ancestor of the emperor. So throw him out and face the sun in front of everyone. He is familiar with the methods of the great sun, and is familiar with the master's finger bones. He suppressed the sun, but no one could help him when he returned. Just being the emperor's great ancestor already made Ji Feishue busy with dealing with it. Suhi rushed forward. The Xuanwu shadow appeared on his body, and with a roar, the water filled the starry sky. There is a white tiger in armor roaring into the sky, dyeing the starry sky into silvery white. The energy of Gingjin rushes into the waves of Xuanwu water, sweeping towards the rays of the sun. Later, there was a peacock in a red bird state, with its wings flaring, golden flames towering into the sky, and a green dragon looming behind it. But it was much more ethereal than the first 3. Suhi roared as he rushed upwards, striking out the mountain god seals one after another. Double, double, 3 times. The mountain god seals collided with the golden light, shattering one by one, but also causing the golden light to pause. But it was just a pause, and did not break the golden light. Instead, there was a moment of stalemate, and the golden light shot through the mountain god seal and continued downward. Daozu's finger bones shimmered slightly in Taiyuan. Suhi looked at the broken mountain god seal and roared. Get away! He roared, and the 5 times mountain divine seal and the Zongfeng water column flew away. Like a shield, it rushes towards the sun with golden light. The sun became more and more furious, with tongues of fire rising into the sky, and the storm was like waves, one after another, coming straight towards Suhi. Suhi gasped, but grinned. Got you. Mountain God Seal and Zongfeng traveled all the way in the opposite direction. Although they were destroyed, Suhi was able to catch a breath of the sun. It turns out that this is what Daozu did. Daozu was in the clouds, and had never been close to the sun. But he raised his hand to smite the sun out. Feng Qin and Dan Jian followed this induction. Su He smiled and punched out again. The instantaneous flower fell on the mountain god seal. And all his true energy turned into a six-fold mountain god seal and rose into the sky. He hit the sun and attacked. However, it did not collide with the sun's attack in the void. Instead, it disappeared and reappeared above the sun, crashing down. All the monks in the heavens and worlds, who could open their eyes to the sun, looked at the 9 heavens at the same time, with expressions of bewilderment on their faces. Just now, the sun suddenly went crazy for no apparent reason and kept shooting light into the void. Got beaten. A pure golden dice appeared from nowhere and hit the sun with a roar. Compared with the big sun, the dice are pitifully small, only as big as a mountain. But he suppressed it with an aura that looked forward to death. And just as a tongue of fire jumped out of the big sun, it was crushed by the dice. Looking back at the mountain, there was silence. Everyone knows that the sun and bright moon are not in the heavens and the world, and they cannot fly up to them even if they try their best. But the 4th ancestor of Guowang Mountain, although the blow just now did not break the space, it did hit the sun from here and hit the sun there. None of you here have ever had this kind of method. Su He's body was completely drained of real energy, but his turtle body did not appear. The true energy reserve left by Ji Feishue in the Dantian was actively activated and filled the whole body. It didn't have the strength to fight, but it was enough to support Su He to escape from this place. But Su He didn't move. The Dao ancestors' finger bones in Taiyuan were also stirred up by the exploding sun. They jumped out of Taiyuan with a buzzing sound and landed on the back of Su He's hand, inlaid directly on the hand. Real exoskeleton device. If it hadn't been for the fluctuation of Taozu's finger bones, Su He would not have been able to follow the source of the darkness and find the location of the great sun. Dao ancestor's finger bones were pressed against the back of his hand, and a vast force rushed in, instantly replenishing Su He's depleted Dantian. And the true energy in his meridian surged like mercury. The waves are rolling. At this moment, Su He actually had the illusion that he was omnipotent. The true energy replenished by Daozu's finger bones is not Daozu's true energy. It's still Su He's true essence, and there doesn't seem to be any difference. But Su He punched upward, and a mountain god seal shot up into the sky. It was just an ordinary mountain god seal, but it was 6 times as powerful as Su He's mountain god seal. True essence and true essence are completely different. Su He shook hands, felt the white knuckles on the back of his hand, looked at the sun in the sky, and grinned. Master's blessing. Power times infinity. Su He took a step forward, and the water flowed around him. From the world of Guowang Mountain, he walked into the sea of stars in 1 step. Guowang Mountain, which no one could possibly cross, seemed to not exist in Su He's eyes at this moment. Su He looked at his hands, looked at the sun above, and raised his palm slightly. Slapped down. Snapped. All living beings in the heavens and the world were horrified to find that a big hand appeared from nowhere on the sun, and slapped the sun with a slap like slapping urine. That great sun sank hard and jumped again. He wasn't slapped to death. Su He. Dot! Daozu's finger bones are very strong, unimaginably powerful, but he cannot use that kind of power. He couldn't use Daozu's methods, not knowing the right path. I could only use brute force, but I couldn't kill the sun with 1 palm. He has a sword in his hand, but he doesn't know how to use it. Su He was silent for a moment and deduced it in his mind, but still couldn't do it. But looking at the big sun, he still threatened. I'll wipe the mark, and I'll beat you to death if you don't obey me. If you can't do it once, the worst thing you can do is smoke it again and again. The sun did not move, and the tongues of fire and storm on it became more intense, like a god roaring, and the tongues of fire shot out directly, killing Su He. Su He's expression darkened, and he raised his hand again. Just when he was about to take a shot, a voice like an old naughty child came over. Turtle boy, do you want to take a shot of this great sun? Su He turned around and saw an old turtle crawling behind him. Taizu looked at him with a smile. For some reason, the look in Su He's eyes was full of satisfaction. He waved his claws and shattered the tongues of fire coming from the sun, and said with a smile, That's not how you take pictures of the sun. Taizu shook his head and smiled. We are dragon turtles. Why should we learn from those messy things? If we want to kill the sun, we can just slap him to death. Why should we think about this or that? If you have a sword in your hand, just cut it. If you still need sword skills, then it won't be an ordinary sword. What else would I want with a sword? With one slash of the sword, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. No matter how fancy the sword technique was, it was useless. As Taizu spoke, he raised his head to look at the sun in the sky, curled his lips, and said with a domineering look in his eyes, "Have you ever asked Old Turtle about bullying my grandson and grandson's wife?" He hummed, raised his paw, and slapped it down casually. Snapped. There was a muffled sound, like a light bulb suddenly exploding, and the whole world suddenly went dark. Chapter 540. Everything is settled. The world burst into light several times from the sun, and suddenly fell into complete darkness. Suhi was stunned. In the past, I only knew that Taizu was very strong, and I had heard many times that Fengzu was the eldest and Taizu was the strongest. But this was the first time I had an intuitive feeling about how strong Taizu was. Taizu hit the big sun. Just like Taozu, everything was destroyed with one slap. His old turtle is not the least bit stronger. Suhi looked at Taizu in surprise, and saw the old turtle hurriedly fishing into the void. There was actually a bit of panic on his face. "If you do bad things, you will be beaten to death if you are too powerful." Several iron ropes shot out from Taizu's body and escaped into the void, dragging a dim red sun back in a moment. I don't know how far away the red sun is yet, but the breath of burning everything has already reached me. Taizu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he's not dead. Suhi looked at the red sun. The sun had long since lost its power to illuminate all realms, and was just like a dark red ball, being dragged back by the iron rope. A Taiyuan spread out in front of Taizu. I don't know how far away from his own world it was, but it swallowed inward. The red sun bound by the iron rope instantly fell into the Taiyuan. Suhi saw pieces of heavenly and earthly treasures thrown by Taizu into the Taiyuan, and sent into the sun bit by bit. The almost extinguished sun started to burn again. Resurrection. Ancestor? Suhi was puzzled. Taizu joined Taiyuan and said with a smile, "This world cannot live without the great sun, but the great sun belongs to the other party. We must find a way to correct it. Ancestor, try to see if you can practice it." As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced in the direction of where the sun was before. The entire void trembled timidly. Then, as if a torch was lit, a little light appeared, and then a brand new sun jumped out and hung in the 9 heavens to illuminate the world. The sunshine passed by Taizu's side, especially gentle. Suhi, "Dot! Go! Go!" Taizu waved his paw. He wanted to throw Suhi back again. "Go and finish the affairs of this era, and go back as soon as possible." The big sun is in his hands. Taizu can naturally sense that there is something wrong with the big sun. Someone has stolen the power of the big sun. But wasn't it stolen in this era? Following the path Turtle Boy came from? Those who have such means are not ordinary people. Taizu's eyes were dark. Seeing Taizu waving his claws to drive people away, Suhi said anxiously, "Ancestor, wait a moment." As Suhi said this, he reached out and grabbed 2 turtle LS from the outer space and handed them to Taizu. Taizu looked at the turtle L and laughed, nodding with satisfaction. "Not bad," he praised Suhi. "Our tortoise I was damaged in ancient times and has never recovered. Your tortoise L just makes up for what we need." This turtle L is refined from the L of a dragon turtle. To recover from damage, the turtle L must be refined into it. However, even a dragon turtle like Huang would have to kill 17 or 80 to be able to repair the treasure, which one can afford to cultivate. I originally thought that it was impossible to repair the turtle L, or if I was cruel, I would go to Ming to have it repaired. Now there is an extra turtle L that can not only be repaired, but also make the treasure even better. As Taizu spoke, 2 turtle LS flew up at the same time. It grew bigger in front of him. Taizu clicked his fingernail, and the 2 turtle LS were separated piece by piece like a machine, and instantly turned into a sky filled with armor pieces. Taizu scratched his nails and threw out 4 broken pieces of armor, which landed next to Suhi. "These 4 pieces are useless. You can use Fushan to absorb them to enhance your appearance." He saw clearly during the battle in Guiwang Mountain. Turtle Boy has reached the realm of Taoism and has good fighting prowess. As long as he doesn't encounter immortals, he can conquer all the worlds. Only the defense that the Dragon Turtle clan is best at has become Turtle Boy's weakness. Appearance is not only related to the state of Taoism, it is also necessary to absorb foreign objects. Turtle Boy's foreign objects never kept up. When it comes to defense, The Dragon Turtle clan's most precious treasure is second. But no one dares to admit it is first. Absorbing 4 pieces of tortoise L is enough to reach the 7th level of open heaven. Suhi's eyes brightened. He smiled and put away his armor. When the tortoise I was split apart. Suhi could see some clues. The armor pieces had the same origin. They were not pieced together by a group of dragon tortoises, but were left behind by a certain powerful ancestor. I wonder if that ancestor can beat him. Directly passed down by Taozu. Suhi raised his head and looked directly at Taizu in front of him. Is there anything else? Taizu looked down at him. Suhi was a little nervous. Ancestor, I am now the direct disciple of Tao Ancestor. A strange flash appeared in Taizu's eyes. Yes. Suhi raised his head quietly and said, the Taoist ancestor is a person from eternity ago. All the worlds are filled with juniors. Has our status also increased? Taizu smiled and said, yes. If you have enemies in the future, you can also scold them for being unworthy of descendants. Suhi chuckled. Ancestor, I've been calling you Ancestor for so long. Why don't you call me Ancestor again? Taizu looked at him and smiled gently. The dim old eyes showed a smile. And the eyes of an old turtle were so bright that even the newborn sun couldn't hide it. Suhi only felt the turtle I was warm, but suddenly felt cold in his heart. Ancestor, I was just joking. Suhi woke up faintly with a chill, and his eyes were filled with purple. I looked around and saw that it was the palace of Hades, king of hell. Most of Pluto's body was frozen, and she looked outside without looking at Suhi. Suhi was silent for a moment and asked in a low voice, Senior sister, why am I here? I don't know. Pluto's voice was as cold as before. The space opened and you were thrown out. She lowered her head and looked at Suhi. Who did you offend? She could skip the main entrance and directly locate Guiwang Mountain. She could regard the laws of Zhenyo Mountain as if they were nothing. She didn't dare to have any contempt for such an existence even when she was still alive. Suhi opened his mouth, but no words came out. He didn't do anything. As soon as he admitted his mistake, he didn't know anything anymore. When he woke up, he was here. Pluto glanced at him and stopped asking. Her eyes could only stay in this world. She didn't know about Suhi chasing the sun out. But you don't need to go out to see that the sun has changed in the sky. The person who threw Suhi back had an unfathomable deed. Taizu. So stingy. Suhi mumbled and turned to look outside. Above the 9 heavens, Ji-Fei-Shua slowly opened her eyes. The power of heaven and earth receded, and her prayers to heaven and earth were over. Suhi smiled. He turned back to Hades and said, Senior sister, if nothing else happens, my time in this era is coming to an end. Is there anything you want me to do? Want to leave? Suhi nodded. Daozu's finger bones have been obtained. In this era, the only thing left is the relocation of the non-destructive world. Originally, there was still plenty of time. I still thought that after the relocation of the non-destructive world was over, I could take them to the Buddhist world and stay with Ji-Fei-Shua for a few years. But the time has come. Taizu's words and deeds have profound meanings. He will not rush him back to the present world casually. There must be a reason. Suhi even wondered whether Taizu was like the Yuanzun clan, able to communicate between the past and the present. Pluto was silent for a long time and said, I have my inheritance at the foot of Zhenyo Mountain. You can take it when you go back and find a successor for me. This is the case for monks. They treasure their brooms so much that even their direct disciples may leave some of them behind. But he values inheritance more than life. A contradiction, but not a conflict. Suhi's mind flashed inexplicably, as a monk who tried every possible means to recognize his ancestor and return to his clan. He nodded and looked at Hades. Then I will pretend to be a public servant for personal gain and spread my own sect. Pluto stopped responding, and the purple eyes on his body climbed upwards and swallowed the whole person for a moment. Junior brother is leaving, so her spiritual thoughts will naturally be banned again. As for who teaches the Tao, she doesn't care. Suhi looked at the refrozen artifact. Pluto left without opening its eyes. Hades woke up for 10 days and consumed too much of the artifact. He put his hands together and bowed. Thank you, senior sister, for taking care of me. Then we will not see you again in 730,000 years. He bowed gently, stood up and looked at the face that was the same as Bai Yin's, and couldn't help but smile. What a fool. Next time we meet, I'll spank you. Be it Bai Yin or Bai Ling, they never stop. Suhi shook his head and smiled, took a step outside, and disappeared in a flash. Ji-Fei-Shua opened her eyes quietly. her mind still recalling what she had just seen from the perspective of heaven and earth. What you see in the world goes straight to the root. And what you see in the secrets of the heavens is the lowest level of harvest. Her greatest gain is her observation of the laws and avenues of heaven and earth. Especially when Su-hee and Taizu drew their palms towards the sun. Ji-Fei-Shu had gained a lot. Taizu's location is not visible to the heaven and the earth. And it can be viewed normally even from the perspective of the heaven and the earth. Even better, she had gained something. But it was time to take a long break. When her husband left, she would have to stay in seclusion for at least hundreds of years. Ji-Fei-Shu gradually came back to her senses, and saw Su-hee beside her looking at him with a smile. Before she could speak, he had already reached out and pulled her over. With one step, he rushed out of Guiwang Mountain and disappeared. The people had already left, and Su-hee's voice came to Dongshu's ears. "Help me take care of Guiwang Mountain. I won't meet them now." Dongshu was stunned. On Jinyo Mountain, Pluto slowly opened his eyes, and his voice was cold with a hint of doubt. "Hit me! Are you tired of living?" As Pluto spoke, the eyes spread completely, and completely sealed her. In the sea of stars, the stars rolled, and Taizu rushed out from under the stars, with 2 layers of turtle SH/LS on his back, as if he was wearing SH/L-like armor. The 2 layers of turtle SH/LS are constantly interlaced and fused with each other, and are being refined by him step by step. A phantom of a green dragon appeared next to the galaxy, looking down at Taizu in the galaxy with confusion in his eyes. Why did fellow Taoists suddenly suppress Ri? Kill all the great sons except Qilin. The other ancestors of the 4 spirits all had this method. But with one slap, it was so easy to kill the sun. Only Taizu could do it. But the sun is shining brightly, so why bother? Taizu chuckled. It's the day of new life. If you don't let go of the old ones, why do you keep them? Lungzu curled his lips. The old guy was being mysterious again. Every old guy has to keep some little secrets of his own. Fengzu has guarded the underworld and managed it for countless generations. Old Qilin is stuck in the realm and never wants to improve. He is second only to Fengzu among the 4 spirit ancestors. The realm is the lowest, not doing anything. The old turtle is also mysterious. He is the only one who truly knows everything. What did you do after you knocked your little one unconscious? Lao Long asked curiously. Don't slander. Taizu glared at Lao Long. When did I hit him? It was just the ancestors' care. A light bead floated next to him, and the Buddha's light scattered. Relic? Does Zizi? Taizu laughed. Yes, he is a bodhisattva after all. And he planted a relic on Turtle Boy without realizing it. This was the day when Turtle Boy sent his wife in black to Shanghai, and struck Dazi with a blow. And Dazi took the opportunity to plant a relic. I just felt it when we met today. Old Long looked at the relics and then at Taizu. The breath of Lingshan. This is the relic planted in Lingshan. Can you see through Lingshan? When did you become a monk? Lingshan was opened by the Buddha, and only Buddhist monks can enter. This is the law. Only by hiding in Lingshan can we avoid Taizu's sight. Taizu glanced at him, not wanting to speak. Is it rare to live in a mere Lingshan mountain? Longzu tilted his head and looked at the relic, and then looked at Taizu. You cut off this relic, and the party still has power. You only took away the relic, but didn't destroy the power? Taizu chuckled. After returning 730,000 years, the journey will be long and boring. So leave some fun for Turtle Boy. Old Long looked at him. As the backup man of the Great Freedom, are you afraid that something might happen to that little turtle? Do you want to take this opportunity to peek into the long river of time? Taizu glanced at him and ignored him. Su-hee dropped down and was already on Yumingze. Went around in a circle and came back here. Nothing has changed in the underwater palace, except for the green bamboo transplanted by Su-hee, which has died because no one took care of it. There are more patches of algae on the walls of the water palace than half a year ago. Ji-Fei-Shu waved her hand gently, clearing everything inside and outside. Entering the water mansion with Su-hee, they both fell silent at the same time as they looked at the familiar environment. After a long while, Ji-Fei-Shu asked softly, Want to leave? Now that the things are in hand, it's time for Su-hee to leave. Right? Su-hee didn't say anything, but hugged her from behind. I will be back. I will definitely. Ji-Fei-Shu said nothing, only turned to look at him, took his hand, and took a step forward into the water palace. A curtain of water flashed past the entrance of the water mansion, and the toad and the fox suddenly fell down. The 2 beasts looked at each other, curled their lips at the same time, and left voluntarily. The water house was quiet for a while. except for the voice of Ji-Feishua, who tried her best to keep calm. I have gained something by praying to heaven and earth. I can't say it out loud. I will pass on the magic of Luan Feng and Psalm to you. The speed of the lossless world is still the same. And the speed is even faster than before the great solar eclipse. Daozu's acceptance of disciples has no impact on these people. The immortal drum sounded 9 times. And at this moment, the news certainly spread throughout the heavens and the world. But it is only spread among the real top powers. It is still unclear what it means for an ordinary monk to ascend the immortal drum, let alone a Taoist ancestor accepting disciples. Perhaps most people don't know who Daozu is. The 5 people didn't know what happened. But they could sense that the eyes peeping into the non-destructive world completely disappeared. In the past few days, not a single gaze fell on the non-destructive world. It seemed that everything had calmed down. And it even gave Chu Jun the illusion that there would be no more disputes even if he returned to the original non-destructive realm. All is at peace. The days passed like this. Fellow Taoist Su, he went back as promised. But he broke his promise. Autumn passes and winter comes. Winter passes and spring comes. It's spring again, and the flowers are blooming. This year's spring has not been delayed. It has even become brighter because of the new sun. On Yumingze, the toad and the fox were running carelessly, and they didn't know where they were going. Under Yumingze, in the water palace, after a while of breathing, there was a sound of doubt. Daughter-in-law, didn't my father-in-law say that you will definitely give birth to offspring? Why has there been no movement? Ji-Feishua tried her best to keep her voice cold. Do you want your son to be older than you? Well, after a long silence, Su-He moved slightly and whispered, Daughter-in-law, the harmless realm is almost reaching the forbidden area of Fuha. Ji-Feishua didn't say anything. She just stood up, pushed Su-He down, and took the initiative again. Kneel down, sit up, dance, and sway. The water in Yumingze is rippling. The spring water rolls into waves and slaps on the big trees in the swamp. And the birds chirp happily.